Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of High on Politics. How is everyone doing today? Hope you all are well, because I myself am doing pretty well. Had myself a good night's rest, which, if you have been paying attention, I have not had a good night's sleep in quite some time. Pep and Pink. Yes, Pep and Pink today. Even though trust me, I will hear about that at some point in the vertical stream chat. We always do, and then they'll make fun of the hat. They'll make fun of but I mean, let's be real. They make fun of pretty much everything. I've been called Four Eyes before. Somebody literally said, "You have glasses." I mean, I don't know. At that point, it's just like, wow, because that one got like what got to me is the fact that I'm like, we went back to like the most elementary level of insult on that one, but you know what? You almost got to respect the the ability to just bring it all the way back, but no, you don't. We absolutely do not make fun of the. I mean, it's insane. But how is everyone doing? What's up, Tinkerbell? It's Wednesday. Yes, it is Wednesday. Hump day. Kyle, what's up, man? How you doing? Edge, how you doing? Natch, how you doing? How is everyone doing? If you guys can help me out by hitting that like button as you roll on in to the chat here, I appreciate that. Gonna start the show off by having a nice little conversation. Zombie Madana, what's up? How are things in your neck of the woods? Hope you are doing well. Actually, how are things like over in Austria? Man, I just realized that I know a lot about you guys. What's up, man? MD Myth, how you doing? I'm doing well, man. I was just telling everybody here how I had a good night's sleep, which, yeah, haven't had one of those in a long time. But I did switch the strain up, so I went with a Kush, and I think that had a major impact. So snowy and freezy, is it? Oh, wow. So very similar to what we got going on right now. Dude, I almost ate shit in a parking lot today. That sucked. I definitely, it probably didn't look very cool at all, but I did manage to save myself. Did not fall, but it was very much in the, yeah, let's do the panic flail, so. But switching up and, switching up the strain is a underrated fix. Yeah, you know, I really didn't think to do that, and I have been finding, you know, solace in some of the older strains. What's up, Cassandra? How you doing? I hope you're doing well today. Herbs and animals are life. Legalize dreamfish, Colorado toad, salvia. Oh, salvia, man. Really? Like, salvia's, yeah, that's something. But Nixon's unconstitutional war against the cultural genocide is actually. Oh, are you saying like that it was essentially attacking like Native American use of those things? I didn't know that. Cane toad? Really? I didn't know that was a, I didn't even know that was not legal, so. What happened to freedom of religion? Well, I thought that there were exemptions for that stuff, too. Because I know that, like, if you were a practicing Rastafarian in certain spaces, it was, like, protected. So it wasn't necessarily legal, but they couldn't really arrest you if you were doing it on the, like, you know, holy ground or whatever. I don't know. I only half know what I'm talking about on that, so I just know that there was specifically one Rastafarian church in Illinois when I was a teenager that was like that. Been really bored and anxious all day, and I feel like a creature. Well, you know what? You don't have to be anxious. You don't have to be bored anymore. We are now all together hanging out. We're going to take a journey. We're going to take a political journey today, and you know what? I will be your guide. I'm happy to be here. Welcome to the political jungle cruise. We're going to be going down the rapid rivers that are the politics of the United States of America. Everybody buckle up. Oh, look at that, an alligator. Didn't necessarily make sense, but you know what? It's still fun. Cassandra, we are all weird creatures. Enjoy it. You have to. Oh, absolutely. But this is not the first time we have seen this. No. Seen what? Now I'm lost. I'm already lost. God, it literally took minutes. I'm the creatures. I mean, creature. Well, the chatter at vertical. Oh, you mean herbs and animals are life? Are you saying that? I mean, I don't know. They seem very into that stuff. Although, you know, you are kind of just railing off information, which tends to be questionable. But yeah, herbs and animals, how are you? How are you doing? You specifically, are you good? Bigfoot is a communist. Could you imagine that? All of a sudden, Bigfoot reveals himself and he's just like, I have varying opinions on your politics, but I do have to say I am quite the fan of the communist structure. Politicals equal garbage, or politics equals garbage. Hey, how's it going? Hello again. Hope I'm well. Hey, I appreciate that. You're okay, but never got free of religion. Well, we can all try to do that together here too. If you guys seriously, and I know that, like, I'm kind of just a goofball on the internet, but if you guys need help and you want to kind of break away from that stuff and you could do that in chat here, or if you want to, you can hit me up via Discord. I will always make time to kind of have a chat about that, to like break you from that kind of structure, because it's very, very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable to do. So I agree, politics are garbage. Yeah, parties are the same coin. Well, I mean, the uniparty really is kind of a thing. Like, the more and more that we look at the structure of American politics and how, if Trump did anything, he did expose the fact that it's like, no, it was all uniparty bullshit. He is not breaking from that structure, though. Like, that's what I'm really sick of. I'm sick of these guys pretending that somehow Trump is the savior of, like, that, and, like, what will break us from that mold. Like, in 2016, maybe it made sense. I'll admit. Because he was an outsider, and that was the big draw, where it's like, no, you know what? He's an outsider. He's going to disrupt the system. But this time, no. Like, he's really proven otherwise. He's proven so many times that he is just for the system. It's not like he did anything to really change the way that Congress is working, as far as, like, funding the military, funding everything around the world, kind of, and then the isolationist tactics, and then taking the dollar. Taking the dollar was one that I did not see coming as fast as it has, but goddamn, we're not even outside of January, and it's looking like by the end of February, we're going to have a major crisis with the value of the dollar. The Chinese dollar, and I've been saying this here, is starting to pick up, and if they do a pivot, where all of a sudden that becomes the fucking petrodollar, or they do a move where it's like we're going back to rare minerals, we are so fucked. I don't think that I can overstate how fucked we are. Wait, oh shit, guys. I just realized that my chat's off. Give me 1 second. I gotta... there we go. Sorry about that. Now I can see your chats. Yeah, I just missed a whole bunch of stuff there. If I missed anything, you have permission to repeat at least the last one that you found important, because, yeah, I totally did not see any of your chats. Whoops. It's all fake money is the problem. Well, it was fake money even under the gold standard, technically. Like, it's... I mean, we have to have a form of currency for trade. Like, the bartering system doesn't work out because you want to talk about trade deficit? Some people don't have something that they can trade. You know, if you're born with a disability, then you're literally just born with no nothing. No ability to take part in any of that. So I don't know. The barter system doesn't work, and it hasn't. Because I remember watching this breakdown of socialist or communist communities, and the small ones, how they always end up going to a centralized form of currency because they start to realize oh, we have especially the more it grows. So I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And then of course corruption always does the thing that it does, where it's yeah, the head of the town, the head of the cult, there's always somebody that's taking advantage. I don't know. This is not... I'm gonna be fair here, though. This was one specific, commune that they did a deep dive on, so I don't want to say that this is, all of that, but the one that I've seen and the few others that I've heard about. D, how you doing, man? You're a rando. You ain't even in America? Hey, cool. Well, I welcome you to the show. Also, yeah, hey, I just realized you're over on Twitch. So if you guys are feeling a little lonely on Twitch, apparently what I did yesterday, I totally fucked up my algorithm. Or algorithm. There is really no algorithm, but I fucked up my my standard in Twitch there, so it's gonna take a second to get back into the swing of things over there. But if you guys can do me the solid of following me over on Twitch, this is more of a just in case thing. I will be completely this is more of a just in case. Oh shit, thing. That's me. Hello. Meta. I try to do this as my backup because, yeah, you never know in this world what we will experience. So follow me on my multiple platforms to keep up with the show and to keep up with the community as well. Distracting, what's up, brother? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. It's always good to see you. Yo, as a non-American, can I ask some questions for more clarity? Yeah, absolutely. Ask away, man. I'm the banana I can't even say it. Banana-arist. Step 1, banana. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, profit. Are you a character from Donkey Kong? What is going on there? The issue will be what's happening with TikTok. Yeah. They're not letting people share videos of ICE or talk about Trump protecting PDFs. Yep. Good evening, Alexander. How you doing? Good to see you. Twitch naturally is Bezos, and he will answer to Trump also. So, well, I mean, it's the same thing with Google. You guys do understand that no matter what, when you're consuming this content, you're doing it on a platform that is, set up by elites. Hell, Blue Sky. Blue Sky, for all, it's good, is still set up by a bunch of rich dudes. Come on, guys. This is just how it goes. Sean Douglas. Have you ever said a nice thing in your life to somebody that you might disagree with? Because that's kind of weird, man. Why you gotta be that way? Right out the gate. Damn. No hello. And then, hey, you're a soy boy. Even those are the ones where I'm just like, oh, at least he said hi. But no, right into, oh, look at this soy boy cuck, blah, 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 blah. All I see with that is essentially the equivalent of Beavis doing his blah, 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 blah. I am Cornholio. TP for my bunghole. BlackRock owns all platforms and MSM. What? You're just objectively wrong on that one, but okay, BlackRock, Jesus. Do you need a conspiracy theory that doesn't exist so you can explain something else? Jesus, the conspiracy is playing out right in front of you, and you need to make up some more bullshit? Come on, man. Bro. Yahoo Finance? What? What about Yahoo Finance? Are you saying that Yahoo Finance says that BlackRock owns all platforms in MSN? No. That's one of the dumber things that I've actually seen, like, said in my chat. And Vanguard own MSM? Are you talking MSN? Like, the actual, like, Microsoft network? Or the, whatever, news? Microsoft News? Look it up, then verify it? No. You're coming in here just spewing some fucking weird-ass shit. Honestly. And it's nothing that I'm even going to argue against. It's not like mainstream media is great, but no. Objectively, it's owned by the Ellisons right now. Where you got, you know, Ellison in TikTok, you got Ellison in fucking HBO Max, you got an Ellison in fucking Paramount CBS and all that, so... They own CNN and Fox? No, that's... Dude, if you're talking about, like, Sinclair Media and the way that shit works, no, dude, listen, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and that's why I'm getting a little pissed off. Like, you're sitting here diving into a conspiracy that does nothing. I don't need to prove you wrong. You know what I need to do? Ignore you. Your 5G coverage is immaculate after 6 vaccines. Well, that's great. The fuck? That's not how it plays. I know. It's very easy to start ignoring people like that. Like, again, the ones that need to try and, like, create new conspiracies, where this is the Candace Owens thing, where it's just like, no, you're watching the ones that were kind of like, you were right about, like, dude, do you know how good it feels to be kind of right about that shit? Or even, like, I look back at what I used to believe as a teenager, and I'm like, yeah, you know, the was it the Bilderbergs and the fucking Vanderbilts and, you know, the billionaire class that was the old ones, but now it's the Elon Musks and the Donald Trumps. It's all the billionaires now. They're all doing exactly what we thought they were doing. The Epstein stuff is proving exactly what we thought, where it's just like, yeah, they had a cabal. They were trafficking, you know, women and girls and, you know, young boys as well. Like, they were doing all that. Now, you know, this is why I get pissed at this. QAnon had to go and make it so it was like they were onto something, right? We can admit that they were onto something, especially with the Epstein stuff. But then all of a sudden, they're just like, yeah, we're going to talk about how JFK Jr. is coming back. And we're really going to focus on that. It's just like, are you, what? You do understand that's what got people to just stop engaging and listening at all, is because it had to always be something more fantastical. Like, it's the people that believe this shit that ends up turning people off of the actual truths that might be there. So, keep doing that thing, man. Keep doing the thing where you just get people to fucking disengage. I mean, right now, I look at you and you're like the fucking homeless guy that I walk past that's always telling me, you know, it's coming. You know, the end of the world, it's coming. He's been saying it's coming for fucking damn near 20 years. We have one. Like, he's a local. Trust me, and he's one of the guys that's very, very comfortable in his, living his life day by day. Cannibal Pizza Shop? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like what was it? The, fucking Comet Pizza or whatever? Yeah, that right there. Like the Pizzagate stuff. It turned out to not be real. And that's where it's like, you guys don't see that you can't. So, like, that's also why I think it bothers me, is like they can't take the W's. Like, they cannot relish in the fact that it's like, yeah, you know what? The Epstein stuff, we nailed that. We actually got it. Huh, damn. But, no, like I said, now they can't even fucking take the W. So, that's why Biden didn't really... Yeah, okay, sure. Sure. If Biden's in it, I don't give a fuck. But this idea that somehow Biden was like this criminal mastermind when he was also fucking half dead, and they were so ineffectual with our politics. Stop it. Stop acting like you were somehow fucking victims in any way, shape, or form. They didn't come for anything, you idiots. Release the files, dummy. Yeah, no shit. The W wasn't as sweet when Trump seemed to be heavily involved. Yeah, that seems to be the general consensus with a lot of us, is where it's like, nice put. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's my comic day mug. This is one of my favorites, actually. John Romita Sr. is the artist that did that one. Islamophobia racism? Technically, yes. It's also you're being a bigot regardless. So, yes. If you hate people because of their religion, sex, religion, or creed, or, ethnic background, then yes. Is race real? Yeah, it is. Who cares? They're not releasing all the information. Anything that's redacted now is going to be fucking scrutinized to the fucking nth degree, especially when you have the victims coming out and saying they do not care if they are if their names are in it anymore. They said they care if they're in, phone numbers and addresses like that. That's a problem, which they do have some of that apparently because of the depositions. So that should definitely be blacked out. But that's not a fucking reason that, we should be giving them a lot of any credit at all. God, they've barely released anything. What they released was heavily redacted or already publicly available. And now they're coming out and saying, yeah, you know what? We'll have it in the next month or two, Yeah, you can't trust him. You just cannot trust him at all. It's the same with Trump raiding this fucking office in Georgia, the election office. Yeah, what? So, logically, his FBI raids the office. They find something. So we're just supposed to take it on Trump's word that all of a sudden they found something. I mean, we already know the base is going to eat this shit up. And they're already doing the thing where they're like, the left is panicking because they know we're going to find out that Georgia was hiding stuff. Yeah. Just happens to be right after Jack Smith implicates him in a criminal fucking conspiracy to do exactly what he's doing. I just hate that they really do try to insult your intelligence by being like, no, you are not seeing what you're seeing. It's like, yeah, I fucking am. I have eyes, dude. What the hell? Nobody looked into Project 2025 before the election. Everybody did, dude. I did. I was barely I was a new streamer and I read Project 2025. I warned everybody about what was going on. Everybody in these leftist circles was doing the same shit. They read it. They were just saying, hey, this is dangerous and they're going to start doing this. TYT was the one that read it. And all of a sudden they were like, nah, they're not going to do any of that. That's crazy. I still can't get over that. They just want voter info to kidnap more people. Yes, that, and again, they want the voter rolls for other reasons. Like, the fact that Pam Bondi came out and just said, hey, by the way, we'll stop all this ICE stuff if you just give us your voter rolls. It was like, wait, what? What? That's why, when Holman came in and Trump was just like, maybe we should ask for, the ones that they have in the prisons. It's like, yeah, that would have been a good start, but what was that other thing that she did? What was that thing that she said? Because she didn't say anything about criminals at all. Like, what the fuck? Jake has streaming the Heritage Foundation training videos. Those are wild. Oh, Are you serious? Oh, fuck, I need to find those. Nobody believes someone would pull a 1930s Germany power grab. Well, that's because a lot of people are way too hopeful. This is why I got mad at the thing yesterday. Like, again, apologies to Hawk. Not sure if you'll ever see this, but yeah, I might have been a little unfair. Because, yeah, it's got to be jarring to lose 1 million followers on one platform. Don't care what the platform is, but my point stands that you saw it coming. Like, they were telling us that this is what they were going to do. We knew that a Trump sycophant was going to buy TikTok. So why is it all of a sudden surprising that they're censoring Epstein? They're the few things that they are censoring is ICE, Epstein, and anything that's critical of Trump. Ironic, the day that they take it over. Like, come on, man. We knew this was happening. Like, if it happens to Google and YouTube, I'm going to say the same shit where it's like, all right, guys, that's what this is. We know what this is. Wow. Now that's what we have in, as like trolls. Now they're just saying you love Epstein. That's interesting. You go ahead with that one, man. I hope you know that, like, if you're like, if you're just one of those griper fan, douchebag fucking teenagers, like, just get better role models. This is actually doing harm to you, and it's going to continue to do harm to you. Once you start seeing the lack of, like, utility in doing what you're doing, and then you realize that, this is kind of contributing to the reason that you're not going to get laid, you might want to stop. I don't know. Women don't seem to be all that into dudes that spend all their fucking time going into opposing fucking chats and, just trolling all day. That seems to be a turnoff, but I don't know. Bloodstone, what do you think? Does that do it for you? If you found, like, seriously, if you went on a date and the guy was just, it's like, what are your hobbies? And he's just like, I like to go on YouTube and watch somebody from the opposing political side. Even if they were a leftist, it's like, I like to go into, like, MAGA chats and troll them. Would that do it for you? Because honestly, if you say yes, I'm willing to admit it. Where it's just like, all right, never mind. I guess you're doing just fine. Once they touch a boob, they'll probably chill out. Yeah. Yeah, that does help. I was crying about politics gonna get you laid. You know what? Touche. Touche, sir. Touche. Cry about politics and spend time improving yourself, which, well, I mean, this is improving myself. I think that I help improve I get your guys' help improving myself every day. And I hope that I can leave a little bit of, the inspiration to improve after each stream. So, wow. Oh, wow. Twitch is fucking, holy shit. So Automod on Twitch is going nuts. Wow. That was crazy. Yeah, Terra Cellular Biotics. I just saw some of the comments that were hidden from Twitch. Yeah, they are hiding pretty much everything. So, wonder if Twitch is next. My hobby is praying to the great banana god. Dude, again, I was playing the new Donkey Kong recently, so that just makes me think of that. Emma, how you doing? Emma Beer? Is it Beer? Or Bier? But welcome to stream. I appreciate you being here. Marriage camps will fix everything this soy boy is whining about. Marriage camps? Are you talking about, like, that thing that they do in Russia? Oh my god. So are you proving that you're a Russian bot? Like, you couldn't even get away with that one where it's just like, in Russia, we have marriage camp. We get women to date through camps, and then they say we will pay women more than men to do this. It's like, wait, so isn't that just state-sanctioned prostitution? Like, wait a minute. Yeah, you can't even say what Epstein did was bad. Yeah, honestly, I'm not even kidding. I think that's weird. I have never seen Twitch tag all this stuff. Because, yeah, anything that's like P3, grape, even like when you say that and you, wow. Okay, well, these two make sense. Okay, if you're just gonna say it, then yeah, that makes sense. Aren't bananas the most sold item at Walmart? Are they? I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I know that bananas have skyrocketed in price, so I haven't really been buying them, so. Virgin Islands were sold to us, to the U.S., and one of those was Epstein Island by Denmark. Oh, really? Is that why Trump thought that he can get away with trying to take Greenland? He's like, listen, guys, you already made a deal with a certain man named Jeffrey Epstein. You know what? Not that I knew him or anything, but I do know about your deal. So come on, guys, let's make a deal. Why am I ignoring the fact it's a serious comment or a serious topic? I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay. Making things taboo is how you let people get away with it. Yeah. I mean, ish. I don't know. No, wait a minute. What? I mean, I understand kind of what you're saying. It's like the hot stove method, like where you're like, you tell the kid, don't touch the stove, and kids are stupid, so they're gonna touch the stove, and then they're gonna learn the lesson to not touch the stove. Is that what you're meaning, or did I misread that entirely? I've spent all day being a crybaby in my room. Horrible anxiety. I just feel kind of disgusting today. Well, I'm sorry. That sucks. If there's anything that makes you feel happy and, cleaned up, you can always do that. I don't know. I'm not the best with advice on this one. I know that other people in chat kind of would be better for that, so what the fuck is Twitch doing? Making us tiptoe around SA? Yeah, no, for real. I brought that up recently where I was talking, and not just Twitch, I was talking about YouTube too, where I was just like, the fact that they censor you from being able to talk about these very serious topics. It kind of makes it so, yeah, you're just, you're conditioned to ignore it almost, or like to not even bring it up, because like as a content creator, it is a lot harder to discuss even the Epstein stuff, because you do have to use terms like grape, which every time I say that, it makes me feel disgusting. The fact that I have to make, like, I have to make a little, like, I have to cover it up for like a child. It's like we got the kids in the room, and I gotta make sure that they don't hear the naughty words. Like, what the fuck? My content's already is marked not for kids. So why in the hell and like I get to swear? Like, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. Because even in the case where you have a bunch of people that spam that shit, fine. But that should be bannable. Like, if you have people that are making content where they're making, like, fucking songs, or they're just doing videos where they just spam the words, or, like, and of course, we've seen some of the, the way that people act on the internet, so you could see how that's a thing, that's a thing. But, yeah, it's crazy, right? Where is our free speech? I agree 1000%. Tantrum knows. What's up, Tantrum? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here. And guys, everybody, I'm going to ask this periodically. If you guys can just double tap that screen. Sub to the channel if you're enjoying the content and want to have more discussions. I am all about having some good discussions. Good discussions, I preface, because I already know that there's going to be somebody in here that's just like, you're not even reading my chats. It's like, yeah, because you're kind of being a douche tool. I'm new to posting on YouTube, but saw there's a 4Kids, which is literally for primarily kids and not for... Yeah, you're supposed... So, number one, you're really supposed to mark it as not for kids. Like, if you're doing anything. Thank you, subbed and liked. I appreciate that. YouTube mutes some of my videos with politics. Yes, yeah, they do. I unfortunately, I get like nice little boosts, and then all of a sudden I will see a major like hit, and it's specifically because we're talking about, you know, the shootings. Like, that was a big one where I can talk about them for about 2 to 3 days, and then all of a sudden they will throttle the crap out of all of, like, whether it's my live stream or my videos. It just, yeah, it happens. I need to look into the auto opt-out since I'm making music and I have to select it every time. I don't think there is an auto opt-out. I think that anytime that you post, you have to do it. It's kind of like a terms of service kind of thing. I don't know. Every time that I upload, I have to do it. Every single time. It sucks. But you know what? You get used to it. Free speech only protects you from the government, not not those that own them. Well, yeah, but yeah, actually, I guess that's a fair statement, because I said that yesterday about this on YouTube, where it's like, yeah, you know what? You're not your free speech isn't necessarily guaranteed on fucking YouTube. Like, speaking of, hold on, let's see, where are we at? Interesting. Okay. I see the Cleveland jersey in Canton, Ohio. I'm a tattoo artist. I'm not in Cleveland. That is a Blackhawks jersey that's technically been retrofitted as my team's jersey. Retrofitted. We had to pick a style, like what do you call it? Whatever. It's under customization channel, advanced. Oh, wait, there is something where you can just have it selected every single time. Oh, hold on. You know what? Let me, I'm going to make a copy of that comment so I can go back to that later. But, all right, let's get to some news. I know, I'm breaking my protocol, but it's also a Tuesday. Started a little bit earlier. And since I got my This Space show later, yeah, we need to get to some of this stuff. So let's get to the Trump stuff first, because this is bad. I don't know, man. The nice part is I was talking to my buddy who, you know, he is ex-MAGA. So he's not a leftist, but he does have major critiques of Trump. And I was talking about this right before I came on here with him. And he was telling me how he's like, dude, this is, even when I was part of MAGA, I just wish he would shut the fuck up about it. Who cares? You lost. He's like, the history books aren't going to rewrite that you somehow won the election. It's never going to happen. You know, like, you lost all these court cases. It's just objectively not true. The only person that it is true with, and in his brain is 100% true, is Trump. And that's why it's like, yeah, that's a problem. Huffing pain on the low. FBI executing search warrant at election office in Georgia related to 2020 vote. On Wednesday, the FBI Atlanta executed a court-authorized law enforcement action at the Fulton County Election Hub and Operations Center in Union City, calling the matter ongoing. The DOJ Civil Rights Division and the State Election Board previously sought 2020 election records via October 6th subpoena and October 30th demand letter, respectively. Local media and eyewitnesses reported multiple law enforcement vehicles and agents at the 5600 Campbellton Fairburn Road, blah, 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 blah. Georgia, long singled out in the post-2020 probes, the episode has national resonance as defendants earlier this month filed a motion to dismiss based on state court jurisdiction, while the government cites Title III of the 1960 Civil Rights Act. Really? Yeah, there's only like a few people really reporting on this too. That's kind of crazy. New York Post being one of them. Because the thing about that is, like, I think that a lot of, like, right-wing publications are going to stay a little bit away from it, where they're just like, ooh, not a good look. Not a good look at all. But, I don't know. The fact is, they believe that somehow there were shenanigans, so it's nappy time here. Keep up the good work and stay positive. I appreciate that. Can they be reasoned with? No. Or they can be reasoned with? Oh, I see what you're saying. So they will steal info. Yeah, it seems to be that way. It does seem to be that way.
Breaking news right now. The FBI is actively raiding an election office in Georgia right now related to the 2020 election per Fox News. This is a major escalation as the Trump administration targets elections right now. Donald Trump has long tried to say that he won Georgia, and remember all the fraud stuff that never materialized? Well, the FBI is serving a search warrant for a Georgia election office, likely trying to get voter rolls or other voter information. This is likely the beginning of what could be a larger scale effort to try to target state election boards across the country in an effort to try to influence the upcoming midterm elections or moving forward. I truly can't overstate how big of a deal this is. He is actively now using the levers of government to target state and local election offices. Now, we don't have further details as to exactly what they're going for, other than that it has to do with the 2020 election. So spread the word. I'll have more updates for you soon. So follow along, stay up to date on all the news you need to know about.
Okay. Oh, by the way, the Fed, they kept the interest rates steady. So expect some late night poop tweets from, Mr. Donald Trump. Talking about the economy will never recover because Jerome Powell, Mr. Too Cautious doesn't want to lower the interest rates, even though, that 10% credit card interest rate thing, again, had it described to me by somebody that works in credit, like that's what they do. That's literally their whole thing is like they make sure that like people can get credit cards. So, and it's not like they sell them. I'm talking about like they work directly in the interest department and all that. And they're just like, yeah, if that happens, nobody's going to loan any money. He's like, that will essentially shut down all lending. He's like, that's not good. He's like, unfortunately, credit card companies need to have these higher interest rates in order to even like be able to function kind of thing. And it's like, oh no, not the poor credit card companies. But it's like, yeah, right now, we're going to need some of that, like, I know that you got to be very aware of the credit situation, specifically interest rates. God. Oh, I got a medical thing to tell you guys. Oh my God. Okay. So I was going through some of our bills, right? I found one that it was for one test. And the amount of money that they fucking charged us for it is insane. It was over $24,000 for one fucking test. Do you understand how fucking criminal that is? And it wasn't like invasive or anything like that. It's just, that's it. The American healthcare system doesn't make any fucking sense at all. I can't fathom what in the fuck cost that much for them to be like, yep, $24,000. It just fucking A. Anyway, yeah, if you guys didn't see the Wife's Cancer Fund, that is the reason that we have that. So if you guys can, pitch in any way, shape, or form, really goes a long way into helping us even make little dents here and there, because that's going to be the majority of our life. And right now, we're in this weird stage where we don't even know, because we're getting more and more bills, because that's how cancer works. They just make up numbers. I swear. When I saw that, I wanted to cry because I was like, what? And no wonder my insurance is kind of freaking out about this shit. Like, they have... I at the risk of sounding like I'm feeling bad for the insurance company, I'm going to be very careful here because I do not. But the fact that somebody had to process that and they were just like, how much for... And they probably went and they saw like, okay, how much is it? Oh my God. Hey, thank you for the 10, man. Rick from Oregon.
At Rick from Oregon, $10.
I appreciate that. Here, you know what? The dog gets a treat for that. I don't know. If you guys work in insurance, does anybody know about this? Like, I should have done that before. Just kind of asked. It's like, does anybody know what in the fuck they see that we don't, where they can just be like, yeah, that's how much it would cost. It's like, why? She was in a machine for not even an hour. Why? What are you... Ugh. And then, yes, just the general bills, man. Like, her ER stay. Like, the first one broke me. Like, that was the first time that I was just like, oh my fucking God. Like, you guys charged us thousands. And, like, I think that we hit close to 15,000 on just the first visit. Like, it's just so dumb. Like I said, the American healthcare system makes absolutely no sense. And this whole myth of, well, if we have socialized medicine, then we're going to have ERs where you have to wait for hours on. And yeah, guess what? That's what happened to us anyway. Are there Yes, there are I am in the middle of trying to appeal everything. The problem is, so like, for instance, and I'll just kind of simplify this. So you have multiple different like hospitals and different like, you know, medical offices that have all said essentially the same thing, that because this is a long-term thing, that we don't even technically know what we really owe. Like, we know, like, you know, the itemized stuff, but as far as like the final tallies, and when I get that final tally is when I will be able to go appeal a bunch of this stuff. But until then, they're just like, wait, just wait, which, yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking. I'm going to be honest. Doggo! Yes. Oh, he is so happy. Yeah, he got the special treat. He got the, what are these called? The frosted paws. He loves these. No, you got 2 of them already. You're getting spoiled. Someone did say it was so insurance companies could negotiate, but how the hell does that work? I don't know. Like, that, when I saw that one specifically, I'm like, what are they negotiating on this? What? Like, obviously like, in that case specifically, they are robbing the entire system blind. Like, somebody's getting fucked, and it's it's this guy. Ugh. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to go on like an entire rant about the American healthcare system, because yes, it's a lot, man. It's a lot. But you know what? They are keeping my wife alive, and for what it's worth, she is doing well. So that's one thing I will also say is, for anybody that, you know, if you guys were, you know, during COVID, just like, I don't trust science or the scientists or any of that stuff, and even if I got cancer, then I would not. It's like, don't do that. Don't be that person. It's incredible what they can do to attack cancer, especially like the way that they can. Like, they can do it in a way that it's super targeted now. So, you know, the days of getting your entire body radiated, losing your hair, like, I'll say this much: most of the people that I've seen in the cancer ward that my wife is in, like, almost none of them have lost their hair, because they're all on the same type of regimen, which apparently is a new form of treatment that, yeah, doesn't attack your hair, but it does attack your neurons. So like neuropathy and like your nerves. Yeah, apparently that's a thing. Moving to Canada once I'm 18, assuming it doesn't get colonized by then. Well, the thing is, it's... Listen. I hate to burst your bubble, but immigrating is not that fucking easy. And this is one of those things that really kind of pisses me off about Americans. Not you, Cassandra, just in general. Just in general. I do not like how most Americans have this concept that they can just move to any fucking country they want, and they don't understand work requirements. They don't understand any of it. They just think that they can pack up and move. That's not how it works. And honestly, because we live in a country that is doing this shit with ICE, give me 1 sec. All right. Crap. Cash and self-pay often gets discount, often not always. Okay, so I just saw that comment. Yes. Got it. I'm about to cry. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, I found that out the hard way because I broke down when I was talking to our insurance adjuster, because I just kind of, I said, I'm like, we're going to be in a lifetime of debt for something that it couldn't be avoided. She didn't do anything to fucking bring this on herself at all. Yeah, fuck our system. God damn it. I'm actually like really torn up right now. Yeah. And to see it, like, the way that it's fucked with my wife, and her mental health too, it's not fucking fair. Like, it's not fair. Like, she did everything right. She literally did everything fucking right as far as maintaining her health. She worked so fucking hard to maintain her health. She ate right. She did everything. And then she did everything outside of that with her work. She showed up for every function, just everything. You beat breast cancer only to get chronic myeloid leukemia. Oh my God, Debbie. I'm so sorry to hear that. But yes, some cancers can be cured. My dad, actually, he had stage 4 mouth cancer. It was cured with radiation. He didn't even need surgery. So... trust me, I know it's not a death sentence, and that's not why I'm crying. Like, I'm not... It's literally just... It's out of the fucking frying pan into the fire bullshit. Because, like, I'm worried about when my wife does get better, and then what? Then what? Then we have to stress about everything. Because she's already... Like, this is what breaks my heart. She had a moment where she just, like, she was saying how she felt guilty for getting cancer, because she's like, this is gonna follow us for the rest of our lives. I'm like, yeah, but if you're still alive, then that's what matters. Sorry guys. Oh my God. Oh. Yeah, sorry. To wrap up, it's just, I can't believe how fucked up our system is, and I can't believe that we have people that constantly fight for a status quo that they have no idea how bad it is. They're lucky enough to not have gone through it. Like, this is my biggest thing too, is because we're so young, we kind of saw this where they were like, we got a bunch of doctors telling us like, oh wow, the fact that you're even here is kind of crazy. And it's just... And it touches that's the thing. Like, you don't know when it's going to, but it's going to. Eventually, something is going to happen to you, whether it's a car accident, whether you have a slip on some ice, whether you have, your own cancer scare. It's going to happen, and it's going to finally resonate with you how this shit ruins people and just ruins lives, man. Sorry. All right, I feel better. I needed to get that out. And you know what? Thank you for listening. I appreciate that. It's wild. Thank you guys for also spamming the unicorns. She She doesn't deserve this. She didn't deserve the cancer, obviously, but it's everything that goes with it. Capitalist. No, and you know what? You know when you see that? When you're admitted to a hospital, and before they can do anything, they have to get you registered. So you get this person that they wheel this little computer in, and it's just like, okay, so we need your history and who's your insurance? Okay, where do we bill this to? Who's your next direct contact? And you hear it where you're like, okay, every little bit of information that they input, you're like, oh my God, this is going to cost us so much fucking money. About those bills, I have to pay $10 a month. They can't come after you as long as you're paying. That's, Debbie, that's kind of like, I don't wish this on anybody ever. When I say I genuinely do not wish this upon my worst enemies in life, I mean it. Like, this is so fucked up. So, it literally does cost millions sometimes to go through a cancer fight. We're about to hit that. Sell some stuff on the wall. Yeah, okay. Yes, that's going to make the major difference is, the few Warhammer figures that I bought throughout my fucking life. Fuck you. God, I hate people like you. I really do. I've already sold a bunch of my fucking valuables, but you want to be a cocksucker and fucking tell, like, oh, you should sell, like, the pictures on your wall. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Those are worth maybe $10 fucking. Like, fuck off. Like, what is wrong with your fucking... What's broken in your soul that you needed to do that? Especially when I'm literally talking about how we're going through the healthcare system in America with my wife having cancer, and your dumb motherfucking ass comes into my chat and is just like, sell some of this stuff on your wall. Fuck off. God damn. You people are fucking broken. Like... That's not even trolling. That's just disgusting. Like, what the fuck? We print our own money and they say we can't afford healthcare. Conservatives deserve this. Yeah, conservatives deserve this, maybe. But not nobody that fucking rails against this, I'll say that much. But no, you know what? I walked that back. No, fuck that. I wanted to be mean there, but no. Conservatives do not fucking deserve this. Even that cocksucker right there that made that comment. I will fight for him to have his health care. Because you know what? I'm a decent fucking person. Something they know nothing about. Fucking A. Yeah, I know, Kat. I worked in a hospital in Austria years ago. Homeless people got help like everyone else. It's possible to give everyone health care in a mixed economy, at least, yeah. Again, when I saw that bill... It's just insane. How in the fuck are they going to charge you fucking $43,000 for a simple test? Like, it wasn't anything wonderful or out there. Like, I just whatever. Vertical commenters are nasty. Yeah. Unfortunately, I do get a lot of hate that comes through here, which I just don't understand, like, the need to do that. But whatever. It's also why I won't tolerate anything less than single health care. The karma's there. But I would allow conservatives on board if we all did it. Well, again, it's not about, like, I'm not going to have a board. I'm not going to do that. It's all or nothing. And I want everybody in America to have fucking health care. Plain and simple, okay? CS, I love you. Oh, well, thank you. Hey, you know what? I appreciate that. I always appreciate a nice comment here and there. All right, so back to the... You know what? I'm going to bring this back. I don't really want to do the deep dive into the healthcare system, but let's go into this protest stuff because these were the protests that were happening yesterday. I like your attitude. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Most religious people on earth know grace. I mean, they don't, but I genuinely... Like, I'm trying, guys. And, you know, I kind of got caught up in it yesterday where I was trying to be, you know, kind of mean to some people that were being dicks in chat. Realistically, that wasn't as fun. That's not just... God. Can we put out some fucking positivity into the world? That'd be great. the medical industry. They charged me $10K every time they did a 5-minute CAT. That's what I mean. The diverticular. Oh my God, Victor. That's what they thought she had. They thought my wife had diverticulitis twice. She went into the ER twice, and that's what ended up costing us damn near fucking, $30,000 by the time we were done with that. Yeah, they thought that she had diverticulitis, and then when they did the CAT scan, they were like, huh, well, that's a really big mass. That's weird. Well, we want to get you an MRI. MRI comes back, and then it ended up being a 15-centimeter tumor. And they were just like, by the way, yeah, you got the big C. You got cancer. And yeah, the MRIs are astronomical. You got lucky on that one. $4,500 for an MRI is actually pretty cheap. Pep, you made me feel welcome here when I first got here. Thank you for that. And it's okay that you have emotions. Some people in chat are just cruel. Yeah, I understand. Trust me. I wouldn't be able to, I know that I kind of do the jokey bullshit, but no, I wouldn't be able to do this if I didn't have thick skin. And honestly, it doesn't bother me as much. It's just every once in a while I do get that, why do you gotta be that way? Why? What's wrong with you? Let's fight. Richard Hughes, you're just like, I don't know you and I don't know your politics, but I want to fight you. Okay. Sorry, man. I hope she recovers. Yeah, she's doing great. The problem, it's what I'm just saying. It's, I got hella overpriced fucking insurance too. Don't even get me started on that. My fucking premiums just went up 18%. They said 13%. No, 18%. It's like they just took that 3 and they folded the 3 out. They were just like, no, oops, it was an 8 all along. Our bad. Ay. Streaming from Washington State. Good luck on Wife's Journey. Thank you, Red Mutant Samurai. Hey, that's a dope name. No, thank you for the well wishes. I appreciate that. MAGA! Is that all you guys got? Is this Trump 2028 in all caps? Okay, cool. Cool. Trump save Europe from these dirty globalist bastards. Dude, he's literally doing a new world order. What are you talking about? The globalists. He is the globalist. Trump is the globalist. He's the ultimate guy. He's like the guy. He wants to be king of the world. That's a globalist. He wants a new world order. He just called it something else. The peace conference. I'm calling it a peace conference. He can call it whatever the fuck he wants. It is 1000% him doing a new world order. Is that a joke? No, it's not a joke. You're definitely a liberal male. I am not a liberal. I'm a leftist male. So get it right, dude. Whatever. Oh, God. He's America first. No, he is not. He is not. Actually, here, you know what? Fuck it. I can show how on America first he is.
So my shock about the depravity of this administration has now largely just turned to anger.
Thank you for that segue, because I had this queued up for later, but this is perfect for it.
And it's not even anger at Trump and MAGA, which, there's been a lot of that over the years. It's more about, the inability of anybody and everybody around them to call a spade and realize just how fucked we are now as a country. So in a sense, I'm even more disappointed in the media and the Democrats and normies for not realizing just how far gone we are as a country. And that's on everything. It's from the imperialism and the colonialism and the warmongering to the fascism here at home, the destruction of the Constitution, the destruction of our economy, the systematic obliteration of our economy. Look,
the tanking of the dollar is the big one.
Look at this, y'all. So, as you all know, you had the World Economic Forum the other day, and Trump gave a speech, and a bunch of world leaders gave speeches, and Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney, actually gave a devastatingly accurate speech, where he correctly points out the era with the U.S. as the sole superpower is completely and utterly done. It's not coming back. Don't mourn it. We just need to adjust strategically moving forward. Okay? So it was real, nail in the coffin type shit for the U.S. empire, is what Mark Carney said. And at the same time, Canada is negotiating with China. They're making trade deals, right? Here is what Trump said when he was informed. Hey,
No, it's a reinvention.
Canada-
It's not dude, he's not reinventing the fucking wheel. He's not like, you do understand that just econ is econ. Like numbers are numbers, man. So when you start doing this thing where like you get rid of like a bunch of the influence that we had. So, okay, America first. Great. Fine. This idea, like, for instance, you guys wanted us to pull out of Ukraine because we were spending too much money there. We don't want to spend money on foreign military bases, but you don't understand how short-sighted that is because those projects made it so we had a lot of fucking goodwill with the other countries in the world, which made it so our influence was felt everywhere. So that meant that we didn't have China coming in and expanding their influence and expanding their power. Now we are giving that up. We are, and willfully too. Now, and like we have a bunch of people in here cheering it on, saying America first. It's like, dude, you don't understand how that means America last on the world stage. And you guys are all gonna bitch about it when all of a sudden the American dollar is devalued to a point where it's almost worthless because they don't trust us. We're not good business partners, and on top of it, we're no longer on top of the fucking on the food chain. We're no longer the fucking, the highest on the food chain anymore. China and Russia are about to overtake us on that.
Just finalized
Specifically China.
A new deal with China. Here's what Trump said initially.
I'd prefer not to have that.
Ready?
And it's when it happens, not if it happens.
Prime Minister Carney is in China.
No, this isn't delusion, dude. This is literally just being able to read the writing on the wall. No. The fact that you just called me delusional kind of tells me that you're a little insecure, because if that ends up happening, then you have no one to blame except for him and yourself for supporting him.
Prime Minister Carney
At some point, you need to kind of like be a little more skeptical, dude.
is in China.
That's why that's why gold is $5,000 an ounce.
How do you see the deals?
Yes, thank you. Anybody that understands basic econ is looking at the fact that rare minerals going up is horrible for the American dollar.
Canada and China, I've just
Dude, look at our bonds. Our bonds are about to become fucking worthless.
signed
And they're going to dump that shit.
trade deals between the two partners.
Well, that's okay. That's what he should be doing. I mean, it's
Right there. That's okay. Yeah, Canada and China, they should have other deals.
a good thing for him to sign.
Guys, what the fuck is America first about that? Where all of a sudden we're not getting anything from that. And we're the ones that lost those contracts. We don't we had so much money invested into renewable energies with fucking Canada. Now all of a sudden we're just like, you know what? Don't need it.
Trade deal. If you can get a deal with China, you should do that.
If you can get a deal.
So that was his
Dude, seriously, he is slipping hard.
reaction when he was told.
Hard, man.
Hey, Canada-
His health is just deteriorating. Him wearing the black glove yesterday is
They
obvious.
just made a new trade deal with China. Now, the reason why that matters is because China is now
This is great
becoming
for
like
rich
the
people. Yes,
for-
that's what I have been saying about all this. It's great for people that already have a shit ton of money, but for anybody that's trying to build their wealth or trying to fucking just live a modest, even middle class life, you're gonna get fucked.
partner to all these other countries around the world. The U.S. used to be, and now it's becoming China. Why? Because China is more stable, more reliable, won't immediately rip up trade deals and treaties on a whim. You can trust their word, right? And so that was his reaction in real time. Well, guess what? Apparently, at some point, somebody on his staff explained to him, hey, here's why this is bad. We are losing our power. We're losing our control. We're
Yes.
losing our grip
Finally,
on
someone.
the world. So then Trump comes out and says,
The black glove,
if Governor Carney thinks
No, he's covering that fucking giant bruise that is hiding his dementia. But okay,
he's going to make
keep trying to pretend that he's perfectly healthy. Dude, look at his eyes, and also the fact that he keeps forgetting that he makes promises to you people.
Canada
He doesn't even remember saying the $2,000 check
a
thing.
drop-off port for China
That one's on video, by the way, where he's just like, who said that? And they're like, you did. He's like, I said that?
to send goods and products into the U.S. He is sorely mistaken. China will eat Canada alive,
I find it
completely
funny.
devour it, including the destruction
pooped
of
today?
their
Yes.
businesses, social fabric, and general way of life. If
I'm
Canada
quite
makes a
regular,
deal
thank
with
you.
China, it will immediately be hit with a 100%
Trump don't have dementia. I mean, he forgot what the term for Alzheimer's was. I don't know.
tariff
Seems like
against
he's
all
quite
Canadian
close.
goods and products coming into the USA. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Yeah, where's the $5K Doge checks?
In other
oh, yeah. Forgot about those.
Words. He completely flips
Excuse me.
and provides the exact logic and reason why Canada knows, hey, in the long run, I got to break up with the U.S. and I got to have a better deal with
peeing
China.
in bottles next
and
to
the
the
whole
computer? No.
world, Europe, they're thinking
No,
this,
I am not the quartering.
Trump was just threatening to steal Greenland. You think Europe is looking at this like, oh yeah, these are safe and reliable partners? No, what Trump is doing is basically begging the world to drop the dollar as the world reserve currency. That's what he's doing.
Good news. Dementia J. Trump won't last
Guys,
another year.
here's the thing.
Hey, I don't like that name. I don't know why I don't like that name because I forgot what she even called me. But you know what? I'm not exactly a fan.
Even if everything just ended now, right? Let's say Trump passes away, J.D. Vance comes in, J.D. Vance rolls back the tariffs, right?
Good God, I'm glad I grew out of liberalism. You really end up being psychotic thinking that you're a hero of the story.
Back the tariffs. They have
I don't care if I'm a hero or not. I just want to be on the right side.
meetings with the world
Specifically, the right side of like the economic downturn too.
leaders and say, look, our bad, that motherfucker was crazy, whatever. Even in a scenario like that, I think the damage is already done. I really do.
He's got dementia. He's too stupid to be president. Yeah, he single-handedly beat the whole Democratic
the
Party.
whole world is
hey,
going to
you know what? Same thing can be said about Biden and him, though.
look at the U.S. and say,
Ironic how that works, huh?
hey,
How an old man, this old doddering fool, somehow, he kept you under his thumb for 4 years, this crime lord Biden.
okay,
But he also was like, half dead. What's that say about you?
how do we know that in 4 years you won't have a new
Hero
Trump
of the day.
protege that comes up that supports the tariffs, that supports the trade war, that goes after its own allies? How do we know? We don't know. So why don't we just break up with you and make a deal with our more reliable partner, with China? And the whole world is going to be thinking that. Europe is going to be working with China. Canada is going to be working with China. South America is going to be working with, everybody's going to be with them because they're more stable, more sane, true to their word. And we're just like a abusive, alcoholic ex who's lost his damn mind. That's what we are now.
The thing is, dude, Grover Cleveland fucking was a much worse president. I don't know. You need to study history, my guy.
And so guess what? In the wake of this,
Grover Cleveland.
I believe Carney came out and said, okay, we're not going to do the China deal. But I honestly...
Oh, my God.
I think he's...
The guy that started the depression.
Just saying the thing
fucking,
that Trump wants to hear, but they're going to continue
forgetting his name.
Making a deal and doing deals. Because I think what the world noticed is this guy's got the attention span of a fucking mosquito. And so all you have to do is just tell him, okay, sure, yeah, we're not going to do that deal. You got it, bro. But then they're going to keep, they're not stupid.
Hoover, thank you.
They're going to keep doing the diplomacy and negotiations behind the scenes. And
Hoover.
not only Canada, but the rest of the world is going to slowly but surely break up with the U.S. And
yeah, the economy was pretty okay under Biden, dude.
Get married.
You could even argue that it's technically okay now because we're not even in a recession. This idea that everything... You do understand that half the problem is the narrative of the economy. Because again, even under Biden and during the election season, it was pretty good. It was not great for everybody, but it was petering along to the point where it's like, okay, right direction. Same thing with that. Now we're like, oh, it was going in the right direction. Now we're going in the wrong direction.
To China.
Dude, inflation rose, and now they brought it back to what it was when Biden left. That's not a win, guys.
And that's where we are, y'all.
I'm just going to say that
now,
much.
by the way,
it's not exactly what he promised.
Hey, there's all sorts of evidence of this. China has been slowly but surely...
Also, those tariffs really are fucking with a lot of shit, man.
...really dumping U.S. treasuries.
Okay.
Look at this. This is insane.
This is, ignore the numbers.
U.S. dollar share of global reserve currency has fallen to its lowest levels this century. This is literally unprecedented. Look at this. Institutions are reducing dollar exposure.
Mm-hmm.
I told you, one of the long-term impacts of the Trump regime is going to be de-dollarization. Yeah. And when that finally happens, this country is so cooked you have no idea. Look at this. Not just the yen. Several currencies are rising versus the dollar. All these currencies...
Prices were dropping. They've risen again.
Are going up against the dollar. The dollar is losing value rapidly. This says here...
When he threatened that 100% tariff on China, they all rose again.
There's a 35-year daily U.S. dollar chart, but what it actually is the price of gold chart flipped upside down. Because the price of gold is skyrocketing. The price of silver is skyrocketing. Why are those skyrocketing?
Yeah. Again, these are all like classic indicators that the economy is about to fucking enter a major recession or depression.
Because those are what's viewed. They're viewed as
And
like
on top of it, again, once our dollar collapses, I would not, if I was a betting man, I would place my money on China and all these fucking people that hold our bonds to call in our debt. Then we're fucked.
natural currency, right? There's a limited supply. People always want it. So it's like a natural currency. We used to be on the gold standard. We're not on the gold standard anymore. But when there's a crisis
The problem is, even if you're like, listen, if you're a European, the euro isn't the world currency. You understand that if this happens, this is going to take everybody's currency, except for whoever takes over as the global currency, which will likely be the yuan.
the dollar,
Or yuan.
people, the flight to
Yuan.
safety now is to
I don't
precious
even know how to
metals,
say it.
is to gold, is to silver. And so other currencies are going up. The precious metals are going up.
Yeah.
The dollar is going down. Do you see the writing on the wall yet? And Trump keeps bullying these countries
Yeah,
that
and U.S. will say that they're not going to pay and then war.
have our treasuries.
Yeah, this isn't exactly like his casinos where, he can just walk away and then be like, tough titties.
And they can dump our
What
treasuries.
are you going to do, sue me?
He keeps bullying these countries. Eventually, they're going to pull the rug out from underneath us and fucking de-dollarize.
See?
Right? We've already
See?
given them every reason in the world to de-dollarize. We do sanctions all willy-nilly against
Nothing
the countries
happens. How
that piss
about
us off.
doubling the national debt
Well,
in a
as
year?
soon as the world de-dollarizes, you don't have to worry about those sanctions anymore. The sanctions are only potent because the
No, Denal, you overvalue the American dollar at that
world
point.
reserve currencies.
Because I'm just, listen, I'm not even saying I'm a fan of this numbnuts. I'm saying I don't want this to happen. I live in America and I would like America to prosper, but that's why I'm pointing out the problem with what he's doing. What you're doing is you're like, rah, rah, Trump, he can do no wrong. And here I am getting information that I'm mad about because I don't like the numbers. I don't like the theory that we might not be doing as well as we thought we were. So you know what? I'm going to tell this guy that he's a soy boy liberal cuck, and I'm going to completely ignore all this information. And then when this happens, I'm going to blame the Democrats because that's all I know how to do.
He's the dollar. As soon as you get rid of that, you don't have to worry about that anymore.
Fucking Christ, dude.
Right? So he keeps giving the world reason.
Also, show how fucking insecure you are about this. How much you actually are listening to this and hearing, oh, shit. Oh, shit.
To move on. To move past the U.S. And I think that's honestly exactly what the fuck is going to happen. They're going to move on. They're going to go past the U.S. So he has ushered in the end.
That's the next logical step. And that's why China is stepping into the Panama Canal. That's why China is stepping into pretty much every fucking, every role that we left open.
The United States as we know it. And the craziest thing is, he's not even
just look at Africa, like how much they are investing in Africa.
Going to be around to see the fucking worst of it. This motherfucker's going to croak within the next 5 years, and then he's not going to be around to see all of the fucking pain and suffering that his ass caused by doing an unnecessary trade war, making the world hate us, alienating us and isolating us, leading to a fucking giant Great Depression. He really acts in a way that only an idiot.
They're not looking to handle Africa. They're investing in Africa. That's the difference.
Could act. Like, other world leaders are smart enough to...
That's why they'll be able to, theoretically build military bases and things like that.
No.
It's almost like where Trump really fucked us on the Greenland thing is the fact that he now made us the laughing stock of the fucking world because they were, like, Denmark was just like, dude, you walked away with the exact same deal we gave you before. And you're like, big win for me. You know what? I totally negotiated the shit out of that. It's like, sure he did.
Nothing lasts forever. Empires rise and fall. He's so fucking stupid. He actually seems to think this thing called the American Empire, it's just always gonna go on.
There's a lot of people that think that way, though.
People always want to work with us. Why the fuck would they want to work with us? All you do is disrespect them, spit in their eyes, slap them around, rip up treaties you just fucking agreed to. They just made Trump himself.
Yeah, 50 years ago, and then we stopped because of Ronald Reagan, and that's the problem. Had we stayed there, we would probably have more influence.
Deal with China, with
God
Canada.
damn it, influence is good.
His first term.
Global influence is good.
And then he ripped it up in his second term. Why would anybody trust any words you say ever? Why would they? We signed up for the Paris Climate Agreement. You fucking ripped it up. You just pulled out of the WHO. You just pulled out of all these, UN committees, for example. Like, why would the Iran agreement? That was settled law. It was a treaty. You fucking You violated it and ripped it up. Why would anybody make any deal with you knowing you could wake up tomorrow in a different mood and fucking destroy it all? It's like I'm having to explain the most basic elementary level concepts to these people because they're so fucking stupid and dense. They just want the show. They just want the theater. They just want Trump like triggering the libs and making people laugh. And it's like, okay, but he also just destroyed anything and everything about this country in the process. We're completely untrustworthy.
I just realized this is a stream reacting to another streamer.
Completely hated. And that has long-term consequences,
Yes.
guys.
We call this streamception.
It has long-term consequences. And, yeah. So like I said,
It's got good information
the
here.
thing that probably infuriates me the most is that why am I the one having to say this, right? Why isn't it the Democratic Party explaining this? Why isn't it?
Believe it or not, this actually kind of proves, though, like, with the way that I watch Candace Owens, Piers Morgan, Tim Pool, all these fucking right-wingers, I probably watch more right-wing content than right-wingers.
The mainstream media outlets explaining this.
I was thinking about that the other day. I was just
it
like,
is
holy
so
shit.
over. I can't even
I
put
really
into
do.
words how over it is. And everybody's acting like it's not over and like this is
Bandit,
just
what
an
up, man?
aberration. Trump is just an aberration. And like we'll move on past him shortly. And it's like, you don't get it.
Yeah.
You don't get it. There will be no moving on past this. It's not going to happen.
No, and you don't, like, it's not like we hear about, like, these giant strides that they make with their EV market, which is insane.
Because
Tim is a centrist. No, he's not.
he did irreversible
He's
damage.
a centrist, then I'm a centrist.
In the same way that when Elon Musk, the world's richest man, was marauding through the government illegally and cutting pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels, there was no like, oh, we'll get him out of there and we'll like fix it. They did so much damage, it's not even fixable in one
What's up,
term
Brian?
of a
How's it
Democratic
going, man?
president.
Good to see
Right?
you.
And it's the same shit with Trump. This is permanent damage that we're talking about, and it's unfolding right in front of our eyes, and they're too stupid to realize it, or, and this is a bigger question, they're doing it on purpose.
This is what I wanted to get to.
They're doing it on purpose.
Yep.
So he's either acting like a Manchurian candidate or he is a Manchurian candidate. I'll leave it up to you to determine which.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all.
No, that was a good summary on that one, because I genuinely think that is kind of where there's a lot of proof there, where it's like, dude, everything he is doing it's benefiting China and Russia. Like the way that he's just like, we're focusing on America first and the Western world. We want the Western the Western front. And everybody else can have their little chunk of the world. It's like, dude.
Well, do me a favor and like.
Okay. And also, like I was saying, giving up all that influence is going to end up backfiring pretty fucking hard. Here we go.
Talk to them. No one is safe. No one is literally safe. If it happened to Renee, it can happen to you. It can happen to anybody.
I think we have to address the
penis,
the micro penis in the
micro
room. Can I have you explain the sign
I
for
like
us?
it.
You can help build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents.
I swear I thought I was do the same thing with the. It's like all ICE members have micro penis.
Years and you go straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so fucking important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Clear the street!
Protesters now moving themselves off to one side or the other of the street to allow an ambulance to get past. I want to note that it's always a common talking point for anyone who wants to be dismissive of a movement, wants to belittle it in any way, to be like, when they take to the streets like that, well, what about the emergency services that can't get through? Well, there you just saw an emergency service get through. So don't ever let yourself fall victim to that messaging again.
Yeah, because they were trying to say that
close
yesterday.
to where Renee was shot.
Yes, that's the block that we're on right now.
Okay, yeah, because I noticed the T-Rex on the car.
Yep. A local monument here on the block.
Right.
Maybe before we reflect a little bit more on some of the policy stuff here, since we are in the place where Renee Good was shot and killed, let's talk about feelings here. How does it make you feel to be in this spot where you know that the center of this hurt that is animating so much of this crowd right now?
Oh, It's really heavy.
Guys,
man, it's really heavy.
Real quick, I just want to say, if you guys enjoy my content, you guys are coming in here and you're telling, kind of everybody to chill out. I appreciate that. Thank you for stepping in.
It's really, really sad, and it's all the emotion.
In general, if you're enjoying the content, please hit the like button and sub.
Because it's also just a lot of anger.
I really do appreciate you
immense
guys.
Gaslighting that's happening.
Even the haters.
So yeah, it's just really, really sad seeing that.
Like I said, even haters, I hope you have a good day too.
She was somebody that,
because if you have a good day, that means that it's like, oh, that Pep guy wanted me to have a good day. I won't have a good day now.
Could have been literally any one of us, just trying to stand up for what she felt was right.
I think we have to address the micro penis in the room. Can I have you explain the sign for us?
It's the kind of energy that ice gives. I mean, it's the guys that were nerds in high school, and they're trying to make up for their lack of manhood.
My sign for my last protest.
That's what you see with the. I assume when you're saying the lack of manhood and the way they're trying to make up for it, you're talking about in the hyper violent ways that they're conducting themselves with here in the city.
Exactly. Yeah, going above and beyond what their role should even be, I suppose, if you could even justify what a normal ice roll would look like, I suppose.
Yeah. What a normal world would look like. Describe to me what this world should look like. I've heard from people in this crowd who say this doesn't feel like the United States of America anymore. What, to your mind, should a real world centered on like the values that our country, at least on paper, says it aspires to? What should that world look like? What's the world you're fighting for here today?
It seems like kind of basic, respecting basic humanity. Understand that anyone who is undocumented, anyone who's an immigrant here, is here for a reason. I kind of like the very simple saying that the only difference between you and an immigrant is luck. And if you're here, you immigrated at some point, unless you're a Native American. You immigrated at some point, and you were lucky to, I guess, be able to make a home here.
Does this feel like the United States of America to you?
F cancel culture. I will agree with that.
No, and even when we were occupied here, during the early 2020s, when we had the National Guard parked out in front of Target, that was, we lived through this before, and it's just like, what?
How does having these agents in your community make you feel?
It's terrifying just to know that anyone could be assassinated on the street at this point in the juncture. I'm locking my doors more than I'd ever.
As your neighbor, I want to say, all you Americans, Canada is your friend and always will be. We, the people, stand by you guys as you have been. You have us regardless of what the current and future governments say. Hey, I appreciate that, Matt.
Anyone could be assassinated
Big fan of Toronto.
At any time. Not something that you hear, when you're growing up in school, learning about the ideals of America and your history or your civics class. But yet,
I just realized I've never been to Toronto in a non-hockey capacity.
Something that is very real here in the Twin Cities, so much so that you're locking your doors more. You feel
Zachariah Stitchin bullshit.
Less safe. How could, if the Trump administration wanted to,
Anunnaki,
rather than spend billions of dollars on federal immigration agents to come in here and kill people, how could it instead spend that money that would actually improve either your life or the lives of people you know?
Sure, they're offering tens of thousands of dollars. A student could use 40 grand for a degree to go towards a degree. A family could use that towards a house, where houses are being, bought up from outside markets around here, where we have far too many 5-story buildings from outside investors. That money could go towards the community here, go towards building security again, towards the schools that have been shut down here over the years.
Like Toronto, come to the prairies.
Yeah. What? Yes. It could be far better used.
We've been on the ground here in the Twin Cities for weeks and weeks. We were here before Renee Good was shot and killed. We'll be here for weeks and weeks after, because we value staying with a story, telling it adequately, telling it fully, bringing you as many perspectives as possible, lifting up the voices of as many people as possible, and not treating things with false equivalency. false equivalency. I want to explain a little bit about what that is. That is both sidesing an issue. There are some 50-50 issues, don't get me wrong, where there are legitimate debates to be had. But then there are many, many more where it is a simple right and wrong, or it is a simple people versus person.
MAGA bootlickers jerk off to photos of ice holes.
Where there is one maybe powerful person,
Ew, but David,
usually a moneyed interest, or
What's up,
someone
David?
who might be sitting
Welcome
in
to
the
the
White
show,
House, who wants to take a given
That's
position,
funny.
and the media will present that as being half of the issue. Here is one side, and then minimizes the other thousands of voices, like what we are hearing right now around us. The many thousands of voices are minimized into the other 50% of that issue, where any reasonable person could look out at this crowd right now, look out at these thousands of people who are gathered here at the intersection of 31st and Portland Avenue on Minneapolis's south side, occupying these streets, yelling "fuck ICE," and try to minimize it, put it in a box, try to act like this is
a much better march and protest than the one last night, by the way.
this is just one perspective.
This
No,
is
this
morning.
is the perspective of thousands of people. This is how people actually feel. And yet,
The cat ears.
on too many news broadcasts tonight,
What's wrong with the cat ears?
this march will be given just a few seconds, maybe a minute and a half. If
Man, some people just don't allow people to just have fun.
this march
You realize that? Oh, look at the cat ears.
is lucky and there's like a reporter out here.
Fucking A. It's a hat. You're gonna hate on somebody just having little cat ears on a hat?
A local TV.
The fuck is... Seriously, find something that gives you joy. Because god damn.
Report covering it. There'll be a
The
minute and a
just
half.
amount of fucking hate all the time. It has to be just...
90-second
Is it not exhausting?
TV package,
What's up,
it's called.
Caden? How you doing, man?
I know I used to work in local TV news, but that's the extent. Even if that reporter wants to try and give it more time, no, powers that be say, no, we don't have enough time. We need to fit in some more ads for soap, so you can only have 90 seconds, and we need to keep it moving because we need to make sure that we just give the weather
Back from a
report
cold.
and the sports scores too,
Been at work
regardless
today?
of what is happening in the community. That same pattern is followed. Because
Gonna wear
serving
my owl
those
bear
corporate
hat even
interests
harder.
is
Nice.
more important.
Talk to them. No one is safe.
Yeah, see? Love the hat.
No one is literally safe. If it happened to Renee, it can happen to you.
Actually, I love that hat. I want that hat.
It can happen to anybody. We're here to speak up for everybody, not just Mexicans, all
A lot of
Latinos,
insecurities in MAGA. No shit,
all
man.
Hispanics, white,
There's just the fact that like so many of them, their first instinct is to just be a dick.
African Americans, Somalians. We are all a community here in Minnesota, and we are all
I
here to
don't get
stand
it.
for each other. Doesn't matter what happens, we are here.
How does it make you feel to be surrounded by
And then once you match energy, they're just like,
thousands?
These mean leftists. I thought that the left were the ones that were supposed to be nice. I thought you all just sat down and kumbaya'd while we just sat there being hateful cunts.
Of people who feel the same way you do.
I'm actually very glad that people share the same compassion and anger that I have for my community. I am very appreciative of everybody that is standing here today, everybody that comes here, even though they know that they're at risk, because nobody is safe. I am beyond grateful for what people come here to do here in this city. Everybody stands by each other, and Minnesota really is a family. So to everybody in Minnesota, I love you. We all love you. Everybody is watching, and we all support each other here.
I believe love will always outstand hate.
Thank you for what you do, man. His stumbled upon you scrolling through the YouTube Reels thing. I'm out. Got to go to work. Hey, Vegan Dylan, I appreciate you finding the channel and enjoying yourself. I will catch you on the next stream.
And
Definitely,
peace will
yeah.
always win over war. Love will win.
It's shit like that.
Peace will win.
Thank you.
And we're committed.
Renee was a member of the LGBT community.
Good turnout
as
today.
am I. I'm a
Holy
trans
shit.
woman myself. And
On a Wednesday? Wow.
the importance of being out here in general.
Chinga la migra.
Just it outweighed my fear of coming out here. I just want us to find peace with our neighbors.
Is this Minneapolis? Yes, it is. Yeah, this is right. This is they did a march from where Alex Preddy got shot, and then marched to the scene where Renee Good got shot, and then they ended it at a park.
As the previous gentleman
Still looks cold. It is about 13 degrees today in Minnesota.
said, love wins. Love always wins.
Idiots. Did you just really say idiots? Like fucking like Ren and Stimpy?
Thousands of people felt the need to take to the streets in the
Fucking
wake
Power
of
Toast
one
man
of their fellow community members being gunned down, being killed by the Trump administration, by an ICE agent, shot, a mother of 3, her car crashing down the block.
Somali lovers. What is with your racism? Why the fuck? Dude, yeah, sure. Somalis are cool.
A child.
Mexicans are cool. Yeah, people of other cultures are cool.
Who will grow.
I don't dude, I will never get, I do not understand racists. I don't get it. You fucking weirdos. And then all you do is you parrot the shit that you hear on your fucking, in your little bubbles, and you're just like, yeah, Somalis are criminals. Even though they're not, but okay.
Because of what the Trump administration has done here, and the way this community has responded and rallied has been...
Gary, you don't even have the balls to show up to one of these protests to try and actually do some journalism to try and prove that these are, you know, paid protests. So shut the fuck up. You want to talk about being useless? You're sitting here in a leftist chat saying, you're a coward.
Movement that is...
You took time out of your day to do that. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed.
Snowballing so clearly that has been evident from our on-the-ground...
Why would you do that?
Perspective here. From
fucking Sebastian Maniscalco.
Bringing you this on-the-ground perspective, we have seen protest after protest grow in its size, strength, intensity, never growing riotous, but instead focusing on delivering a message that they do not want ICE agents
You're doing
in
great.
their
Keep it up as a
communities.
refugee.
They do not
myself,
want
I support you. Thank you, Van Halen.
this suffering to
I
continue
appreciate that.
either here in the Twin Cities area or anywhere across the country. And I can say this with so much authority because we have talked to so many of the people here on the ground and lifted up their voices. I want to ask you a question. Where else are you seeing this kind of journalism being done right now?
He's got a great point. He really does. Okay. Hold on, guys. Oh, here.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like, what?
This is the lady that was in the pink jacket in the Alex Preddy
And I knew he
video.
was gone because I watched it. And then they come over to try to perform some type of medical aid by ripping his clothes open with scissors and then maneuvering his body around like a rag doll, only to discover that it could be because they wanted to count the bullet wounds to see how many they got, like he's a deer. I watched that, and that is what it felt like they were doing, and that is part of why I was like, what are you guys doing? Why would you jostle his body around like that? You're not even doing anything to help him. But I knew he was gone.
Well, for days she's been called the woman in the pink coat, and she captured the crucial video showing exactly what happened when Alex Preddy was shot and killed by DHS officers. She had not come forward.
Can anyone tell me what a leftist
until
is?
Today.
I mean, okay, so I can tell you that it's pretty much anybody that believes in exercising your compassion in a way that also plays into your politics and your policies, whether it be economic or, you know, societal.
Her name, which is being revealed for the first time, is Stella.
That's how
Carlson.
I view it now,
She's a
because
children's entertainer. She runs a
literally,
children's
you have an entire party that's just been like, we have no place for empathy.
entertainment company. She's a face.
Empathy is toxic.
Body painter and an airbrush artist. All of it a world away from anything she or anyone.
What
could
is my
possibly
pronouns?
imagine. You knew he was gone then.
I knew he was gone. There was no way with the way
Wow,
his body
somebody
was
needs to
moving,
learn
and
how.
I only knew that because of the way they were
how to structure a sentence before I answer the pronoun question.
manipulating his dead body, just playing with it. Like they're in a video game. They were looking at us and laughing.
After the shooting?
Yes. I mean, the reason of escalation was due to the mockery We understand why the MPD is unable to intervene on a level we would like.
Who am I responding to?
Think
Caveman.
that
Oh,
their
my YouTube
kindness,
chat.
compassion, looking us in the
Where's
eyes
the Epstein files?
would occur
Exactly.
in these moments when we're being attacked.
Brother
in the
Blood, my
streets.
pronouns are fuck I space.
And the MPD
Also, how you doing, Glenn?
just felt like they were part of that team at that moment. And maybe that I'm not talking about the whole.
Appreciate you stopping by.
Minneapolis Police Department people on the scene.
Once the yellow tape was up, there were MPD officers who were standing in line, 5 of them, I think, and they wouldn't look at us. Everyone just kept saying, just look at us. You're our representatives. You work for us. Why won't you look at us? Like a part of our community just was murdered in the street. Like, you're our Minneapolis Police Department. Why won't you even just look at us to give us solidarity? You know, when we walk around with the whistles around our neck, it's not that we have, like, we know we can't do much. But what we do know is that we can let our community at large know when we're walking around, like, I see you. And if you're stuck in your apartment, I want you to see me. I'm another person walking around.
Hey, yo, thanks for responding. Pep Talks TV wasn't fucking expecting that. Hope you're doing all right, man.
Here
Thank you,
to
brother.
protect you as best
Appreciate
I can with my whistle and my phone, which really feels not great.
And yet, you stood there with a phone, and you documented.
My only request is hit the subscription button and hit the like on the stream. Helps me out a lot.
You didn't run away.
I am not one to run when I'm afraid. I just, no way was I going to leave Alex by himself, undocumented. Like, that wasn't an option. I mean, obviously somebody was just executed in the street. I knew I was in danger. We all were. But I wasn't going to leave if we weren't all cleared out. And if it wasn't for the collective actions over the past 3 weeks, I don't know if I would have been able to stay that long. But I knew that this was a moment, and we all have to be brave, and we all have to take risks.
Double
and we're all
tap
going to
that
be
screen.
given moments
Bunch of
to make that
scallywags
decision.
like that.
And I guess in my default mind of
Good use of scallywag.
crisis there, that's where mine fell. And I'm grateful to myself, and I'm grateful to anybody who was supportive to me
Blowing
after,
whistles is dangerous.
to make sure I
Snowflakes.
could get to safety and get that video uploaded to the right people.
The federal government says that they are investigating what happened.
Am I
Have you
pro-Trump?
been
No,
contacted
bunny mom.
by
No, I'm
anybody
not.
from the federal government? FBI.
Welcome to the stream, though.
No.
Regardless.
No, I have
Border
not.
Patrol, Homeland
Appreciate you
I
stopping
do
by.
have a legal team now who are fielding much of that, and I am no longer
Yeah, is
accessible.
MAGA still for the Second Amendment? You know what? I genuinely did not get my questions answered from that yesterday.
In those ways.
I talked to your attorney this morning. She said she
I would
had
like to
not
know,
received any outreach
you know,
from
as a leftist that is pro 2A,
FBI or anybody from
what are we doing here? Like,
do
come
not
on.
think they have-
The guy is literally close to being like, you know what? We can't have guns. We got to figure out a way to make sure the dangerous criminals on the streets don't have their guns.
Have my name.
You do understand what that means, right?
Yet.
Like, that is the biggest attack on the Second Amendment in American history, right there.
Obviously, they will.
If he does it.
You've given testimony to state investigators.
Yes.
Do you have confidence?
Hell yeah.
In a federal investigation?
No. No, I do not. I have faith in various representatives throughout our country who are trying to do the right thing and make sure that justice is served. I have faith in.
I tried to go on to get Rubio to go on Michael Savage's show when I dated his niece while he was running for senator, and he wouldn't go on the show.
I think they are wanting
Michael
to
Savage.
make sure to protect us and investigate it thoroughly, but they
I know the
are
name.
trying to block that from happening. They wouldn't even let the investigative team come to the crime scene. I mean, their goal is to protect themselves and to spin stories.
It's incredible to me, though, that 4 days after this shooting, you have not been contacted by anybody from the FBI or the federal government. Right. What does that tell you?
That they're protecting themselves and they don't care about the truth of what happened. They're looking for their way to create the truth that protects them and allows them to move forward with whatever it is, which we all have various ideas of what that looks like, but whatever it is that their long game is in creating this violence in our streets. This is not, these are people from all over the country who have not been trained to intervene, kick down doors, break away families, leave children stranded in the street without their parents, having communities throughout Minnesota trying to come together to figure out who can foster all of these children who have been abandoned in apartments that have been kicked down with now no family around. I mean, how can you...
I love this paid protester thing. It's so fucking tragically hilarious. This is America, where we all have the right, or where all the rights we have that make this... what the fuck? Why is this stopping? Hold on. All right, there we go. Make this an attractive place to be where... Damn it, it stopped again. Here, I'll just start here. This is America, where all rights we have that make this an attractive place to be were earned through protest and civil unrest. Yes. Hold on, guys. I gotta reset my chat. It's, for some reason, only giving me, like, little bits and pieces.
You justify that. There's enough evidence for what they've been doing before it ever came to murder.
Oh, it's because I put this on priority chat. Hold on.
I know it is. It was
I gotta
an
stop doing that.
assassination in full view in the middle of the streets of somebody who has served our country and continues to at the Veterans Hospital. Like, nobody should have to worry about being assassinated in their streets, especially in America, which nowhere it should be that way.
Again, this paid protest thing, I keep saying this. If you guys are so convinced that all these protests you see are paid, or protesters that you see are paid, go to one and ask where you can get your fucking check.
I think people
And
are
then,
feeling...
here's the thing. Make sure that you got your little hidden cam or whatever the fuck, as long as you're in one of those states that you can record, and then have your story. It's literally it would be one of the biggest stories on the right, but none of you can fucking produce this. It's weird. It's almost like you don't have any proof of this.
Like, there's nobody here to help us. There's nobody who can step in to protect us. And
it's kind of ridiculous.
I think people are
It would be one of the easiest things to disprove. You understand that? All you have to do is just show up.
And shooken, like, what do we do? What can we do? What is in our constitutional rights that don't seem to matter? The Constitution doesn't seem to matter. There's many people who have died.
How?
But we don't...
Just go. Like, go to somebody. Sorry, you were responding to somebody else.
From being detained and having a medical crisis without intervention. I've heard of many stories where people are sick and they don't have their medications. Like,
it hasn't been proven. Where's your proof that he was a paid agitator?
all of those human rights
He
violations.
showed up because he was on a signal chat. You understand that there's an there are ICE watch movements. Yeah. And that's just a bunch of volunteers, community members.
Those stories aren't being told yet. So this is only the beginning of a very long road.
Jesus, even PSL, who organizes a lot of these protests, they're not paid.
It does end.
They're usually paying
We're all
for,
ready
like,
to move forward
the
with
fucking signs, all that
productive ways to make
bullshit.
this
Like,
better.
anytime that you see those, like, oh, look, they all have the same sign. Yeah, they're printing these signs out so people have something to hold.
How do we do that?
And some,
when
like,
our
yeah,
local
that's
officials
how
in the state
protests
of
work
Minnesota
a lot of times.
also have their hands tied.
But I'll be
So
honest,
that's-
I don't like those protests.
It broke down to then it's us. We only have each other. Nobody's here for us. Nobody's going to help us right now.
That's
because
not,
their
yeah,
hands
it's not
are
organic.
tied.
No, what we saw earlier was organic. Like the march just through the streets, like that was organic
So
as
this is
fuck.
what we can do. I can document in case somebody
That ain't
gets
finance?
detained, which is
Go prove with documentation that they are paying people to be there.
what I was feeling.
I will sit there and eat all the fucking crow if you guys can prove it. Any of you. I invite any of you to do it.
Filming, right? In case someone
Then you will see a retraction in the form of a pep talks video of me going, you know what, guys? I was wrong. They found the paid
gets
protesters.
detained. Did I think I was going to be filming a murder? No.
But until then, prove it, bitch. Seriously.
No.
Fuck.
Do you worry about you becoming a target?
Such just that, like, it's like, it is the narrative right now in the right. So you would think that anybody would go do it.
You've
Yes,
spoken out?
absolutely.
But here we
Yes,
are.
But yeah, I hope that me coming forward and doing this allows others to do it with me.
Who? What is the name of this protester that fucking admitted that they're paid to be there? Who?
I think there's safety.
Who's the one who broke this? Or is it just, I don't know, is it a bunch of bullshit?
And more of us taking
like,
those
seriously, you guys, and that even theoretically, you get one video of a protester admitting it. That's not exactly what I'm asking for. I'm asking for you guys to break it where you have on video that you are taking money from a protest organizer. That's breaking the story.
Risks.
But instead, here you are like, I saw it. There was somebody on a video that I saw on TikTok.
I understand we cannot all do that.
Yeah.
This is just, one more moment to tell the truth. One more moment to, I'm just here to represent all the work we're doing, and I'm here to represent the truth. I'm not here to represent me. I'm here to represent we. I care about my community.
No, I was asking one of you to break it.
I care about
That's
my
what I
state
was asking
and my
for.
country. And this is one small thing I can do.
Although I am interested to see that video.
Stella Carlson, who provided crucial evidence.
I guess 60-year-old watching AI videos. Yeah, shit.
Perceptive now from former Minneapolis Police Chief Medario Arredondo. It is incredibly brave of her to come forward.
I spelled this wrong.
Yeah, Anderson, what I saw from Ms. Carlson is...
Thank you for the sub and the laugh. That was funny as fuck.
I saw both courage, but I also saw vulnerability.
I spelled this
wrong. One of the
wrong.
things that stood out to me as well is it was almost this appeal to leaders that we just want the truth. The people just want the truth. As tough, as difficult as it may be, she's saying, have the moral courage. It may not be pretty, but tell us the truth.
What's so stunning is, first of all, had she not
just show up,
videotaped this and had the bravery to stand there 5 to 10 feet away from this.
Then they also they try to move the goalpost where they're like, well, how'd you find out about the protest? It's like Indivisible posted it on their site. See, Indivisible's paying for it. It's like,
and
no,
the others,
they're organizing a protest. That's how that works.
But also, there were multiple people from different
They
angles.
don't understand, organization, which kind of,
the lies would stand. I
Yeah.
mean, and who knows how many other lies have been told.
I want to be MAGA. Yeah, just show me proof. I want to be MAGA so bad. Just show me the proof.
Yeah, and and unfortunately, there's been situations throughout the country where these engagements, these interactions with police have not been captured on video, and so communities left to see what they know is the truth against another narrative. And so, again, courage, vulnerability, but bravery, and you can sense that.
Do you think the arrival of Tom Homan is going to make much of a difference in terms of actually what's
Hey,
happening
anyone
on the
else
ground?
get their Doge check?
The tactics being used, the individuals who were roaming the streets masked?
I did.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I got my $5,000 Doge check.
People are going to be expecting.
Yeah, you guys didn't? It was signed by Donald J. Trump himself.
A change.
What are you talking about, guys? Hold on. Like, did you not?
They're
For
going to be
real?
expecting a change in the tactics.
That's crazy.
Borders are Homan being here. That's something different.
Weird.
But Anderson, if the people do not see a change in the tactics, none
Volcano
of it's
Gaming. While I agree with you, yeah, try not to spam caps.
So they're going to expect change.
But yeah, no, we agree. You're okay, man. Also, yeah, Volcano Gaming. How's it going, man? My Doge check went to Greenland. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Greenlanders are getting your Doge checks. Come on, guys. Don't you know? Let's see. Knives out for Christy Nome.
And start with some of those comments from Trump.
Do you think he was acting as an assassin in Minneapolis? Who's that? Mr. Preddy, your deputy chief of staff said that. You don't think so?
I think with this latest shooting in state.
With that being said, you can't have guns. You can't walk in with...
You can't have guns. He said it. I have heard too many people say, Donald Trump did not say it. And then they were trying to say, well, isn't it convenient that you can't really hear what he's saying in this clip? It's like, all right, we heard it right there.
What about the Second Amendment?
You can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. But it's just a very unfortunate incident.
What is Christy Nome going to step down?
No.
The assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Preddy is a domestic
Yeah, his
terrorist
freaking, he's wearing the
I
black
haven't
glove.
heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But hey, look, bottom line, everybody in this room,
we view that as a very unfortunate incident, okay?
right.
Everyone,
That's
unless
right.
you're a stupid person. Very, very unfortunate incident. I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a...
Look at this guy's face drop the second he said that. And this guy, look at this guy. All these Second Amendment guys are just like,
Very unfortunate.
Even the little girl, her fucking face was all like, wow, look at the president. And he's like, we can't have guns. And she was like, what?
Incredible. So Emily effectively there, saying he would not characterize
Look at
Alex
Emily.
Priddy
She even
as
looks
an
pissed.
assassin, but effectively saying he was killed because he had a gun.
Right, and I think Dana Lash obviously used to be a spokeswoman for the NRA, quote tweeted that and said something, one of his comments, and said something like, please make this administration stop talking about the Second Amendment.
Do I like Trump? No, I do not. Eli
just
Eli
tell them they're not
Mastro.
allowed to talk
Hello.
about the Second Amendment anymore. But you could see
Do not like
in Trump both like sides of his dueling political instincts or his dueling personal and political instincts. His personal instinct is to say, hey, this guy doesn't like me.
Donald Trump likes Trump.
He brought 2
I like me. You know what? My friends like me. My wife likes me. I like me.
magazines.
He starts doing the fucking Gil's whole thing from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
He's an agitator. And then on the other side, you can see he recognizes there's an obvious problem. And that's why people are even asking the question, an obvious political problem for him. And I don't know what he thinks about the substantive problem, but he at least recognizes there's a political
Junkrat, how you call me a moron when
problem
with
for
my
him,
main
which
character?
is why the
How do you do
swirl
that?
right now of rumors about Kristi
Apparently
Noem.
Junkrat doesn't
That's why
like
that's
me.
even
That's not
being
great.
asked in the first place, because conservative media, Daily Wire, Daily Caller, are reporting that the tensions inside the administration between the Homan camp and the Noem camp are absolutely real. That they have been
Kyle
real
Rittenhouse is
for
carrying
some
illegally.
time, and you can see with Noem
say shit
stepping
about
back
that.
and Homan going
I have said that.
to Minneapolis, meeting with Jacob Fry and Tim Walz yesterday, that it's genuinely possible he demotes her in one way or another.
No, he was at a protest with a weapon, though. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, dude, really? Now you're going to do he wasn't on that side. That doesn't fucking matter, dipshit. You're making the argument that having the weapon is the problem.
Well, I think he's looking for a scapegoat.
Jesus
and,
Christ. This is why nobody takes you guys seriously.
The fact that there is pressure that there.
Yes, yeah, and so was Preddy. Preddy was also protecting. He was protecting 2 people from ICE.
There have been
You
some, at
understand
least.
this? And they were not trying to get anybody or arrest anybody. He didn't stand in between them and somebody that was running away or any of that. They came up, pushed those women. Now we have so much context and so many angles that even Trump, Donald fucking Trump, has walked this back.
Top level.
Like, dude, read the room, guys. When your own party and the person that you're sitting there fucking idolizing just says, yeah, you know what? Yeah, he just shouldn't have had the gun.
Or cosmetic.
Like, they're not saying he was impeding, he was doing this, he was doing that. Like, come the fuck on.
Changes, I think, is incredibly significant.
Lies from bots.
At the same time, we have to keep our eye on whether, the sort of systematic problems with this approach are actually altered. And, that's something I'm very skeptical.
You have seen what happens before the video, and if you haven't, then you just need to go look up what happened before the video there, Southern Miss. It's very easy.
And we can talk to Ken
very easy
about it. And also, I mean, it does fit a pattern of whenever something
There's
goes
4 minutes that lead up to the altercation.
wrong for Trump, that people can't deny, that,
Where
MAGA
you
can't
watch him just directing traffic,
deny. It's never
making
his fault.
sure that nobody
right? It's
had
always,
what
it's
happened to Renee Good happen.
this person, it's that person, he's getting bad advice, etc. And so I see a lot of that with this as well. There was
MAGA loves some pedos. I mean, they love protecting them, that's for sure.
of Trump psychology.
Like, dude, the fact that they are going so far out of their way to make sure that Trump does not face any retribution for his fucking involvement into the Epstein scandal is incredible.
This was a very interesting.
And he has just gone so close to just admitting that he is implicated. I mean, it's good enough where he's just like, you know what, some friends of mine, they'll be, you know what, that'll hurt them. That should have been enough for everybody to be like, well, that's not great.
Insight into Trump psychology.
I mean, did you guys not see that?
Not that this will necessarily surprise people, but he indicated he may actually feel
If you want the real reason that Biden didn't release the files, it's because it was of Ghislaine Maxwell's her whole trial.
a little bit worse about Renee
From my
Good's
understanding,
murder
they were still fucking locked up because of that.
because of the fact that her parents were big Trump supporters.
But you won't find any fucking excuses for me if that's not what was going on. Then fuck it. Yeah, that was really stupid of the Biden administration to not use the one thing that could really tank Trump.
So let's go ahead and take a listen to that one.
And I'm not sure about his parents, but I know her parents were big Trump fans. Makes me feel bad anyway. But, I mean, I guess you could say even worse. They were tremendous Trump people, Trump fans. And, you know, the daughter was, she was, I don't know if you could say radicalized, maybe not. I don't know. But I hate to see it. I hate to see that.
I mean, what can you even say about that? He's ranking how badly he feels about these various killings from his own agents based on the proximity to Trump fans.
Miscalling us babies because we actually
Not
watched the
surprising
videos.
at all.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk a little bit later in this block about how he responded to what happened to Ilhan Omar last night as well. But
Wait, did somebody just really call the Epstein files a nothing burger?
worth noting. Actually,
wow.
This was in Political Playbook. I was reading just
The
before
fact that they're still covering them up after they signed it into law that they needed to release them. Nothing
from,
burger. Yeah.
I think it was the president of Slovakia who was after.
Tell me more how you now believe every single thing that Trump and the Republicans say. Do you understand, just in general, how that's why I will never respect people like that? Because you spent so much time with the Democrats, Brandon, everything, just in general, where you're like, the government's coming for you. Big government's coming for you. Now that big government is actually coming for people, you have nothing to say except, based, love it, yeah.
Everything went down last week. Let me make sure that I have this exactly right. This
is what makes it so hard to be consistent in my values, where I still want you fuckers to have health care.
Is the prime minister of Slovakia. He said that a meeting with Donald Trump left him shocked by the U.S. president's state of mind. He told EU leaders at a summit after meeting with Trump. And this is according to 5 European diplomats briefed on the conversation.
The only people that actually have their lives controlled by Trump are the ones that dude, you're in my chat defending Trump, saying I have TDS.
This man,
you do understand how that kind of plays into I think that you think about Trump a lot too. You're sitting here defending his honor when he doesn't even know your name.
Is Robert Fico, and he is,
and he never
as
will.
Politico says,
he doesn't
one of
give
the
a shit about
EU
you. Never
leaders
will.
To frequently support Trump's stance on Europe's weakness. He was
God,
concerned.
you could literally die for his cause, and he would just be like, okay, you know what? This guy, I don't even know his name, but I'm glad that he was there.
About the U.S. president's, quote, psychological state, according to
Peyton's mom.
diplomats. And then FICO used the word, quote, dangerous to describe how the U.S. president came across during their face-to-face meeting. So that is from a leader who's pro-Trump, worth noting.
Yeah,
I mean,
FICO is very sort of like MAGA adjacent kind of a guy.
Yeah, he spoke at, I'm pretty sure he spoke at one of the CPACs in the last year.
Wow. So do you take that as he's actually sort of unhinged, that he's, this is like age decline? What do you read into that?
My read is that
a lot of people are saying that, man. A lot of people are saying what I've been saying. They're seeing his eyes now, and they're like, something's up with him.
It's age decline. I think our standard of age decline is watching the dramatic decline of Joe Biden, but not everything that's age decline is going to look as dramatic as Joe Biden's decline looked in front of everybody as it was playing out. So I think I
actually kind of agree with her on this.
That's my best guess, because when we've seen him, and I think...
Dude, Emily's not a fucking liberal. She's actually conservative, bro.
Some of us have talked about this, Chris.
That's the thing. This is my problem with these people. They can't even be fucking genuine in just being like, oh, look at you guys. You're watching liberal, a bunch of fucking liberal bubble here. It's like, but I'm watching a conservative give her take on this. What are you talking about?
And Ryan have talked about this.
What the fuck?
He seemed different a little bit. I mean, he's always... None of it surprised me that he just said about, for example, the family of Renee Good versus the family of Alex Pratty. I don't find that particularly surprising, but he does just seem lower energy in some of his public appearances.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and put up this next development.
You're talking to my fans?
Is we have very few details about, but is one
Hey,
to
man,
watch.
you can make fun all you want. The fact is, I
Was,
still can't
a
believe
man
that I got
shot
people
in
here
what's
that
described
enjoy
as
me.
an
So
incident involving border
appreciate
patrol
it.
in
Every single one of
Arizona.
you.
Man who the FBI said has a criminal
the people
history
that
of
fucking
human
hate
smuggling
watch
was
me.
shot and wounded by border patrol agent in Arizona on Tuesday after allegedly firing at agents. According to officials, Patrick Gary Schlegel, a 34-year-old Arizona resident, was shot around 7:30 a.m. in Arivaca. I don't know how to say that. Sorry, guys. About 10 miles north of the U.S.-Mexico border. He was shot after a foot chase following a traffic stop related to an active alien smuggling matter. So that is what the government is saying. The government has often just flat out lied.
Hitting that like button, guys.
So that might be what happened. It might not be what happened. But if we can put this next piece up on the screen, we now have a
Hope your wife gets better. I'm out. All right, Gorilla Wrenching. I appreciate
record
that.
of more than a dozen shootings.
Trolls boost. I know.
Involving
so I'm just like,
ICE and various DHS agents. Per the Washington Post, there
I'll engage
were
a little,
16 different DHS
I'll even
shootings.
give you. Thank you, Southern Miss.
You
Look
had
at that. I
quite a
appreciate
number where they initially charged
Roxanne's and I gave you a thumbs down.
the people who either were shot or shot at. For example, in the case
Just
of
like
Miramar Martinez in Chicago, that's one we followed very closely. They claimed the agent was blocked in by 10 vehicles, that she, the initial report.
Yes, my wife has cancer.
Was she
instead of spending time with her, I am online.
Grabbed a gun.
Yes, there's reasons that I'm not there
Now,
with
she
her
did
right now.
have a weapon.
Like, the fact that I really can't be. Visiting hours are, very...
much like Alex Preddy,
set.
that she was legally permitted to carry. She never touched the gun. Body
guys.
camera footage came out, and they dropped the charges and walked away from them. That has happened in a number of cases where you had these shootings from ICE or from CBP agents, where they initially claim that, we're going to arrest this person, we're going to file charges because they did something that provoked this, was self-defense, et cetera. And they've had to go on and drop the charges because once, you actually have to go to court and prove
What is this channel all about? Low IQ voter.
the claims that they're making.
Well, I like to, have political conversations. I'm a leftist, but, I try to
They're unable to
listen
do
to
so.
other people's opinions, even though
That's a
a lot of
good
people
point
are
that their
just mean.
spin is actually, I think sometimes their spin is rather clever, but it is about galvanizing their own side.
This guy sucks, but attacking his sick wife is
So
low.
that people, this is what spin is, but
Just remember, those are Trump supporters. Those are the ones, just remember, you guys got to own those. At least on the left, it's a little easier for me to just be like, yeah, fuck that person. I don't see that a lot on the right, though.
so
But
intentional.
I appreciate that.
That it's about sort of muddying
about
the
Star Wars
waters
and
and
Godzilla.
galvanizing
A little bit.
their own side in a way that makes it
Occasionally.
hard for some of these
Do I actually try? Or all hate?
narratives to
No,
take
it's
off.
not all hate.
But some of the narratives have been misleading, like the little guy last week. That's obviously a problem too, but it's effective. And when you have to prove those claims in the court of law, I think these numbers are pretty interesting, Crystal.
Yeah, well, and it also proves why it's been so important. The people who are recording in and around Minneapolis, because without that footage, it's just
Good that I'll stay and
government's
listen. I
word
appreciate that.
versus this individual. Or if in the case
As
of
I said, guys,
Alex Purdy
appreciate
and Renee
everybody
Good,
being here.
obviously they can no longer speak for themselves.
Borders closed. Well, that's interesting because they just had an incident yesterday on the border.
So-
with somebody that was, they came through the border.
That's why that mission of just recording everything that's going on has ended up being incredibly significant in a number of these instances in order to actually establish what truly happened, not just the government's spin, because that is exactly what they do. And, I think this ties in with the Noam versus Stephen Miller, Tom Homan versus Greg Bovino thing here is Miller, according to the Noam camp, Miller said, okay, this is the narrative we're going with. He was a domestic terrorist. He was a would-be assassin. He was planning maximum damage.
He wasn't caught at the border, by the way.
And
no,
the reason
he
they
wasn't.
do
He was caught 20 miles away from the border, and he had been there for a few days already.
that before,
So it's almost like, nah.
anyone can even
Sorry,
see the
man.
video to see what actually happened, is that that has been their pattern and practice in the past. And it has worked in a number of instances where they can at least get their narrative out as you said, it muddies the water. Their supporters who want to.
Plus, this whole the border being closed narrative. So you're telling me that there's literally no traffic through the border right now? You're telling me that if I wanted to go to Puerto Vallarta, they wouldn't let me there because the border's closed? Is that how that works?
To believe them and want to.
Or are you telling me that the border's still open? They still have people coming in and out, and then people just do it the same way they did before, where they just overstay their visa, except for the fact that nobody even wants to come here anymore.
Back up their side of the story.
You do understand that that's also inherently a problem, right? Like, immigration's actually a net good for us.
Start spinning.
But sure, keep talking about how you want the economy to do well and population and blah, 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 but you don't want to bring anybody in.
That out.
Like,
and then by the time
you just want to shut down the country, make sure that everybody knows how great it is, but you're not allowed here.
you have any sort of contradictory evidence, many people have already moved on. Again, I'm thinking of the case of Marimar Martinez is another great example of that, where right when it happened.
Yeah, you're going to need it because the American dollar is going to fucking tank.
Before.
You do understand that silver going up is actually very bad for the American economy in the long term, because that's the sign. Right there's the sign that they don't trust our dollar anymore.
Or we had any of the surveillance footage or any of the other indications, the right really believed the government
story. Just pay
story
attention
that
to the
these
fucking,
ICE
the
agents
way
were
that
under
money
attack.
works in our geopolitical fucking atmosphere, but whatever.
I think there were CBP actually.
MAGA feelings, they definitely always are on the pulse.
Were under attack, that they were blocked in, that it was self-defense, etc. And then by the time it's all resolved, most of the country has moved on from the details of that, and they haven't really thought too much about it. So it seems to me that they tried to run that exact same playbook here, and it was just too undeniable. There was too much evidence, there was too much footage, and what they claimed was so dissonant.
No, it's going up because they need it for a lot of tech.
From the reality of what actually occurred.
Even on the Wall Street Report today, they were talking about it's because the U.S. dollar is unstable right now.
Clearly, I mean, when you have officers involved and their lives are on the line, there's an incentive to spin from them as they are going up the chain of command.
Wait, are you talking politics to pay for your wife's cancer? How the fuck does this make sense?
Saying, this is what
well, my wife's cancer fund is just kind of like, part of what I do. I was a streamer before that.
Happened. So. And that's why, by the way, with all of their new funding, every single one of them.
I'm just going to fucking answer your questions. I don't care. I know that some of y'all are trying to be dicks and just trying to be funny or whatever.
That's not what's happening right now. The numbers are not that every single one of them has body cameras. And I think it's still a minority of them are actually wearing body cameras. The numbers are, the Washington Post had some numbers on that, but it's definitely not every one of them, which is why we don't have body camera video. And why, in fact, in the Renee Good case, you had a guy holding his cell phone as he was patrolling that particular situation. So all this is to say, you have a obvious set of incentives that is not towards,
Southern Miss, have you read any of the fucking troll comments coming through my fucking chat? Are you fucking kidding me right now? You want to talk about decorum?
The truth, although now that everybody is filming, it does make it harder. I mean, there's just this case is one that I think the public's trust was kind of shattered because the news and in a non-partisan way.
I will only take
I
so
sent
much
this to one of
condescension.
our
That was
messaging
insane.
things, but this is from
on.
Alex Clark. At
The stock
Turning
market
Point
is
USA,
not the economy, yes, but it is definitely a good way to gauge where the economy is going. That's why people look at it the way they do.
Said, I run a Facebook group of over 20,000
also not a great fucking indicator
of
anything substantive in the economy? Gas prices, but we still look at that and then we make the correlation behind, gas prices are low, so economy good.
I already think the Alex Preddy shooting was unjustified, and I know folks are making the argument that it's only optics that people are thinking the Alex Preddy case is that other people in the public are losing faith in the Trump administration
my
and all of this. But
is coming
I also
up in
think
6 minutes.
when you are in the government and you come out with such a bold
Talvani Mage,
position
how's
that
it going?
this guy was trying to do
Welcome to the show.
maximum damage, that he was there to massacre law enforcement, and there's probably
the fact that my wife is the subject of trolls and haters is so sick. I'm glad that you
we had
are
dozen
so
videos
late.
taken
Thank you.
from the scene
What
where
about egg prices? Egg prices have gone up again.
he's
So I guess, if we're going to include those two.
clearly just a average person involved in the protest.
Oh my God, seriously? Somebody just told me to touch grass?
Disruption, however you want to talk about it.
Wow.
That is a really dramatic, like that's the type of thing that creates a trust gap with your own, with independents and with people who are like, thinking, what do I want? What do I make of
just
all
like the
of
uptick
this?
In the unemployment rate? Yeah.
It's like the entire
that even with the Trump numbers trying to fudge shit, they couldn't get around the actual report of like, businesses being like, hey,
what do I make of the administration's entire approach?
Frightful Lago, bro, this comment section's gross.
To
yeah,
immigration,
unfortunately, there's not much I can really do about it. I have all the moderators that I can, but this is the algorithm.
The Second Amendment stuff on top of that. And yeah, it's Trump's political instincts. You can see he's kind of being torn. He understands there's a problem, and that speaks pretty loudly in and of itself, I think.
Well, over a long enough time horizon.
I'm not a troll. I'm being genuine. Politics is like Hollywood as far as I'm concerned. Angel, I like to say that's more like pro wrestling, but yes, you're not wrong.
If you are
Trump is a scum. Russian name, yes.
Gigantic Trump
I have no idea what that
he is going to humiliate you.
But
and he did that here because Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, JD Vance all get out there over their Greg Bovino over their skis doing the thing they think Trump is going to want because that's what he's wanted all this way of lie, cover up, never back down, never apologize. We're the good guys. They're the bad guys. That's how it is.
Dog, I know you've addressed it, but I straight up cannot comprehend these people supporting this shit.
No,
I know.
The children of the light versus the children of the dark.
I try.
And then Trump sits back.
Antifa will fall.
Sees the
Again,
way.
The fact that you got people out here still saying Antifa, where, dude, the administration doesn't even use that. Notice how they're not calling them Antifa. They're just saying, they're terrorists. They're domestic terrorists.
Disaster for him. And he undercuts all of them. So and not just the administration officials, like all of the, right-wing influencers, the Matt Walsh types who were out there going hard in the paint, going to the mat over, sorry, no pun intended, Matt Walsh. But anyway, going to the mat over, backing up this completely bogus narrative about what happened. And
Trump
then your guy just comes in and
felon,
casually is like, no, this was a terrible incident and we're going to look into it. So, this is what he does. Now, in terms of any sort of like actual accountability here,
in the paint? I mean, that's a hockey term.
Wait, sorry.
And if you are in my paint,
A5 up on the screen. No civil rights violation investigation is going to happen. DHS is going to investigate themselves. They still, of course, are not cooperating with the local and state officials. They went to court to argue that they're allowed to destroy evidence in this and other cases. So that's the reality of what's
also a basketball term.
Happening behind the scenes. But
I did
in
not know
this
that.
case versus Renee Good, they at least felt enough pressure to pretend to do some sort of investigation. So I guess we'll count that as progress. Let's go ahead and put the next piece up on the screen because we do have some early
all political live streams are awful. Everyone is so angry and hate-filled. Almost all of them ride or die for their side and lie regardless of what the truth is. I try not to do that.
Initial DHS.
I literally said I would make a retraction if somebody can prove to me that there's paid protesters.
Review. And even this, self-review
Even though I know
that I don't think anyone will really trust.
I mean, I've been to many protests recently, and I can say I wasn't paid for a single one.
Trust to be impartial.
And we all make the same joke, like, man, we got ripped off.
Even that already contradicts the initial narrative that came out. To me, there were two important pieces of this breakdown. Number one, Preddy did not brandish a gun. Of course, we already knew that because we all watched this. The only thing brandished was a phone, Emily, and our friends over at Newsmax did demonstrate how I guess you can brandish a phone like it's a weapon.
Trump owned
in any
child
case,
beauty pageants while he was best friends with Epstein.
Yeah, like that exactly.
I don't think we have the
yes, and they also they were best friends with that frickin' Victoria's Secret guy too.
Video, but you can look it up.
Yeah,
Greg Kelly
there was no fuckery going on there at all.
Blue steel for the camera and was pulling a phone, making it. He's
Yes.
like, it looks like a gun, right? He's like, I don't know about you, but it looks like a gun. Ray
These are
Kelly's
supposed
son,
to be
by the way.
trained law enforcement professionals. I'm pretty sure they could probably tell the difference between a gun and a phone. And if they can't, then that is a whole other issue that we need to think about. In any case,
How
the
dare
other
we
important
peacefully
detail
protest? I mean,
there, which
that's-
had come out
a lot
in some
of
of
people
the
seem to think that way.
New York Times, I think, video analysis, there were two separate agents that fired shots into Preddy. There were two agents. So I think there were 10 shots 8 of them came from one guy, 2 of them came from another guy. So, we've been thinking in terms largely of one individual responsible for this killing. And in fact, it was 2, which I think is significant because it speaks to, this isn't just like a one-off. This isn't a bad apple. This is.
If you can prove it to me, no, you would have to do it through chat because it would be that easy. You could just tell me, hey, look at this huge fucking headline from CNN and all these once mainstream media starts reporting on it, because that's when it actually matters, or Fox News even.
2 guys, and even if you give them the most charitable reading that they thought there was a gun and they were under threat and they got spooked.
YouTube chat.
After Alex Priddy is lying motionless on the ground, they
sitting
continue
there
to
from
pump
your
bullets
fucking
into his body.
So look at these plebeians.
Those were the 2 I thought significant parts of that investigation, that early
Roscoe's Chicken and
evaluation
Waffles. Fuck yeah.
from DHS.
God damn.
And if we put A7
Roscoe's
up on
Chicken
the
and
screen,
Waffles is fucking fire.
some new information came out about Priddy himself. He
Get
had
over it, big
been
boy.
recording, this is
You have
something
a
he
fire
had been
name
doing.
and a
This
shit
wasn't his
attitude.
first time. And apparently previously, he had, the week before, he had
Dude, they literally fucking executed a man on camera. Y'all are blind.
had his ribs broken by federal agents. So it says federal immigration officers have been collecting personal information about protesters and agitators in Minneapolis, sources told CNN.
You are not the martyrs. Oh, so now you're mad that they're actually,
And then,
the death happened and now they're using it to justify, kind of pointing out that, hey, yeah, these heavy-handed tactics, they kind of are not great. And that whole, Gestapo thing, turns out that was,
had documented details about
Had some
Alex
fucking
Priddy
weight behind
before
it.
he was shot to death on Saturday. It is unclear how Priddy first came to the attention of federal
Hey,
authorities, but
421,
sources told
'cause pep
CNN
talks.
about a week before his death, he suffered a broken rib when a group of federal officers tackled him while he was protesting their attempt to detain other individuals. In a statement, DHS said DHS law enforcement has no record of this incident. A memo sent earlier this month to agents temporarily assigned to the city asked them to capture all images, license plate identifications, and general information on hotels, agitators, protesters, etc., so we can capture it all in
Happy 420.
one consolidated form. So what CNN is claiming here is not only did Alex Priddy have his rib broken the previous week, which again speaks to the, consistently insanely aggressive tactics of these federal agents.
Oh, my wife
But
gets
the
mad.
other
Thank you,
part, Emily,
Honda Rider.
that needs to be at least looked into is they're claiming that he was put into some sort of database of known protesters, known quote-unquote agitators, and that raises the question over whether or not he was actively targeted by those agents on the scene who end up taking his life.
I mean, I find the database possibility. I mean, it sounds like it's a lot more than a possibility when you actually have agents out there, as the viral video from Maine showed, saying you're now in our database. I find that highly disturbing.
And we consider you a domestic terrorist because we put you in that database. So I mean,
which is pretty much anybody that is anti-Trump. It's not even just a bunch of leftists.
Dude, Alex Priddy in that same way.
Yeah, I mean, I find that very disturbing. What I see in the Priddy video and what I see in the Renee Good video, and what I see in so many of these videos is more of a Keystone Cop situation than an operation that is finally
Second Amendment is bad, actually. MAGA.
tuned to target people like Priddy. Like in that video, for example, it seems as though, to me, CBP was trying to deal with the woman, and Priddy stepped in between them and the woman, and that's where it all went south. And so I don't know. I'm skeptical.
But even with that, why were
the fact that you said that this is somehow the worst enemy, like the Democrats, the domestic political party is the enemy. You're fucking stupid.
they assaulting this woman?
You're actually genuinely fucking stupid. We've had at least a two-party system in this country forever. We have been talking about how we want more political parties because we think that this is a fucking monopoly. But then we have these idiots that are like, no, we want one party. One party.
Why do they push her?
Are you fucking stupid?
Her to the ground.
God damn. You know what? Where's that? Where's the female MAGA supporter in here? Miss something. Miss MAGA. I forgot your fucking name. But I'm going to just say this much. Just so you know, once all of us are locked up and we're all in the insane asylums and we're all gone, they're coming after you.
The two women that were there, why did they push them to the
Holy
ground? Why did
fuck,
they pepper
man.
spray them? Why did they pepper spray?
There's nothing more un-American than these assholes that are just like, yes, we need an autocracy.
Alex Pretty, like none of it was necessary at all, which is why I say I think you're
Lefties
right.
are the enemies.
And
yeah, see right there.
this is very typical
You're anti-American.
of this
You're literally
administration that there is a
anti-American.
Keystone Cops element to what they do. But they're also, you had Trump himself saying that
I will always acknowledge that there's going to be political differences because it seems to be politics comes down to two things. Do you empathize with your neighbors or do you have a very selfish mentality? That's the first one. So the people that have the very selfish mentality where it's like, I need to protect mine. I want every dollar I've ever made. I don't want to pay any taxes ever. I don't want to help anybody that I don't have to help. Well, you can't force me to help anyone because you can't force me to do anything.
they're coming to Minneapolis or Minnesota.
And then you have the left that's like, yeah, they tend to be so fucking, weak and nice. That's the problem.
Right.
Is that they also
you have
don't
the vice
fight for a lot of things when it actually matters. Like my biggest criticism on the left is the fact that they wait until the very last moment to finally get involved or to recognize that something's a huge problem.
The United States saying these guys have quote unquote absolute immunity after they killed Renee Good. So of course,
also the cancel culture bullshit. I kept telling them, I was just like, you know what? No, that's not great.
They took that message from the top that
certain cancel culture, like Me Too movement, that was good. But I'm talking specifically about like the people that when they started going after comedians and just random people in the media where they were like, hey, you said this on Twitter 10 years ago. That shit did so much fucking damage that we're still feeling it today. And I was saying it then. I was just like, if you guys keep doing this, if you keep micromanaging people's fucking their thoughts and not allowing people to grow and say, I'm sorry for something, again, I said 10 fucking years ago, that is stupid.
The president of the United States wants me to be roughing up and assaulting.
You just describe people on the right. Yeah, now that's what they do. That's why I also point that out where I'm like, wait a minute. So the people that were like, yeah, we could joke about anything are like, oh, don't make jokes about Charlie Kirk. That's distasteful. And we want to shut you down. We want you fired. Yeah, that's my point, though. That's also like where I'm sick of it, where if you cannot see that's a problem in the inconsistency in which way you actually present your politics and what you actually care about, then that's why we like get to the point of not even listening anymore.
Just terrorizing.
Like, I'll be honest. I have even had to go towards that fucking like just ignoring people because it's like, guys, you don't want to see you don't want to learn. You don't want to change your mind on anything.
Communities, which is why you don't see it, in one or two instances where it seems to be nearly every
interaction. Making jokes about a dead person is distasteful.
Is not
sure.
Not to de-escalate, but to ramp things up, but to escalate to the next level, but to create these incredibly chaotic, dangerous, and violent situations.
The story that seems to be emerging is someone ICE was looking for ran into the dump.
See, liberalism, that's just another way of couching empathy and just being like, you know what? Empathy is a mental disorder. You see? There it is, right there. That's all you need. That's all the proof you need that I'm right.
Trying to get the pieces of the puzzle put together here, but someone ran into the donut shop, and because the ICE watchers had identified a vehicle, they started kind of dispatching themselves over to this block and making it difficult for ICE to then apprehend the suspected migrant or whomever was in the donut shop or whatever part of that operation where they were trying to nab someone. And
conservatives will never know empathy.
So, I mean,
that's funny because I'm literally, oh, please, liberals will never change their mind. They operate solely on the emotional level. Then conservatives will never know empathy. Also, to say that they only operate on the emotional level, dude, you're literally like, you are what rage bait is made for.
When I look,
like, do you understand that it was so easy to even get you here just based on the way that I put Trump in just a few things in the title?
Look at
Jesus Christ.
The Pretty broken ribs story.
No, you guys are the easiest fucking marks ever. ever. That's why Trump loves you.
It does make more sense to me that
Seriously,
his parents
because you're so stupid. You guys are rubes.
were
You're easy to fucking. You want again talk about emotional.
worried about him. I think people are
Fucking
right
A.
to be worried about.
And then you're sitting here, oh, the mean so left.
Anyone who's going out in this situation. I know many of
The left's so mean.
our viewers
The
are probably
mean so
going
left.
out and protesting, and I just, Kilmar
Mega
Abrego
churches and
Garcia is a
political
good
movements are
example
charity
to
too.
me of somebody who the administration admitted what did they say, like a administrative error, clerical error, or something like that.
Empathy is not a liberal virtue.
When he was originally deported,
Sure.
and is playing out in court right now. And I think that's a much
Is that the king of all
less
monsters on the wall?
chaotic
Fuck
and
yeah,
much
it is.
safer way for everybody to
Big
fight
G.
some of these
You know-
battles.
you know what's
so
up.
it doesn't excuse Keystone Coppery at all, and that's definitely what we're seeing on the streets
Now you really want to troll me? Try
of
come in here and
Minneapolis,
tell me that Kong
but
one.
that was my sort of big picture perspective on all of the chaos.
Let's
For the record, he
take a
didn't.
look at some of this infighting here. So let's put A8 up on the screen. Immediately after, when Trump starts to show that he's uneasy with the lies that were told and labels this a quote-unquote unfortunate incident, won't call
MAGA's the pedo party.
Alex Pretty an assassin,
seems like it.
won't say he's a domestic
Bear
terrorist.
dog, bear down.
It's Kristi Noem and Greg Bavino that are the
Pretty sure we disagree on a lot of things, but you let go Gojira
Initial fall
and
guy.
also the Bears. Duh,
Bavino's
Bears.
pulled out of Minneapolis and back to
So, yeah.
California. Tom Homan brought in instead. And here you have
The left are so
from
uneducated.
Axios,
At least you said
quote,
are.
Kristi Noem's language that Alex Pretty wanted
Like
to
the last guy was
massacre
just
federal
like,
agents was
Liberals is stupid.
dictated to Noem and her department by the man most responsible for the controversial
Kong one in the
operation,
60s movie, though?
Stephen Miller.
Yeah.
And I will tell
What cut?
you, Emily, like I have zero love
I thought
for
he
Kristi
walked.
Noem.
Hey, when he walked into that fucking that water, I thought
But
that he was
I
walking with
actually
his tail
find this
between his
report
legs.
to be
if he had a
very
tail.
credible. And one of the things Kyle actually pointed out to me, which was
Bro,
a
we
good
have
point.
idiots voting in this country. Yeah.
Remember back what feels like a million years ago when we had the whole Signalgate controversy and we got to see the internal communications with a variety of top level aides to include Stephen Miller. When they decided to go forward with the Yemen bombing, it was when he came in over the top and said, hey, the big guy says we're going, so we're going. And really position himself as speaking for the president. The president Trump has effectively put Stephen Miller, like this is one of he has a lot in his portfolio, but this whole like immigration, mass deportation.
You do realize that none of this would be happening if Biden didn't leave the border wide open. Again, this wide open border fucking thing.
Flooding the zone with these
Did he let more people in? Yes. Objectively, yes.
federal agents
He
occupying.
did, but this open border thing it's never been a thing. It was never like he just opened the gates and just was like, everybody come in. It's not like they had that. It's the same reason that I brought up. Oh, are you telling me that the closed border means that we're not letting any traffic in? This is why I keep saying you guys are fucking retarded.
In these cities, this is your zone. And so my guess, having zero inside knowledge of what happened here, is that you got some information, perhaps even somewhat inaccurate information from the agents on the ground that there was a gun, because they in real time seemed confused about what happened.
They're when his body is prone on the ground, some of them are saying, where's the
he was also trying to expedite the process to make them fucking into legal citizens.
gun? Where's the gun? Not even realizing. And the Washington Post did an analysis from where they watched
I thought was a good policy,
video
honestly.
where they had
Love
law
Godzilla,
enforcement
fuck yeah.
experts watch the video. And one of the things the experts said, which is obvious to anybody who saw it, is if you disarm him, you say he's been disarmed. I have the gun. I have the gun.
Right.
And instead, they seem to have some of them seem to have not known that he was disarmed, which will be a very big question
Let me,
legally,
TTS
of
course.
thing.
But obviously, some of them knew he was.
4454 $10.
Thank
Want
you.
to see empathy? I don't have that much to spare, but I hope your wife gets over her cancer. I hope her treatments go well, even though I don't agree with you and think your
Mentality is shot, be safe.
Disarmed. At least one of them knew he was disarmed because he disarmed him. But
Well,
why
thank you
did
for
he
the $10.
not
I
say?
appreciate the agreement to disagree.
We don't see in any of the videos. He has been disarmed. He has been disarmed.
But I also appreciate the empathy. See, right there.
Clearly, they didn't know.
Right there, I can already say I would gladly engage with you any time.
So in any case, it's possible
It's some
that
of these other shitheads that kind of make it hard for that to even be a thing.
that's inaccurate
And you have to admit that when you read some of these chats, that it's just like, oh God.
information came from the
Like, dude, this is what I feel. I feel embarrassed sometimes when I walk in and I see like what I would call tankies, like the tanky communists in like a chat where they're just so unmoving and they are being like mean. I think that I kind of react the same way where I'm just like, oh God, I don't want to own that. So I try to be like, hey, they're not speaking for everybody in chat here.
Agents on the ground,
So-
they immediately, without missing a beat, spin it into this narrative of he's a would-be assassin trying to commit a massacre, mass murder, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, I just realized that somebody got a Macho Man call out. My
Does not
bad,
surprise me at
Meta.
all that specific language and the imprimatur of this is what the big guy wants would come from.
Talking about a little bit of politics. Yeah. Know that it's like a little bit of the wrestling world. Yeah. We all know backstage who's about to win. Democrat, Republican. Heel, face. Don't know which one's which on this in this example. But I gotta say, we know it's all gonna work out the same way regardless of what we want. If I want to be if I'm the heel and I want to win the match, doesn't matter. It's all predetermined, just like American politics.
Stephen Miller. I wonder what you make of that, given what you know of the internal dynamics.
Thank you for the.
There have been
2000
reports that
bits.
Stephen Miller is really driving. There have been reports for a year now that
Yeah.
Stephen Miller is driving DHS, that he's doing briefings with them, and
Nice
it's
and
coming
warm.
top down from Stephen Miller,
Brother, we
bypassing
Yep.
Noam in some cases. I wonder if this
Uh-huh.
leak is pretty intentional because Kristi Noem is trying to save her job and is trying to say, "Hey, Stephen Miller, this came from Stephen Miller."
Oh, of
when
course it is. Yeah.
and it's amazing because like I think what
We
likely
go straight for the roast nowadays. Back in the day, we would have debates, but MAGA stops texting back when you make
happened.
make your first point.
Stephen Miller told her to say that. And she was like, oh, yeah. She was happy to say what Stephen Miller told
Andre the Giant
her to
was the
say. I
goat.
mean, it's as though it's not as though she's, some toddler who can't formulate her own thoughts.
My
and
Trump
isn't
impression was better.
responsible
Oof.
for telling the American public the truth. She went
Wow.
out and spun
You
it.
were looking for something hateful to say, or
She
something
did that
would
interview
hurt.
with Peter Ducey
You did it.
from the building
You
where
got
she
me.
was like going into detail with these claims and
Tell you something, you hurt my feelings.
standing by them. And a point that
Broke kayfabe all the way.
you made earlier, I just wanted to underline, which was
Macho
they
Man. Gonna go into the back room and cry a little bit.
know this is what Trump wants to see
Oh.
in 80% of cases. And what happened in this case is, I think
Fuck is on her wall.
those who kept their powder
Camera?
dry genuinely
What
did
is
not
this?
intend to pun there, but those who kept their powder dry
it's a camera.
ended up
It's a
being
handheld
closer
camera.
to
Okay.
Trump because Trump
What the fuck?
realized that the people who were pit bulls, super aggressive in the messaging from the beginning.
The best way to stop a huge number of undocumented folks in the U.S. is to have a better system and a pathway to citizenship instead of 20-year wait lists. Yes.
Made the administration look bad because there was
Exactly.
so much daylight between what they said and what happened.
Like, we are able to do these background checks fairly easily.
And that's where you had Caroline Leavitt, someone who largely kept
You
her
sound like
powder
a
dry,
cartoon
telling
character. I laughed. Oh, thanks.
reporters at the briefing the other day when she was asked if Trump agreed that Preddy was a quote domestic terrorist. She said she has not heard President Trump quote characterize Mr. Preddy in that way, which to the point you made earlier, Crystal, that if you really
Why is the wait list taking so long? Because they keep shutting down immigration courts and they're not funding
know
them.
Trump.
We don't have enough immigration judges to go through all this. We make the process fucking way too hard.
You would
I have to say, like, we really do.
understand.
The whole proof, like, where you have to essentially get here on a visa, live throughout that visa, renew that visa every single time, and then you have to you cannot do anything. Like, honestly, this is where the like immigrant criminal thing really kind of falls apart because most of these people, they want to become citizens, so they can't commit crimes. That's the whole thing.
Sometimes he's not gonna like sometimes his instincts are different.
And we're locking a lot of those people up, despite what a lot of people are going to say. We're only locking up the criminals. No, we're not.
Than the MAGA instinct, because he doesn't come from.
Oh, it's illegal to be
from the right. Like, he's a Republican now.
Those, as I said, are they still technically illegal? No, they really aren't.
No, but he comes from like
if they are going through the system and they have all these applications in place, then they are legal.
TV world and has a history as a Democrat.
How hard is it to become a citizen in the UK? Pretty fucking hard. Same with Canada.
He's from New York.
I already went through this. I went through how white Americans specifically, they think that it's so easy to just go to another country and they're just like, I'm a white American, they'll totally accept me.
He just has a different background, and that is, I mean, a serious problem for Chris.
Although illegals are already voting, what?
See, no,
dude, what are you talking about? That's not. No, you need a social security number to even do that. You understand how this works?
But clearly, I think trying to telegraph that.
Wow, you guys really just believe everything that you hear from your fucking Lord and Savior Donald Trump. Like, holy fuck.
She wasn't.
Sometimes it's like kind of gross. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. None of that makes any fucking sense. Like, just from a practical standpoint.
Ultimately.
Do you understand how much fraud would be exposed in those court cases? Because Trump did the thing. He challenged the elections. And then it was found that he had no fucking standing. One court case out of 90 plus.
To blame.
You fucking kidding me?
You're an adult.
All of these people are to blame.
You want them to have a driver's license. That's how this works. You do want them to take driver's tests. You want them to not be fucking... dangers on the fucking road. That's a good thing. That's also showing that they are actually doing the legal process. They are keeping up with their visas. They are keeping up with all the fucking little bits of paperwork that they have to do every fucking year.
Including the President of the United States, who ultimately the buck should stop with.
Well, and people are forgetting he put out...
No, I just happen to work with people that have green cards, so I know how this goes. And they're telling me, like, yeah, it's fucking scary. One of them voted for Trump, and now he says how much he regrets it because now he has to carry a fucking passport with him everywhere he goes. He didn't have to do that before. He feels like he's less safe. He feels like he's going to get fucking profiled. He, again, now feels like he can never support a Republican candidate because he sees this. He sees people like you that do not want to even fight for these people. You want to fight to push them all out because you just want to see them as the other. You don't give a shit.
He put out a post on Truth Social saying something similar. I'm not going to be able to find it because he's truthed so many times in the last few days, but he right away said something similar too.
The fact that they're locking up people that have green cards for 8 hours and then fucking holding them in 8 hours without a call to an attorney or anybody for that matter. And then when they're going home, they're like, "Oh yeah, right. Well, let's let them out."
Didn't go on.
Since this is the law, we can only hold them for a set amount of time.
Camera. So.
Yeah. Well, last piece, let's put this up on the screen. Stephen Miller trying to sort of another way of him washing his hands of any sort of accountability for, I mean, this whole project is really his project. This whole ethno-nationalist, occupying liberal cities. This is all Stephen Miller.
Do you understand that you have to register to vote, and when you do that, you have to show certain things that prove citizenship?
Sure.
Like, dude, again. You want to believe that a bunch of illegals are voting because you have a hard time believing that anybody thinks that differently than you. You're literally watching somebody that does, and then you're like, oh, you're crazy. Instead of just accepting that half the fucking country does not think like you.
Truly.
But you instead want to lock everybody up. You want to take away freedoms. You want to fucking make sure that we don't have any pathways to citizenship again because you just want to make sure that we just need to white American.
I don't think
Let's be honest.
Anyone really believes Kristi Noem is like the brain.
Obama deported 1,000 people a day. Yes, he did.
Behind all of these operations.
But you're getting banned just because you're spamming.
It says, this is from CNN. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller says officials are evaluating why Customs and Border Protection agents in Minneapolis may not have been following.
Yes, Obama did deportation deportation the correct way with due process.
protocol.
Yes. Most of Obama's arrests were at the border.
Before the fatal shooting of VA nurse Alex Preddy. In a statement to CNN, Miller said the White House had, quote, provided clear guidance to DHS that the extra personnel that have been sent to Minnesota for force protection should be used for conducting
Do you even know what straw manning means there, Troy?
fugitive operations to create
Define straw manning, please.
a
You
physical
can even pull it from Google.
barrier between the arrest teams and the
Because then you're going to fucking read it back and go, oh, yeah, that's not what he's doing.
disruptors. We're evaluating why the CBP team may not have been following
I just said that they got banned for spamming, you moron.
that protocol.
Dude, if I banned everybody that disagreed with me, my chat would not be rolling the way that it is right now. Are you fucking kidding me?
And I mean, this is
Jesus, you want to talk about liars? How about the fuckers that come in here and say shit like that, where they're just like, you ban anyone who disagrees. You're just a fucking disingenuous leftist. Blah, 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 blah. Fuck off.
It's just really rich.
Seriously.
From Stephen Miller.
I put up with a lot of this bullshit, and that's the thanks I get.
From this White House, which again said that these thugs had quote unquote absolute immunity after they had just killed another American citizen, Renee Good. So the message went out from the top that we want you to be thugs. We want you to terrorize. We want you to rampage and like strike fear in the hearts of the
Pep, you're great. Stop whining like a girl.
communities. And that's
Appreciate
exactly what they got. Now, again, I agree with you that there's a lot of buffonishness and especially the new ICE recruits. But it's worth noting that both the agent that killed Alex Preddy and the one who killed Renee Good, these were not new recruits.
Yep.
These were people with many years serving in these positions. So presumably training is not the issue here. I think what they were getting in terms of what they were supposed to do from leadership, like this is what leadership was pushing them to do. This is what had been condoned. This is effectively, up until the point that it became undeniable and there started to be a political backlash. They were doing exactly what Trump, J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, Tom Homan, Greg Bovino, what all of them wanted them to do in these places.
Well, and here's why I think Kristi Noem's job is in trouble. She has been a source of skepticism since the very beginning among the furthest right immigration.
God, if I actually bet, I would be on the who's the first one to go?
And
Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, or Kristi Noem.
I'm saying this as somebody who's pretty pro.
Yes, leftists riot so much because you know how we've had any real riots to the point where Trump has been disappointed by the fact that we haven't had riots.
Deportations. Okay. I don't know how anyone defines mass deportations, but the majority of the public, when Donald Trump took office again, he was above water on the issue of immigration. His polling was above a majority of
daily reminder that undocumented immigrants pay taxes.
The country who supported his
they don't care
immigration
to hear
agenda,
that.
supported
Don't scare them with your facts.
And the question of how you define that is obviously important, and what methods you use is obviously important. But there are a whole lot of people on the right who look at Kristi Noem and see that she has led the agency into chaos. Now, of course, they're not in an easy situation. They have very organized activist groups that are intentionally making life very difficult for them. And the left is, I think, correctly pointing out they are successfully making life very, very difficult for them and for the agents and even experienced agents, as we just pointed out. So they're not in an easy situation, no question about that. But now Kristi Noem, that comes to a head when people look around and realize this entire year-long operation looks like a bungled public relations campaign rather than something
Corey,
that would have been orderly and substantive. Now many people are saying, thank
you for the
you're not going after employers at all? What about the guys who own the meatpacking plants?
I have been saying this forever. Why are we not going after the farms and the plants that are constantly skating these fucking regulations and employing, illegal immigrants because they don't want to fucking pay a living wage?
Why aren't they in cuffs? Why are you picking random people out of the streets
I've been saying this for a while.
Going after the Americans?
They're usually the ones that get interviewed where they're just like, oh, you know what? We're not doing so hot.
Who have employed them knowingly. Are you investigating
Yeah.
that at all? Is
No, it's
anybody in
insane.
trouble over that? So,
No, they really haven't.
I mean, this is all coming to a head.
If they've done like a handful, dude. Shut up.
For Christine.
It's not like they arrested people for, that ran the Tyson plant or fucking anybody in the fucking California, Texas, and Alabama fields.
I think she's very, very vulnerable. She might just get a Bovino-style demotion because Trump doesn't like to concede anything. But I think she's really on the line right now.
Yeah, she could just be sidelined and end up, in a sort of like Tulsi Gabbard like state where
Probably.
you still have the title, but
I'd say that. I would say that it's probably going to be like a Tulsi Gabbard
whole heck of a
situation.
lot. All right, let's go ahead and get to this.
Although they really sidelined the fuck out of Tulsi. Got to say that was pretty funny. Here, I saved this specifically to watch with you guys on stream. This is really, really good. So yeah.
States what he says. Let's
Did
not
a
listen.
pre-watch though. So when I say saved it to watch with you guys, I mean like I watched it one time and it was incredible. Now I have to preface that this lady is a special type of bonehead. So I want MAGA people in here to listen to her explanations and tell me that she's doing either a good or bad job, because I want to know what you think about this.
So you're saying he just
But
lied? You
no.
accept he just lied?
No.
Have you seen him recently?
Yeah, I have, and I think it's just
And
a
you
bit
think he's
rich.
all right? Well, another week.
But she has one of the weirdest accents.
And another 7 days where the President of the United States feels like not only the most important person in the world, as is perhaps typical, but it feels as if, as always, our politics is entirely plugged into his head. Certainly what he says. Jennifer Ewing is a spokesperson for Republicans Overseas UK. Jennifer, thanks so much for joining us this
Thanks for
morning.
having me.
Not at all. You'll know that 457 British soldiers died in Afghanistan because your country asked for our help. President Trump said that the UK and others stayed a little back, a little off the front line.
Man, I got to say that like Piers Morgan and a bunch of these guys from Britain, they were really mad about that.
He's rode back from that and praised the British Army now, but he hasn't apologised for it. Do you understand how profoundly insulting that is to us and to the families of those who were maimed and killed for the United States?
I do. You know, I've lived in Great Britain for the last 20 years. I love this country. I'm a citizen here, and I'm very well aware of the sacrifices that the British families made during that time. And there's no excuse, quite frankly, for what he said. Now, you asked about an apology, and I was looking back
This is
at
interesting,
actually
yeah.
over the last couple of days. How many times has President Trump come out and apologized for something? You know, one
Never.
of the
She's the American spokesperson. Like she's literally hired by the Trump administration to be a spokesperson at the U.S. consulate.
and I don't want to go back to 2016 and grabbed her by.
This is why I'm. Do you guys ever fucking listen to any like words and then like process them appropriately? Because holy fuck.
You know what? But there was a direct
And also, what is with that? Why are you watching something from the UK?
apology for that.
What the fuck? You uncultured swine.
It's rare.
Like, for fuck's sake.
It's very rare, is my
For fuck's sake, get out of your fucking American
point. And so,
American
you know, as you
circles.
referenced the Truth Social that did come out, which was a huge relief. Clearly, somebody had gotten in his ear and said, hey, I know you didn't specifically
crazy,
mention British
dude.
troops in your comment. You said NATO. I think he was still on a big roll from Davos, you know, just slamming NATO. Again, no excuse.
But it's not good enough, is it, for the fact that, so he never apologises. Well, that speaks to a deep arrogance.
Yep.
And that's not good enough. It's not good enough. And although he's rode back on British soldiers, he hasn't on NATO soldiers. And hundreds and hundreds of those, not least the Danes, who he's been attacking for the last few weeks, did exactly the same thing. It's not
No,
good
you're
enough,
right.
is it?
And I think the Danish people per capita
Had the highest
lost more than
death
American, as many or more than Americans. Look, I'm not going to sit here and defend that statement. It was offensive, it was hurtful, and it was untrue, you know, as we've just discussed. I think what you are going
God, they always say the same shit, even when they have to apologize for it, essentially, even though that's not really what she's doing.
to see.
She's just saying, I don't agree with this, but you know what? Trump is Trump. He says things, and we're just going to allow that.
Probably in relation to maybe the work we're probably going to start doing on Chagos together is more comments about how much the UK and the US and the special relationship.
Why would he say something like that?
I mean,
Is he
look,
quite well?
I'm not in the man's mind. You know, I don't know, but
Thank
you know,
goodness.
it's been going on for 10 years, right? He's
God.
been in the public. Well,
It's
he's
always
been in the public
very,
eye for,
very similar.
5 decades. But so he does say these things.
Does it
There's
embarrass
no
you?
point. I mean, does it embarrass me? I didn't say it. You know?
No, but you're a Republican. Does it embarrass you?
Yeah,
as the
but
leader
he represents you.
of your party. Does
Do
it
I
embarrass
wish he
you?
didn't say it? Absolutely, I wish he did.
God, again, they understand it when they're trying to use it like something disingenuously, where they're just like, "Well, Biden said this. Don't you agree with that?"
Didn't
Like
say
they
it,
understand
but
how that
He
correlates,
did,
but not
and we
when
can't take
it's
it back.
on them.
Everybody, you know, including our chairman of Republicans overseas. I haven't seen one person come out and defend it. Have you?
Well, no, but I should imagine not. What on earth would
That's what I mean.
what on earth would there to be to defend? But I haven't seen
exactly.
Republicans condemning him for it.
That's not true. I mean, I think if you look at the poll media tapes of myself or whom, you know, Greg Swenson, other
Sure, but
members
with
of
respect, more senior figures in the Republican Party speakers, Mike Johnson perhaps, or maybe the Senate Majority Leader.
He was just look, I don't think anyone's going to defend that statement, and because we all know it's not true, and this is our greatest ally. And if
Imagine
anything,
if a Democrat had said something like, imagine if Joe Biden had said something like that.
Yeah.
People in your party would be saying that not only is it offensive, but they'd be saying he was senile. Do you understand why some people are questioning?
Thank you. This was the point that I was trying to get to.
The president's senility
is the fact that they really cannot, and like I was saying before, even this, they can't do the equivalent. Like they can never put together that it's like, oh my God, we made this argument forever.
No, I don't.
Really? And we don't grade him the same way. Why would we? That'd be crazy.
No, I don't.
Have you seen him recently?
Yeah, I have, and I think it's just
And
a
you
bit
think he's
rich.
all right?
I think he is a, you know, late 70-year-old man who does not sleep, who flies over the place, who has
I know
so
people
many,
in the late 70s. They don't say things like that.
Okay, you know what? And he also messed up Iceland and Greenland the other day. You do live television. We're doing live television today. One of us will probably say the wrong word.
I love that they. I love that they always do
Ilhan
that.
Omar was attacked.
I love that they always they try to give him an out, just like it's just Trump. It's Trump being Trump, and Trump is Trump.
At our event last night in
people
Minnesota,
are-
and now you got Trump trying to say that the whole thing is fake. Here's the clip.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Oh, by the way, the mystery substance turned out to well, they haven't had conclusive results yet, but many people that were in the crowd were like, it was either his fecal matter or his urine, because they said that it stank. Which, if it's his urine, then my guy, get to the doctor.
I don't know.
Right immediately after Omar called for ICE to be abolished and for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to resign or be impeached, 55-year-old Anthony James Kazmierzak stood up and sprayed her with an unknown liquid from a large syringe. Also, he reportedly yelled that Omar needs to resign, and right now, while we don't know what the liquid is yet, one BBC journalist in the room said it had a sour smell like a chemical, the New York Times reporting that it smelled like vinegar. And while you had many happy that there weren't any injuries, you had many kind of amazed by the response. Omar
If it turns out to be his piss, then it's like,
looking like she was going to punch the guy for a second. Also, she refused security's efforts to move her off stage to safety after the man was taken into custody. She then went back to speaking, and as she was leaving, she told reporters at the event, I survived war, and I'm definitely going to survive intimidation and whatever these people think that they can throw at me because I'm built that way. And then after, she went on Twitter to say, I'm okay. I'm a survivor, so this small agitator isn't going to intimidate me from doing my work. I don't let bullies win. And while right now we're trying to learn more about this guy and his motive, it does right now look like it was a premeditated attack. You have a neighbor telling the New York Post that Kazmierzak asked him to walk his dog so that he could go to Omar's event. He apparently even hinted that something was going to happen, with the neighbor saying that Kazmierzak said that he might get arrested. And then you had this neighbor going on to say that Kazmierzak has been heavily medicated from a car accident years before that messed up his spine, as well as being diagnosed with Parkinson's. You also know from the neighbor that he apparently leans conservative,
Rowdy?
and social media pages apparently belong to him show a history
Go
of
see
supporting Trump
chickens.
and right-wing
Yeah, I'm
comments.
actually on
Haters
the. I want the
including Ben
Seahawks to
Shapiro
win.
and Candace Owens. I really wonder where he landed in the past year with those two. This guy has now been charged with third-degree assault, and he's being held without bail. Well, we'll have to wait to see what happens there. In the meantime, we've seen a mixed bag of reactions to this. You have many officials condemning the attack, speaking out against political violence. Some Democrats laying the blame for this at the feet of Donald Trump, like Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who said, it's not a coincidence that after days of President Trump and VP Vance putting Representative
Hi, you ride Trump's lap so hard, I don't want to debate you, bro. If I come at you with facts, you'll just deny it and throw in some
Omar in their
fake
crosshairs
news.
with slanderous
Jay Moneybags, are you talking to somebody in chat, I'm assuming? Or if you're talking about me, I'm like, what?
She gets assaulted at her town
Wait,
hall. And
huh?
thank God she is okay. If they want leaders to take down the temperature, they need to look in the mirror. And well, yeah, if you look into it, Trump has spent recent months
it's the
targeting
high
Ilhan
guy.
Omar with some pretty nasty rhetoric. And
High
in fact,
guy.
yesterday, the
I
very
just-
same day that Omar was attacked, Trump
Wow.
was shit-talking her while speaking in Iowa.
Not like Ilhan Omar. Did you see what? Did you see that wise guy? You know, she's always talking about the Constitution provides me with the following. You know, the Constitution, she comes from a country that's a disaster. It's considered, I think, the worst. It's not even a country.
Right, and then when he heard about this attack, he told a reporter, quote, "I think she's a fraud. I really don't think about that. She probably had herself sprayed knowing her." Now with that, on one side, you have many finding that reaction disgusting, though also some people finding it suspicious, wondering why Trump's first reaction to this was to assume that a politician would fake an attack on themselves during an election year for some political gain. But then also too, as you might imagine, this really fanned the flames of his supporters to speculate that Omar somehow staged this whole thing. So you saw people online going through the video and saying that she nodded at the guy before he attacked, or
all
saying
right,
that,
well, I guess we're going through the Candace Owens audio of ERIKA
and all of this is,
KIRK.
we know that this woman
Apparently she just did this, where she just dropped a whole bunch of audio, and it shows that, and it proves that ERIKA KIRK is like laughing and fucking all jovial before putting on some fucking fake tears and going out and speaking.
has faced increased death threats since Trump took office
Candace
again and
Owens
started
is
making
gonna
some insane claims about her,
burn
including
the whole
that she's
fucking
now
house
worth more
down.
than $40 million. Which, just to explain where he's getting
This
that
was
number,
11
in
days
her
after he
financial
died,
disclosures
not
from
even
last
a
spring,
month.
Omar valued her husband's
Holy
venture capital
shit.
management firm and his winery is worth between $5 million and $25 million and between $1 million and $5 million respectively. So at the very top range of those numbers is where Trump and co, they're getting the worth $44 million thing. But as Forbes pointed out, even if those businesses were operating at the tippity top of those ranges, that's still not accurate for how much Omar or even her husband's worth. And in fact, you had her late last year explaining that her husband is a partner in those ventures, and the numbers that she included are the business's total value, not just the value of his ownership stake. Though also with that, it is worth noting that she's been at the center of a Justice Department investigation.
It shows that she isn't afraid of some fucktard twice her size.
Biden days, specifically focused on her finances, campaign spending, and interactions with a foreign citizen. Well, reportedly, it looks like things have stalled on that front due to there being a lack of evidence. In recent weeks, GOP members of the House, they've been threatening to open their own investigation into Omar as a way of connecting her to the Minnesota fraud scandal, especially after evidence revealed that some members of Minnesota's Somali community.
Well, the fake tears thing is the big problem, is the fact that she released fucking video of ERIKA putting on fake tears backstage.
To bill state agencies for social.
Dude, the audio, ERIKA audio is crazy. She's happy about merch sales. Dude, I can't wait to go fucking watch this.
No evidence to connect Omar herself to
I just had this sent to me.
Offices reportedly received no official inquiries from the Oversight Committee.
Most likely staged. Oh, sure, sure. Everything that disproves anything in your fucking world. Jesus Christ, guys.
Trump DOJ.
You guys can latch on to some of the dumbest conspiracies, but when somebody's just like, yeah, you know, and on your side, by the way, that's just like, yeah, I have proof that ERIKA KIRK is a grifting bitch.
So as it stands now,
you all just go, no,
just
what?
Trump and his goon,
What?
fanning the flames of political violence with their aggressive rhetoric. But also, despite these relentless verbal attacks and even physical attacks on Minnesota's elected representatives, Tuesday, it was actually a good day for Democrats, at least in one way, because they actually won 2 seats in the Minnesota State House after special elections yesterday.
ERIKA was a honeypot. Charlie fell for it,
and it was
like many people
not
do.
because it was surprising.
I mean, you got Candace Owens out there saying that she was Mossad.
Actually, these were both deep blue districts. In fact, the Democrat was the only candidate on the ballot for one of them, but rather because it restores the even partisan split in the House there with 67 Democrats.
Given all the fraud in her state, you mean in Tennessee?
67 Republicans. And that helps them a lot because the Senate Democrats already have a slim majority.
Or are you talking about Ilhan Omar?
And of course, you have Tim Walz, the Democratic governor. And so they'll still need some
I'm assuming Ilhan.
Republican support to pass things.
Sorry, we're talking about ERIKA
use the power that they have to resist the federal invasion. Even if that just means things like holding hearings to spotlight what the feds are doing there, as a state Senate subcommittee is set to do this week. Also on that note, the 2 agents who used their guns on Alex Preddy have reportedly been put on administrative leave. Right? Because before this, CBP said that they were just still out in the field, just not in Minneapolis. Now DHS, they say this move is standard procedure and it shouldn't be viewed as suspicion of wrongdoing. But still, 5 days after the shooting, the identities of the agents haven't been released. And despite all the talk about
like MAGA spent years crying about the deep state and pedo rings, yeah, dudes, except it's your dude that's doing it.
Agents leaving Minnesota with Greg Bovino, it's far from clear that Trump's troopers are actually pulling out at all. Because you have people like Ken Klippenstein revealing that he's obtained a Border Patrol memo saying that federal deployment to Minneapolis is steady state and expected to continue as planned. You also had Trump himself clarifying yesterday that whatever he's doing, it is not a pullback.
We're going to de-escalate a little bit, but I don't think it's a pullback. It's a little bit of a change. Everybody in this room that has a business, you make little changes. Bovino is very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of a guy, and in some cases that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here.
And almost all of the headlines have focused on the "we're gonna de-escalate a bit" part. Everything that he says after that, it seems to suggest that he's just maybe kicking Bovino out, but not meaningfully drawing down ISIS presence in Minnesota. And so far, besides Tom Homan meeting with state and local officials, we haven't seen evidence of de-escalation. In fact, if anything, we're seeing the opposite. I mean, we're seeing things we didn't even know to expect. There's video now showing ICE agents trying to get inside the Ecuadorian consulate, which, just to be clear, it is, I guess you'd call it a big no no-no? Like international law and obvious norms, though norms don't matter, generally prohibit law enforcement authorities from entering foreign consulates or embassies without permission. And so in the video, you see a staffer running to the door to turn the agents away, telling them this is the Ecuadorian consulate, you're not allowed to enter. And then you can hear one of the agents respond by threatening to grab the staffer if he touched the agent. But they then eventually left, and the
I just
consulate
reviewed
later
the
posted
video.
that
I don't think that the tears one is conclusive.
it ensured the
It literally shows her putting like a hanky and then going like this, and then just walking
protection of the Ecuadorians
towards the stage.
adding that it activated the emergency protocols and filed a note
gonna
of
try and be
protest
fair
with the
here.
U.S. Embassy in Ecuador so that similar attempts are not made on other consulates.
Not
But also, this
necessarily
chaos,
like she really
it's not just
had,
happening in
like,
Minnesota,
a-
it's ongoing in other parts of the country as well. Where you have authorities saying that a suspect sought in connection with an alleged human trafficking incident was shot during an exchange of gunfire with Border Patrol yesterday.
This is why I'm like, I mean, the audio seems to be good enough. Why?
That
like,
man in serious but stable condition with
of
no
course not.
officers
You're a
hurt.
liar,
And now, while
though.
that
Just run
incident's
with it.
under investigation, you also have people looking for accountability for all
Okay.
the lies that were told with Alex Preddy.
I just corrected myself on something because I also was a little skeptical about it, and that's your fucking answer. You ever understand how much you guys clown yourselves?
And currently,
Like, Jesus
the
fuck.
conversation inside of the White House seems to be focused on one big question. Who is
Ugh.
to blame? Stephen Miller,
Why even
Kristi
bother with
Noem,
you
Greg
guys?
Bovino, or
Like,
someone
why?
else entirely? Because according to Axios, some
What's
officials
the point?
blame the
There's no point in engaging with any of you.
officers on the ground for creating an initial report that left them with the belief that Preddy had brandished a gun. And that, even though we all
you
saw
can
with our own
respect it. I don't
eyes
know,
with those
but-
videos, that is just not true. And in fact, Border Patrol itself has now backed off of that claim.
Will
claiming
well?
the mandatory notice
I'm
that
full
it
of
has to
crap all
provide to
too
Congress
often.
anytime someone dies.
What,
in
have
its
you been here
custody.
for,
With
like,
them
a few
claiming after their investigation
hours,
that
if
after
that?
agents tried to detain Preddy, he resisted, they struggled, one agent yelled, "He's got a gun," and two Border Patrol officers fired Glock pistols.
Dude, I literally just fucking said it. If it's late,
But that report makes no mention
what the fuck are you talking about? I'm about to go watch the Candace Owens thing. I still haven't seen that.
of Preddy brandishing his own gun or
It's Dan lap riders and bots. Trust me, I fucking know.
agents firing it themselves, accidentally or otherwise. But
Erica's
either way,
dad worked at Raytheon, the Israel division. Her mom worked for GE and formed a bunch of network security companies for the government. She was definitely a
Right, what
honeypot.
most people are focused on is what DHS posted in its now
Interesting.
infamous press statement on Twitter just a couple of hours after the shooting. And it was also something that was echoed almost verbatim by Kristi Noem and Greg Bovino. In fact, some people might not have noticed this, but if you play them side by side, they are clearly just reading a script.
An individual
approached
U.S.
Border
Patrol
Patrol officers
with a 9mm
semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to
The agents
disarm this
attempted
individual.
to disarm the
Yikes.
The
individual,
armed suspect
but he
reacted
violently resisted.
Both of them just lying on this man's name, claiming that Preddy intended to cause maximum damage and massacre federal agents. Now, Axios, they report that the White House officials who never signed off on that statement, they're frustrated. One source saying that some people tried to clean up the statement before it was sent, but it had already been disseminated. But still, one of those in
Talking points? Yeah.
the know appear to be
Yeah, it's proven too. Cool.
Stephen Miller, because he posted his own
Yeah, we're
comment
definitely,
just
keep
minutes
on that.
later calling Preddy an assassin, which was also reposted by J.D. Vance.
Thank
In
you,
fact,
Ky-
one source
Kyle.
at Axios said immediately
Thank you,
following
Kyle,
the
for
shooting,
subscribing.
Stephen Miller heard gun.
Guys,
and
you
knew
hear
what the
that? Kyle. The Kyle. Subscribe.
narrative would be. Preddy came to massacre cops. And so if you believe that account, then everything
man.
just flowed from there, with a person recalling that Noem told them, "Everything I've done at the direction of the president and Stephen." Or because, well, technically, since Miller is just the deputy chief of staff, his official title, Noem outranks him as cabinet secretary. Practically, Miller
I have a frame still that shown Alex trying to stand up with the agent's gun pointed at his
real
neck.
power far outstrips his official title and reportedly includes de facto oversight of Noem. And personally, I think
Kyle.
Stephen Miller is
Yeah,
the one that's
yeah.
been running things. That's why I call him President Stephen Miller. Donald Trump's kind of just his empty vessel, his hammer. But with this, you had Miller himself pointing his finger back at CBP, saying that any early comments that were made were based on what it sent to the White House. And that is, you had another source blaming Greg Bovino for feeding misinformation to officials in D.C. Then, with all this, we have people outside of the White House arguing the whole blame game, it misses where the real guilt ultimately lies: President Donald Trump. Because not only was he reportedly kept apprised of the DHS press statement by Miller and Noem's top advisor, Corey Lewandowski, he also is the man at top who created all the conditions for this to happen. And so much of the mainstream conversation around this is who will get to be his fall guy, if anyone. Right? It's a classic authoritarian tactic. Supreme leader is safe and he just moves pieces, removes pieces. And of course, don't forget that he joined the maligning of the first Minnesota civilian who was killed, Renee Good. And I'll also add there that since the Preddy shooting, he has hardly modified his stance. Yesterday, you had him calling the shooting unfortunate, but also seeming to at least partially blame Preddy for exercising his Second Amendment right to carry a firearm.
I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff.
Trump then also repeated something similar elsewhere, saying, quote, you know, you can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns. Can't walk into this. You can't do that.
Again, this is where I'm going to be completely real with y'all. And I know that this is really hard for some maggots to accept, but if that had been Biden, we would not, it would just be all over the fucking Fox News. We would not hear another word from you guys for at least 2 weeks, except for how Biden's coming for your guns. Didn't you hear it? He didn't like the guns. He'd be coming for your guns. But when he says it, it's all just, Trump says things. Like, God.
All right, you guys.
It really does kind of lead to a fucking super dishonest discourse.
Guys, happy Tuesday. I survived the ice storm. I'm sorry that we were down yesterday.
All right.
Okay, before we dive in, a quick thank you to Nimi Skincare for supporting the show. New year, new skin, same values. I appreciate that Nimi focuses on quality, simplicity, and skincare that's made right here. Involving ERIKA KIRK. I said to you guys that in the near future, we are going to do a maybe 2
Here in
episodes,
America?
could be a 3-part series
hi.
on ERIKA KIRK's past. A few people online were very upset about that.
The spelling is
How
mayhem.
dare you? How could you look into anything involving
this up
ERIKA
just a little
KIRK? Let me explain to you guys what's happening here. You're probably wondering what it is that we are doing. So I'm old. I'm 36 years old. Back in my day, there used to be this thing known as journalism, basic journalism. It existed. I know it seems very far off, but it would be considered probably back in my day, literal insanity to allow someone to take over the reins of an organization that quite literally relies on the goodwill of the public, because it's a charitable organization, which happened to have raised over $250 million following the assassination of its founder. And then apparently nobody's interested in doing a basic profile piece on the new chairman and CEO that took over. Like that's actually, that makes no sense. And so that's what we are committing ourselves to. We are doing a couple of episodes to separate fact from fiction when it comes to the background of ERIKA KIRK, because the public deserves to know. And like I said, it's basic journalism. This entire idea that, well, Charlie wanted this. That
Who is this lady? This is Candace Owens.
Probably actually nowhere in the world.
You don't know
not
who
even
Candace
in the old
Owens
world.
is? See, this actually proves my point, because Rowdy, you're like technically like a right winger, right? You like, I know about right wing content way more than you do.
Even under
apparently.
monarchy,
like I watch way
rule
more
in
right
the
wing
11th
content.
century. In England, would that work? You can't
sad.
just say, "Oh, well, that
Hey,
was his
what's up,
mistress.
Serena?
That
How's
was
it
his
going?"
queen consort," and hand her a kingdom. Even under that model, it would be Charlie's son that would inherit Turning Point USA. So stop doing that. Stop saying that. Doesn't make any sense. The public is not biting. I am not biting. And to be clear, the more time that goes on, the more that we are seeing the general direction that this company is taking under her stewardship, the less we're liking. The general public doesn't like it. I don't like it. And especially the recent bout of paranoia where we had a bunch of employees who factually worked 20-hour days. That fact, by the way, you are about to hear ERIKA confirm herself. Those employees were then fired without even being given
Candace on journalism. It wasn't lost on me. Trust me.
as to why.
I was kind of like,
going in a different direction. That doesn't exactly match what we were told as the public. We were told that they're a family. How dare anybody question anybody ever in
AOC is all about the limelight. Are you kidding? What about Donald Trump? Donald Trump literally, he sees a microphone and a camera and he fucking runs to
the family.
Are you sure that's the angle you want to go with?
Followed immediately, almost seemingly in the new
Okay.
year by get out. We're just moving in a different direction. Knock, knock, we're at your door. You fired, and you better hand me your computer or else. We just want to know what happened here. Anyway, being a 501c3 company, being a charity, becoming a charitable organization makes you, of course, accountable to the public. Always, they are allowed to ask questions.
Yes, and she's a fucking politician.
Even if you want to send out a bunch of cease and desist letters.
What? So you're telling me that AOC is transparent then because she loves to be on camera? Shut.
And thanks to this recent string of misguided firings, that's putting it mildly, we did happen to get our hands
ICE isn't law
on
enforcement? No, they're
audio
not.
recording of a corporate-wide Zoom call, which took place pretty immediately following Charlie's memorial. So for clarity, this call took place on Monday, September 22nd. So this is 11 days, less than 2 weeks after her husband was publicly assassinated in front of the entire world. It's important to remember that. It's also less than 48 hours, about 48 hours after his private Catholic funeral mass, which the public was not privy to. But top paying donors were. That's also odd. We'll save that for another day. I just think that you should know that. I want to plug that in.
No, they're immigrations and customs enforcement. The fact that you keep saying that they're law enforcement, you are the one that's conflating this. And when you disingenuously conflate that they're law enforcement, you're trying to make it like they have blanket power. They can, totally do what they have no jurisdiction to do because jurisdictional fucking shit is not even a thing in your brain. The whole thing that you see in fucking movies and all Die Hard, the FBI is here. Oh, well, they don't have jurisdiction. We have jurisdiction.
I will.
Come the fuck on. They are not the police. No, that's the thing. They're not the fucking police. That's why our local police are having a really big problem with ICE right now.
September 10th, Charlie is assassinated.
Because each time that they pull this shit, you have some of these police chiefs that come out and say, yeah, we have codes of conduct that we have to follow, and these guys are not even doing that. They're not even following the conduct they're supposed to follow.
This is bottom of the timeline. On the 18th, this, by the way, strikes me as odd in the retrospect as I was working on these couple of episodes about ERIKA. On the 18th, there's 8 days after the assassination, she gave an in-person interview with the New York Times at her and Charlie's condo. Okay. Now, regarding the New York Times profile piece, I was totally in a cloud of grief by myself when all of that went down. Okay, you remember I had to go away to Wyoming just to breathe, to process, to get closer to accepting that it was real. I went away for 2 weeks. I didn't really catch the
Hold on, fuck ICE 100%, but ICE is not allowed to arrest people? No, they're not.
fact that
Not citizens.
it was an
They're allowed to detain somebody for up to 6 to 8 hours.
in-person meeting.
That's
until
it.
later. 8 days after his public assassination, she sits down for a piece with the publication that hated Charlie the entire time he was alive. New York Times was constantly writing hit
God
pieces
damn it, I
about
gotta
Charlie
pee.
Kirk or pieces that just were not kind or favorable to Charlie Kirk.
Let's see.
So it's an interesting decision. And reading the article or rereading, because somebody said you should actually
You know
go
what?
back
I don't
and
even
revisit
have a
everything that
BRB screen right
transpired the
now.
days after, and you kind of have new eyes.
Got
and
rid
that's
of it
very true.
entirely.
But in reading that article in retrospect, something that I am particularly struck by is the fact that she describes suddenly being forced into the single mother position as the quote unquote least traumatizing thing. Becoming a single mother suddenly,
Jesus,
8
dude.
days later, she describes that as the least traumatizing thing. Again, that's an exact quotation. I'll read it. You can see it.
Why am I on YouTube features? Hey, that's a hell of a way to figure out that I'm on YouTube features. Awesome.
She's
How dare I even exist?
they're going into this. They're speaking about
I'm downloading and adding to the do not recommend list.
Trump's energy and his tone.
Guys, that might be my favorite fucking comment of the day. Not so private playlist. Why are you on YouTube features? How dare you even exist? Downloading and adding to the do not recommend list. And yes, I want you to know about it.
Toward her on phone calls, and it reads, quote,
That
from her,
was
the president's
pretty fucking
tone,
funny.
She said,
That kinda
was
made my day.
soft and embracing. I could tell he wanted to hug me. Others have responded in the same manner to Ms. Kirk, now left to
That's not arresting, by the way. That's detainment. This is where you guys need to... This is why we laugh at you. You guys don't understand your own rights, especially if you're American spewing this shit. This is why we call you bootlickers. You need to understand your rights. And this is coming, like, listen, if a leftist gets into office and they start pulling this shit, I'm going to have a fucking problem with it. So this is where you should be paying attention, because, again, I think you understand the context that if this was a left-wing president doing this shit, you would be fucking freaking the fuck out.
Care for a 3-year-old daughter and a
What's up,
1-year-old son. That new life, Ms. Kirk said, quote, is actually the least traumatizing.
Greg, proved yourself when I saw Andrew Wilson on JRE. Oh, wow, he got the
Since
JRE
she
push, huh?
herself has been raised by her mother after their parents divorced
How'd
when
that
she
go?
was young.
They tried to debate him, or did he just let him
we're
go?
just supposed to pretend that that's completely normal or whatever. I would figure maybe the least traumatizing bit would be something more mundane, maybe along the lines, if this was a thing, if Charlie constantly filled up her gas tank and someone was like, well, who's going to fill
Wait, my unwillingness to have an actual conversation and my support of a genocide? What?
up your gas tank?
Gary.
She might reply,
Yo, dude, go huff on another fucking tailpipe, because that must be what you've been doing all day.
it's actually
Like,
the least
Jesus
traumatizing thing. I don't
Christ.
even care about that. That's just me filling up my car. That would be like the least traumatizing thing. Becoming a single mother after your husband is horrifically assassinated, realizing that your children are going to grow up without a father who toured the world and spoke about the importance of fatherhood and relayed the statistics pertaining to the youth that grow up without their fathers in the home. I would describe that as very traumatizing. I think across the board, that's a traumatizing thing, not the least traumatizing thing by any stretch of an imagination. Anyway, we are now in season 7, episode 4 of Everybody Grieves Differently, but that's weird. Now, getting to this corporate call again, can we just go back? If
I
you
gotta
want to throw
say,
in
I kind of agree with her on some of this stuff.
a schedule again. Sorry,
This is weird. All right, I have to piss so bad.
So we have this on the 10th, he's assassinated. On the 18th is that in-person interview with the New York Times. On the 20th, we have the funeral mass, which is held at a church at 11 a.m. On the 21st is the public memorial event that is held at State Farm Stadium. And on the 22nd, which I had not mentioned before, I've been building this timeline in the background, there's a private dinner. Not going to mention what restaurant it's at, but the McCoys are there, Elizabeth, Mikey, ERIKA, and they're in joyous spirits, is exactly what the email said of someone who was there. They were in joyous spirits. Okay, just want to get that. I think a lot of this, when you hear this call that I'm about to play for you, I'm not trying to color your opinion, but I am going to give you mine because it's my podcast. I'm allowed to do it. I do want to remind you that Charlie has not been dead for 2 weeks. That's where you have to go back to. Not even 2 weeks after Charlie was publicly assassinated. Not a normal, he didn't, we had to watch this. We had to visually watch this. Now, the entirety of this call, which we're not going to play, is 15 minutes long. I'm going to figure out how to just drop it on my X feed. But I want to make sure that we properly and fairly contextualize it. So we're not being choosy. We're not cutting this for drama. The obvious point of this call to set this up is to introduce ERIKA. She's the new leader. Not even introducing, she's just heading up this call.
421,
but she's going to be at the helm of this, so they're getting to know her. And she does begin the call by being thankful to the entire Turning Point USA team for their work at the memorial event. So let's take a listen.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom things. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of a century, like, it's just insane. We had
This was 11 days after he died.
over 275,000 people that attended, and the stadium overflow.
Sorry, guys. I'm gonna listen to all of this, but I don't need to. This is one. I was right. We were all right. She is a fucking grifting piece of shit. And you know what? Anybody on the right now that wants to clutch your little pearls because we're pointing out the fact that she is a blatant grifter, I'm sorry. This is fucked up. I would be rolling in my grave if my wife was talking like this 11 days after I fucking passed. Jesus.
Westgate, insane, you guys. And then you have, was it 100 million?
It gets worse.
you guys that heard the gospel and all about Charlie and all about everything that you guys do and the hard work of Turning Point USA is insane. We had thousands that were registered to vote. I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that, 'cause
They were selling merch at a fucking memorial.
I think it just keeps like bumping up like crazy. But I just wanted to say a huge thank you to the events team, the development team, the graphic design team, the production team. It's just phenomenal. Their incredible work.
It's so funny to hear right-wingers being recorded when they're not on camera. Crowder is a complete monster behind the scenes.
Leading
Oh,
into
yeah.
the memorial. And honestly, a lot of the staff that worked on the memorial, they had 20-hour days for a week during the time of us grieving the loss of my husband.
That does sound distasteful. Yeah.
And honestly, I know several.
Again, I listen. I'm not gonna do the Charlie Kirk thing. I'm not gonna fucking like make fun of him. But this is crazy.
Staff that didn't even sleep. Again, you guys are breathing angels, and I'm so grateful for all of you. And obviously, a huge thank you to the Mosaic team. VI, you guys are 10 out of 10.
What the fuck, dude? This is like an HR meeting. This is crazy.
We have the most incredible team.
There isn't a hint of grief.
We just do. And you guys know that, and you guys are all a part of that. And I am so thankful. And if you do have a moment and you run into any of those staff members that you know had a role in this, and you know that they put a lot of their time and effort into it, just say thank you. There's something really special to be seen.
MAGA doesn't care. I mean, this really does kind of like. This is.
It's like this, and
I feel grossed out.
it's not easy. I'm speaking from
Like, I thought this would be just like kind of like a ha ha ha. Look how right we are. I don't know. I really am just like, whoa.
experience. I'm right in the trenches with you guys.
Hearing
and so the
this
fact that you
is
just- a simple
crazy.
Thank you. I don't care if any of you have beef with each other from the past
This-
or have any issues with someone said something about this or that. Like, if you guys have any of that, please put it to rest. My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead. And it puts life into perspective of how short life is and relationships.
Dude, I couldn't even use the term death for a few months after my mom died.
And God puts people
I just kept saying she passed away. She passed away.
in your
This is genuinely about like this is fucked up. Like this is you know, a portrait of a narcissist. This is the portrait of a narcissist.
life for a reason, and it
Like, damn, dude. I'm glad that this leaked.
teaches you a lesson. It teaches them a lesson. So
I hope that MAGA feels like they have egg on their face for standing up for this one because this is fucked up. This is so fucked up. She's psychotic. No, she is.
you are going through a time where just lay it to rest, and we are moving forward. Turning Point USA 2.0 with Charlie in our hearts, and that's what he.
Why has she said it like it's been a few months?
want.
That's what I mean. Like, I'm about to hit a year out from my mom dying, and I'm just getting to the point where I can say my mom died.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the chat here, and you guys are responding live in the way that I felt live listening to this. It is the general tone.
Yeah, I still can't say it almost 3 years after his passing.
That is off-putting. It's the laughter that is off-putting. It's, again, we are not even 2 weeks after watching your husband be assassinated. We're talking about numbers and metrics that...
Oh, it's AI generated. Oh, my God. Every time. They're going to have an answer for everything now.
...have been hit. And
that's right there. That's actually the psyop, is the fact that they're just like, nope, it's AI. Everything that I find distasteful or anything that makes me feel a little icky inside, it means it's AI.
And my
All
husband's
right,
dead.
I'm playing that game.
Not to be
Fuck
morbid.
it. Fuck it.
That is a sentence that and this was not my husband, and I had no...
Those protesters in the church were AI.
...sort of type
There were
of
no
relationship
protesters. Don Lemon didn't go in that church. It was all AI.
...that she
You
had
didn't
with him.
you weren't
that
there,
I was
so
able
you know
to
what? Prove it.
Utter.
I put the burden of proof on you.
Least of all, I mean, that's moving pretty quickly to the acceptance phase. Now, we know
Yeah, it really is.
everybody grieves differently.
was quick,
in my
man.
imagination, I just thought
That was a fast
she would
pivot into
be
acceptance.
more upset. And I want to be clear, the overall mood of this call is extraordinarily upbeat. It's extraordinarily happy. But of course,
There's a
as
part
the
2 to
CEO
this that
and chairman,
she's
does have
releasing
to
right now.
address The
We'll
elephant in the
probably
room,
go
the
into that
morbid,
too. Fuck it.
Elephant in the room, if you will, because it's an obligation. You have a new CEO. The employees are working 20-hour days. But also their founder, Charlie, was publicly assassinated less than 2 weeks ago. You got to address that. And you're going to hear her address that by recapping
Sorry about my mom. Thank you.
to them that throughout these long working days, the employees were provided with ample resources while they were working. Take a listen.
I'm just grateful that while things were still in motion and moving around, that we had our leadership teams provide for you counselors, pastors. I heard there were therapy dogs. Slightly jealous that I didn't get to have any moment with a therapy dog. Breakfast. I was really adamant about making sure that we paid for your flights.
I actually went to a grief counselor that had a therapy dog. It was
For
awesome.
your spouses to be there. That was something on my heart. You don't want to grieve alone. No one's supposed to grieve alone. It's not healthy.
That's true.
But I just think it's a beautiful honor that all of these benefits were made for the community to grieve and remember Charlie. And I really hope you took advantage of those in a healthy way when they were provided, because it's meant to be for everyone, for healing. Grief comes in waves. Some days are going to be
That's
tougher
true.
than others, but take it as it comes. And that's why you have your Turning Point family, and just lean on them.
Oh, thanks.
And
Thanks,
lean
Kirk.
on
Appreciate that.
other people in your life that will help you and pour into you and pray with you to get you through it. I say that, though, that if you do need more time to grieve, please continue to use Turning Point USA's network of counselors. We have pastors. I mean, there are so many resources for you. If you do need additional time off, please talk to your director about using paid time off for that. And again, it's not easy, but again, grief is hard. Otherwise, honestly, Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, full steam ahead, you guys. Charlie would want us to get back to work, and that's what we're doing, and that's what we did with the memorial.
Okay.
And I'm so honored and proud of
Oh
each
my
and every
God, dude. I was like waiting for the turn because I was like, okay, this part's not as bad. And then it got as bad.
one of you, because that's what we're going to do in his honor and in his name. We have
What the fuck?
so much to do, which is exciting. Charlie in heaven is like, you guys thought you had a busy schedule then, just you wait. And he's doing some awesome things with Jesus in heaven right now. But there's so much work to be done. I mean, since his assassination, we have 100,000 chapters.
Yo! The way she said assassination. There wasn't a hint of like a assassinate, like even anger. What the fuck? What the fuck? That stopped me dead in my tracks from eating my popcorn.
100,000 chapter requests.
What the
we
fuck?
Have 300,000 new donors.
Crack the popcorn.
That is
She's a fucking whack job for real.
blessing in itself.
God damn. Patrick Bateman ain't got shit on ERIKA KIRK.
Again, not normal.
Whoa.
I think we have 50,000 plus hat orders to fulfill. I mean, I'm saying these numbers because it puts into perspective that we're not just sitting and thinking and looking at the wall.
Move those hats.
We do. Like that, there is so much to do. You have over 20,000 AmFest registrations.
There's a lot happening there.
Yeah, she said assassination like it was his quinceanera.
And none of it is what I would be expecting to happen there. So basically what the employees said to me.
Nah, rowdy, dude. I've actually been really fair because, as I said, my mom died this year or last year. And yeah, I'm not one to tell anybody how to grieve, but dear God, man. No, that was fucked up.
It was that.
Like, that was... When she said assassination, there's like... And it's so just business.
They got onto
damn,
this
dude.
call, and everyone's exhausted. Everyone's been working. They pull off this
That's
massive
crazy.
memorial, and then there's kind of this approach where it's like, well, if you guys need paid time off, like Charlie's in heaven dancing, wanting you to work harder. He's just up there like, you better work, but you can use the paid time off that you have earned, by the way, if you need to grieve more. But imagine you're the employee and you're like, okay, well, this is his wife saying this. So am I weird?
Yeah.
Would I be, I would be pretty weird if I needed to take time off and his wife is saying she's full steam ahead. That's the mentality that they had. Like, how are we supposed, like, are we weird for wanting to grieve? Is that not the vibe? How can we take paid time off when ERIKA, his wife, is saying full?
This is Candace Owens, one of the most prolific people on the right wing, saying this, bro. Don't get mad at me for platforming it.
Ahead. It's very strange. It is. Even
Trust me. If you think that this is coming from us, you might want to prepare for your own side, because a lot of your side watches this chick.
Kind of using this idea of Charlie being in heaven, looking down, and the laughter. I don't know. I feel like the rest of you. I feel uncomfortable. And of course, now what we're going to listen to is her pivot to the future vision, because that's what the bulk of this is about. And it's going to consist of the notebooks that I keep telling
Not 11 days, dude.
you the public is never going to see.
You can go back to my content right after my mom fucking died.
Apparently, what I gather from this is that Charlie presented to the staff a vision for 2025, but ERIKA is going to say that there was a vision beyond that.
Today, Pep is a
all the way
Candace
to
Owens stan.
2030.
No.
And there's a project
stan.
2030.
I'll appreciate her coverage, though.
And then she's going to...
Also, when the MAGA... This is why I love it, is because when MAGA girlies fight, oh, man, they go for the throat.
kind of want to say that she's happy, but then catch herself realizing that that would be kind of weird to say that she's happy. Take a listen.
The prophetic mind of my husband was that he always...
I mean, dude, the way that her cadence is coming off, I wouldn't be surprised if she told her kids that daddy went and got a, he watched this movie Face Off, and him and JD Vance, they had to do a little swapperoo.
Planned for the future. You guys are obviously...
So technically, JD Vance is your daddy, kids, just a different face.
Like Vision 2025, but Charlie
All right,
was
that was a
also
stretch.
working on Vision 2030.
I'll take
in
your
the weeks
face
leading up
off
to September
Castor
10th,
Troy.
and he was working really closely with Justin, and that's why Justin had been appointed the role of COO, because he was literally, I remember phone calls when Charlie and I would take our night walks, and it would be 10 o'clock at night, and him and Justin would just be talking about the plans. I was aware of the plans. I have his journals that are aware of the plans. Like, there is no confusion of what's to come. And I want to give you guys that reassurance that it's full steam ahead. And the board and I are working with Justin and the executive leadership teams to make sure that
I just
all of
looked, guys, this is some of the biggest news right now in politics. This is trending.
Plans.
Like, you guys, as I said, you can be all mad, but this is on Candace. Go to her chat and fucking rip her apart. She's live right now, I think.
come into effect.
Like, if you're mad that this is a fucking going to be a distraction from Trump and all that, well,
I again am so,
as I said,
grateful
welcome
for
you to
all
go to
of
her
you.
chat.
I'm so proud of all of you. You honor my husband so well. All of you do. And it's weird to say I'm excited. I really hesitate saying that. It's really hard for me to say that. It's a really weird
Oh, I was actually looking at like MAGA, the MAGA sites,
thing to
but
say. But I think it comes...
dude, as a content creator, I have to follow all the idiots that you guys follow, like even Geeks and Gamers and all that bullshit.
comes from a space of peace.
No, this is the
knowing
right
that
wing coming
God's
out and saying this shit. PBD just fucking reported on this.
using
Like,
this.
yeah, okay.
And we're humbly
It's only the left wing that's doing it. They're just in an echo chamber.
witnessing the gospel in real time.
I don't know what to say. She doesn't want to say she's happy. I don't want to say I'm happy, but where it comes from, let me explain the happiness I feel. It comes from peace because we're witnessing the gospel in real time. All of this makes my skin crawl. It genuinely makes my skin crawl. I'm going to go ahead and say that. You can go find your commentator who's going to tell you everybody grieves differently. Nope, that is less than 2 weeks after Charlie was publicly assassinated. That doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't feel right to, I would say, the majority of people, or that doesn't feel right. Knowing that they're joyous at dinners. And again, this is when people who did not know Charlie could not stop crying and were sending me emails.
Again, she had more pyro than Shawn Michaels.
Who've never met Charlie, who didn't even know what Turning Point USA was because they watched his assassination.
One of my favorite memes is they put Shawn Michaels' music to her walking out. It fit way too well.
Could not stop crying and pull themselves together. That is not the emotion that we're getting there. Like I said, the entire call is upbeat. And the portions where we are even speaking about grief, it feels like an obligation. Like,
I wouldn't say I love Candace Owens. I just find it funny when it's like, oh, MAGA girls fight, and
got the dogs. And what Charlie wants is for you to work now. And that is how the employees that I've spoken to who were on that call, that's how they felt. My assumption, by the way, why I'm addressing this now is because my assumption, watching
here we go,
everything that's gone on, my assumption was that she really was trying to figure things out. I assumed in the silence, right? She wasn't doing interviews then. I assumed she couldn't get out of bed. I assumed that she couldn't pick her head up. And I felt that people were being unfair in judging outfits and judging whether or not they liked how her hair was done. I said, okay, she's speaking at the memorial. We expect her to speak at the memorial event. I felt the public was being unfair. Now that we're kind of getting more on the inside of the organization, the now fired employees are telling me, no, it was quite the opposite. She was in the office every day with Stacey Sheridan, running around with Stacey Sheridan, taking phone calls with Stacey Sheridan. That's like the head of the fundraising for Turning Point USA. So what I had imagined in my head was happening.
Wait, you keep saying AOC. Are you under the impression that we are watching AOC?
Simply was not so.
Please say yes.
Something is
Please
not
say yes.
Right. That's what I would like to say. That does not.
This is how Melania is going to be acting when DJT kicks the bucket.
The timing, the energy of that call does not feel right to me. This
Oh, I really appreciate you giving me all the sympathies. Kissy kissy.
I don't know.
All right, I have to go now.
I don't know what's happening, but I think we are inching closer to figuring out what's going on. That's for sure. And we will have more for you in the coming weeks. It also led me to another stunning discovery that we have made in large part thanks to internet sleuths.
Her voice does sound similar to AOC.
There was a lot of media panicking when we discussed Project Looking Glass. We discussed the fact that Charlie was indeed a gifted child who went to a literal children's school for the gifted. I told you guys also that street lights used to go out when he ran. There's a whole term for that. Apparently, a lot of people go through that. We saw that in the comment section. Now, what does it all mean? On my episode, I posited that the military was keeping its eye on quote unquote gate children, gifted children, by different names, but term.
So she's still on the Charlie Kirk was a mutant.
It more broadly.
Okay.
Children that go through the gate program. That Charlie's life may have therefore been a literal Truman Show once they realized that he was extraordinarily gifted. So let me remind you that when Charlie was having these visions about his death back in 2018,
I will say this much, at least she's entertaining.
That he knew from the moment that he began Turning Point USA, that he was going to die young. I'm going to re-show you this text message again so you can see it. Literally, he writes, since the beginning of Turning Point USA, I knew in my gut that I might get wiped out at any time. I cannot explain it, but I dream about it all the time, like all the time. Not really afraid of it, but I'm just telling you what I know to be true. I'm not sure I'm going to live, begins with, I'm not sure I'm going to live to see the end of this revolution. But interesting that he says, since the beginning of Turning Point USA, we should probably therefore go back to the founding story of Turning Point USA. The story the public knows, and the story that I was told, is that Charlie was this teenager, didn't get into West Point. Anyway, he's speaking at a conference where a man named Bill Montgomery happened to be in attendance. He has since passed. I met Bill Montgomery. He's very kind to me. And my point in bringing this up is not to throw any shade on him, but because I'm now interested in this origin story. Anyways, he's in attendance. He's absolutely floored at Benedictine University when Charlie speaks. He immediately knew.
Wait, so this is the Israel connection.
At a future president.
Yeah.
This is an article. I think it was done in The Atlantic back in, it doesn't matter what year. Anyways, it reads in The Atlantic, Montgomery was at Benedictine University in western Chicago suburb of Lisle, Illinois, for the college's Youth Government Day in May.
I saw Five Iron Frenzy at that exact place.
May of 2012. The slate of
at their
speakers
auditorium.
put the kids to sleep, he told the National Journal.
What's up,
But when
Mitchell?
KIRK took the floor, the energy in the room completely changed. The kids weren't sleeping anymore, and their attention was wrapped on
Mitch.
KIRK. Inspired, Montgomery went up to him after his speech and told him, as only a man 50 years senior can say, that he needed to delay college to pursue a higher calling. Quote, I don't know you, Montgomery recalled saying, but you need to start an organization to reach out to young people with your message. A month after Montgomery met KIRK, the duo launched Turning Point USA. I want you to hold on to that phrase, I don't know you, but. Again, that's the same story that I was told. So I was a bit surprised to learn that there may be a larger story here. Now, Bill Montgomery was Air Force. He's in the Air Force Reserves. Bill Montgomery also happened to be from Lincoln, Nebraska, getting into that one of those
She was literally one of Charlie Kirk's best friends.
Egyptian plane stops. A lot of these people are tied to Lincoln, Nebraska that are in this story. Saving that for another day. Now, not much is known about what specifically Bill Montgomery did during his time in the military, but we do know that he moved to the Chicago area thereafter, which obviously in the area where Charlie's X-Men school was. The X-Men school, I just like to call it that, was actually called Creative Children's Academy. It opened in 1982 for the academic.
I went to one of these. It's literally a gifted program. It's literally for people that are gifted in public speaking and art in general. Like you're part of the arts.
Gifted from.
It doesn't make you a fucking X-Man.
From preschool up into the 8th grade. In 1999, it changed its name officially to Quest Academy. It tells us on its website, in a past article, that
It's literally just a Christian school that has an arts program.
it receives corporate and private funding from who we don't know. I would like to know what corporations funded that academy. What we do know.
No, we're back to proving that she's kind of a dum-dum.
Is that
I mean, we all do that. It's not like I was giving her any, credence here. Credence for Candace.
It's a stone's throw from Northrop Grumman, the massive aerospace and defense company that has extensive federal contracts dating back to World War II. Just put that fact in the back of your mind. It may mean nothing at all, but I just want to say that because it came up when I was researching the general area in Palestine.
She literally, you heard that, right? It just so happens that the Northrop Grumman or whatever the fuck, big military contractor just happened to be right next to where this gifted school that Charlie.
Illinois.
The fuck? Yeah. Did you know that one of the most prominent Christian schools right now is in an old Safety Clean building where they used to make chemicals?
The Children's Creative Academy, I should tell you, was founded by a woman named Helene Bartz. Okay. Her husband is a Reverend Robert Bartz of Arlington Heights. Helene Bartz. Now, a tip that I received and I was able to confirm is that Helene Bartz was actually good friends with Bill Montgomery and his wife, Edith Montgomery.
Yeah, that's how that goes. Like these Christian communities, especially the grifters at the top, they all know each other.
Edith Walker.
Yeah, Bill Hybels from Willow Creek was a huge fucking friend of the fucking same guy that she's talking about.
Walker Montgomery. She actually goes by her last name, Edith
Bill Clinton, too.
Walker.
And Donald Trump.
The person claims that Edith Walker, who I've since learned emigrated from Germany after World War II, and I can't really say much else about her,
Corman,
became and this is correct, an adolescent psychiatric nurse. So she was a psychiatric nurse to the youth. And that she was actually the person that started the school with Helene Bartz. And that has since virtually been wiped from public record. But that's what you're missing, is that
No, it hasn't, because you found it.
that these people all knew each other. The person claims
What?
that Bill and his wife and a certain
It was essentially wiped from public record, but I found it because of public records.
Robert Flood, who is in Dan Flood's family, this is what they claim, and I have since found this person, said that they knew each other since before the school even got started. They were all working for this evangelical company, evangelical sales force, known as the Shackley Corporation. It's still in existence today. I'm going to give you a bit of information. The Shackley Corporation was...
I know that she's just finding out about this, but like, if you were into like the Christian community, you knew about all this.
was the first company
Like,
that
this
ever
is-
created a multivitamin in America. It
Yeah,
grew
this is
to
not news.
massive.
They're very, they're
basically
very, very big into
middle-level management.
like pyramid schemey kind of shit.
corporation, which, like I said, commanded this evangelical sales force.
Yeah.
Shackley was basically described as like a religious fervor that was sweeping the nation.
No,
for
what? No. You're actually being too charitable here. No, what he did is he saw that he had influence within his church, and that if he could make this into something that they could sell, he was essentially Alex Jones, where he's like, oh, if I could sell my flock supplements, I could be a millionaire.
For nutrition.
That's where we're at.
It was started by a man who preached the gospel of nutrition, buy our products, but also the gospel.
Oh my God. He is that stupid. All right, this chatter thinks that this is AOC saying this.
Is what
Which it says Candace in big, bold letters right here. Yeah. Candace. Whoa.
what this is really about, and it grew to be a massive company that engaged in a 25-year contract with NASA. You're like, what? Yeah, for supplements that they could take to space. Now, it sounds to me like some good old-fashioned government
Gospel
money
and
laundering,
nutrition's
but
wild. Oh, they were big into this
if you
at my school.
are like Skylar and believe in the moon landing, sure, maybe you need some vitamins up there.
Mm.
Now, working off of this
No, for real. And like GNC has a fucking tie to this.
tip, I was indeed, like I
Yeah.
said, able to confirm that Helene Bartz, so again, to give you these names,
Yeah,
Helene Bartz
no,
started
like
the school, and I confirmed that she
I'm
did
glad
indeed,
that everybody else
prior
is now
to,
getting on
worked
board with this.
at Shackley. She actually ran the Shackley Center
Ugh.
in Arlington Heights. I'm having a lot of trouble, and the reason why I'm putting this out there
I
is
like
I'm having-
how, ironically, so like the person that's going to ruin the Shackley like grift is Candace fucking Owens.
trouble learning more about Bill and Edith. Where did Bill
Oh,
serve in the
man.
military? Why specifically did he move to Chicago? Where in Germany is Edith Walker from? Who was her first husband? Because Walker was clearly not her first name when she moved here. Where exactly was she a psychiatric adolescent nurse? Again, using her full name, Edith Marie Walker, in Arlington Heights, where Charlie grew up. Did she see Charlie? Is that a plausibility? I would say yes. And
Arlington Heights is a big fucking area, you dolt.
I know that Charlie told me the story that they wanted to drug him when he was a kid, but his mom said,
Yes, that's when they were giving us all Ritalin. That means that he was having problems in school, and they were trying to say, oh, yeah, you know what? He's got that hyperactive disorder.
no, my kid's a genius. And instead, because his mother refused, they instead put him into this special school.
Yeah.
Again, this is an investigation. Maybe it leads nowhere, but this is sure as hell interesting enough for me to put it out there. Mostly because the idea that everything we know about Turning Point's origin story could also be incorrect is equal parts terrifying and fascinating. It would give new meaning to the idea of his life being the Truman.
Giving him Flintstone chewables.
I think that's fair to state that.
Yeah.
If you have any more information, please message us. Send us an email at moretips@CandaceOwens.com. Maybe your research will be better than mine, but I am particularly interested in Edith Walker Montgomery, and where she came from in Germany and who her family was all very fascinating and interesting time in America indeed. Anyway, we'll take a brief break here.
She's trying to insinuate that she was a Nazi if you don't get the subtext.
Before we come back and give you an update on the internet sleuths after I gave you that message, which sure.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna unpack that for a second. So here, let me put it on the main screen here. We're gonna see part 2. Like when part 2 is available here, which it will be within a few minutes. So here, give me a minute. Let me see. Let me figure this out. Are you still live? There we go. Okay. I got it. Gotta go anyway. Library board meeting tonight. Hell yeah. Have fun. All right, we got part 2.
Before we actually did. So I just wanted to clarify that that picture that we showed yesterday of Bob Flood from Chicago, photography. Anyway, welcome back to Candace. All right, you guys, first and foremost, a major correction from yesterday. Thank you to people in Iowa for messaging me. We made a mistake and showed you a picture of a man that is actually not named Bob Flood at all. His name was actually Bob Ferguson. He's from Iowa. He has nothing to do with the story. It was genuinely a full-blown mistake. I've actually reached out to him, and I just deeply apologize. We wiped it from the episode, but many of you saw it before we actually did. So I just wanted to clarify that that picture that we showed yesterday of Bob Flood from Chicago was not Bob Flood from Chicago.
So you're telling me that your investigative skills are kind of lacking?
It was a man named Bob Ferguson
Good to know.
from Iowa who literally had nothing to do with anything. So my apologies to Bob Ferguson. Hopefully we will get in touch. I'm kind of using some back channels to make that happen. Anyway, back to today. They say hindsight is 2020. Right? That's the expression. Hindsight is 2020. And damn, if we are not realizing that right now. I can say with full confidence, after combining what we have learned throughout this investigation to be a fact, and after now speaking with employees who were let go in this recent string of aggressive firings, employees that did nothing or weren't told that they did anything. They certainly were not the people that were leaking to me. That I do.
Okay. I'm going to give my 2 cents here. She said that like to try and protect them, but you know what? If they're firing people with essentially without cause, it's because they at least think that they got fucking rats on the ship.
I believe firmly from the beginning.
Man, this is happening internally with a lot of these right-wing organizations. You got the Daily Wire that's happening with. You got freaking Turning Point, and then you also got Alex Jones's InfoWars.
ERIKA was intimately involved in the PR messaging and the PR campaign at different times against me, sometimes against the entire world, but against me in particular. Just to recap why this is now suddenly important, no one's picking on her.
KIRK, I just saw your comment about how the guy thought that she was AOC because she's brown.
We have
I thought
confirmed
that when,
for a fact
he was
that
going
she
off of like,
lied.
there's no
she lied to my
way.
face, actually, regarding the Superman neck. She blamed that on Andrew Colvett, said that he went rogue, that Dr. Lee Trotter also went rogue, violated HIPAA, that they hopped on the phone and did this without her consent or knowledge. Then on top of that, Andrew then sends out a tweet. I told you, confirmed to you, the doctor did not violate HIPAA. It was actually a 3-way call. And the statement pertaining to Superman neck came from her. Andrew Colvett, in that regard, was doing ERIKA's bidding. He was taking a figurative bullet for her. She did not misspeak there. There's no way to look around it. She lied. She lied right to my face when she said that. She knew that HIPAA, he didn't violate HIPAA. She lied to a doctor, a surgeon, and she knew that she was on that call. So let's just say that clearly. We've also now confirmed that she was at the Hamptons retreat, the now infamous.
Wait. Is she saying that HIPAA wasn't violated because she was part of the phone call?
She was present when Bibi Netanyahu called. And that bothers me because I was out here
little confused
catching
by that
a
one.
lot of heat for telling the truth. Now, we have two different versions of that story. Andrew Colvett said that Bibi offered to fund Turning Point to the next level. I have since confirmed what Andrew Colvett said with two people that are not related to Andrew Colvett at all. ERIKA, despite being at that dinner and confirming that she was there, does not remember that part. She says that there was not an offer that was made and that Bibi was calling about the letter that Charlie wrote him back in May. Andrew confirmed to me that Charlie described that summit as like an intervention was being staged over Israel. So I find that to be interesting. Again, with everything that we now know, my assumption was she didn't wade into things, didn't wade into the water, and didn't say anything about the debate that was happening because she was so overwhelmed and kind of catching her breath as the new CEO and chairman. I think now I have a different perspective on that. I'm not sure why she did not come out and say, if she was capable of doing calls and sitting down and doing meetings, come out and say, like, yes, this Hampton summit did happen. Yes, Bibi did call, and try to work through with Andrew why they have different memories of whether or not he called to fund things to the next level. We have also confirmed that ERIKA and Andrew are working together on that Fort Huachuca PR response. It was the craziest tax I've ever endured. Alex Jones, quite entertainingly, he's coming for me my whole life, everything. But that PR response was confirmed that she was a part of that through this obscure YouTuber, Paramount Tactical, rather than going directly to me after we sat down. That, to me,
I'm starting to
seems
think
like
that,
pretty...
this is all like planned, like the whole Alex Jones going after Candace and her fucking reacting that way. I don't know.
Strong violation of a well-meaning conversation that I had with her
20
for
minutes
hours.
until the
and I should
4-2-0.
also mention that was the same YouTuber, despite also going into Mitch's entire past, Mitch Snow's past. But after calling for a ceasefire and saying, let us sit down and talk, they welcomed Paramount Tactical onto Charlie Kirk's podcast show while I was in this hotel room to debunk me. I had no idea it was happening. And then...
Okay, so if there's one thing that this is exposing, it's the fact that there was a lot of drama behind the scenes well before any of this came to light.
That's, I think, was the beginning of when it clicked to me, seeing that him being caught live, Andrew Colvett live messaging something from ERIKA after she told me that they were disappointed in Andrew, that he wasn't going to be involved in PR anymore. That's when I realized that I was being lied to, that she was making moves behind the scenes. And the answer that we will likely never get, to add one more point here,
that's what started all this,
is whether Andrew was lying or ERIKA was confused. And I would like to say that I don't believe Andrew was lying. I believe Andrew was telling me the truth when he said that when he stepped off of the plane in Provo on September 10th, he basically collapsed into ERIKA's arms, crying on the tarmac because he had all of his pent-up emotion, had this big plane. Everyone was messaging him about Charlie asking for his status. He didn't know what was going on. And the impression that I got was that Andrew was on that plane alone. But then we were later told that Andrew was accompanied by his wife. But ERIKA, during our face-to-face meeting, had no recollection of his wife stepping off of the plane. When I asked, I said, was he with his wife? She was unable to answer that question as to whether or not Andrew flew in with his wife to Provo. How is that possible? Is Andrew lying about that? Or is ERIKA misremembering? What we know thereafter is that...
I mean, usually I would say it's like, yeah, well, she was probably in like the grief, haze, but... Nah, after that, listening to that phone call, I don't think so.
When they arrived at
I don't think she had the grief haze.
the hospital, after waiting for an hour, if Andrew is to believe.
I know everybody grieves differently, but goddamn, I'm at least going to point out that it's like, yeah, her way of being different is, not really doing it.
Tarmac for Andrew's flight.
Especially as a public figure, too. Like, did she think for a second? Like, oh yeah, they'll just see that I'm a workaholic and
arrived at the hospital.
I'm trying to just work through this, which any therapist would have told her not to do that because at some point it's going to hit her.
And
if she cared, I don't know, man. Like the conspiracy theory saying that ERIKA KIRK might have had something to do with it.
Separate entrances.
It plays into it.
The front main entrance where there were other TPUSA staff there, people that were there on that day. And ERIKA went in through a back or side entrance. These are the facts.
She didn't grieve. She just moved on to phase 2 of her plan.
If they disturb you, then you should know that you are not alone. The world obviously melted down yesterday when we played the corporate-wide call hosted by ERIKA to Turning Point employees following the memorial event. The overwhelming consensus, the human response to that, is that you feel disturbed when you listen to it, spiritually disturbed by the emotion of it, the happiness. Speaking about merchandise being sold, hats being sold. Again, this is not a sales call.
I'll say that was wild.
The entire team on the phone.
Yeah, that's wild.
New corporate-wide call that
Like,
I'm going
we're
to share
really
with you
just
today.
I mean,
took
if you're going to
place even
skate
earlier.
over that, guys.
So that you can go back.
Yeah, that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Okay, cool.
To your time.
Yeah, see, as I said when I was prefacing when we started this, that I wanted to know from the maggots that, like, truly know about this kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, doesn't that bother you, like, a little bit?
Machines. It took place just 5.5 days after Charlie was pronounced dead.
I appreciate that,
Everscreen.
Everscreen.
16th. This is when Turning Point USA employees are told that ERIKA is going to be replacing Charlie as the CEO and chairman. The public is going to be informed a day later on September 17th in a
Hope they
public
didn't
letter
still have the
signed
bobbleheads for
off
sale.
by, Doug DeGroot is on the board. And I should be clear that when Doug DeGroot, going back
They're all tilted slightly like this.
forward and looking at the announcement, he makes it very biblical, which is a common theme here. Everything is it's about, this is what God has ordained. Here is the letter. Just going to read the top here. It reads in Ecclesiastes, King Solomon wrote that mankind is to be tested by God. Today we are facing such a test, yet we also know that God has prepared us with everything that we need to overcome this ordeal. It was the honor of our lives to serve as board members of Charlie's side. Charlie prepared all of us for a moment like this one. He worked tirelessly to ensure Turning Point USA was built to survive even the greatest tests, and now it is our great pride to announce ERIKA KIRK as the new CEO and chair of the board for Turning Point USA. Okay, so I want you to remember that. It's
Okay.
I don't even remember that letter at all, so that's why I'm showing it to you.
Yeah. Okay.
It's King Solomon, and it's, this is what God wants. Okay. Now, this decision, like I said, published on the 17th, was actually voted upon earlier. I know because Andrew Colvett told me before the public knew that the board had selected ERIKA within about 72 hours of Charlie's death. I was crying on the phone with him, already concerned by the obvious attempt from people who hated Charlie previously, now committing themselves publicly to taking over his legacy, filling in his boots, picking up his bloody mic. And Andrew reassured me that the decision had already been made and that it was ERIKA.
Yeah, I gotta say, Steven Crowder coming out and being all indignant about it, where it was like, no, they had beef, yo.
That was going to take over. And in my aggrieved state, I said,
Very
okay,
articulate of me.
amazing. Thank God. I'm so happy
Yeah,
to hear
beef,
that.
yo.
So I'm so happy that none of these people who literally hated him are going to try to sit in his chair. Now, in hindsight, practically speaking, this means that within a space of about 72 hours, someone approached ERIKA and thought that the right thing to ask or say was, hey, know you're going through a lot right now, but is it okay if we put your name up for the position of CEO? And can we put that to a board vote today? Are you willing?
This is ERIKA KIRK we're talking about. WWE would be a much better fit.
Able to take over as the chairman and the CEO in Charlie's stead? To which ERIKA had to have replied, yes, she had to give her consent for that to go up for a board vote.
He also had beef with Ben Shapiro.
That's just a fact that had to take place, how it happened, exactly when it was said. Somebody felt that was appropriate to say that. Now, my first 72 hours was a little bit different. On my end, when Mitchell, my PR agent, sent me a very kind message about the infinite press requests that we had been receiving, people seeking a statement from me regarding how I felt about Charlie's public assassination, I wanted to physically assault him. He did nothing wrong. He actually did his job with the utmost professionalism and care. And still, I kind of wanted to kick Mitchell. I'm sorry, Mitchell. That's how I felt at that time, because everything just felt so intrusive. Like, to even think about the world going on felt wrong. I didn't think anything of her appointment at that time or beyond it, other than what I stated publicly, which was that Turning Point USA should have waited and instead appointed an interim CEO to allow ERIKA the time that she needed to grieve, rather than her having to deal with everyone questioning her moves as a CEO. But I also contended with myself, I will say. I also thought, well, maybe they rushed the decision because it was symbolic and they felt it was necessary, that it was sort of honorific, meaning she wasn't really going to do anything at that time, but they wanted to announce that this is the direction that it's going, which would be fair, like just wanting the announcement to mean something. And on her end, I thought maybe ERIKA said yes because she wanted to hold on to some sense of continuity. Like, this is still going to go on. We're going to get everything going. And that still could be true, by the way. That
By the way, I was just checking Twitter.
could have been what drove her decision.
I think that I might have understated how much this is tearing MAGA apart right now.
But
I didn't see anybody like on the left in the comment section, dude. This is a whole bunch of like, I would call them like the Groyper side. It seems like they're the more hardcore ones, so they seem to be flogging her comment section right
But
now.
of course, looking in
It's not though.
retrospect, it is stunning to me that ERIKA chose not to bring a
Well, no, because you're right. It's the Turning Point crowd.
single member of her actual
All right, yeah,
family with
you're
her to
right.
Utah.
I got that backwards.
Something that I just sort of missed.
I
at
will
the time.
retract that.
Just Turning Point
Here.
family. Think about that. Charlie Kirk's mother,
Oh,
father,
man.
sister, they all raced to Utah to be with him at the hospital.
This is crazy,
which
though.
is to
Like,
be
they're
expected.
going nuts over
But
this.
ERIKA, no one in her immediate family joined her in her darkest hour. Not her mom. Okay. We were told that she was sick. Dad also lives in Scottsdale. Sister, yes, she does have one. Cousins, friends from high school. After all, she grew up in Arizona, right? That's where she went to school. That's where she went to high school. Instead, she was joined by Stacey Sheridan, who was playing the part of her mother. Stacey, who is the head of fundraising for Turning Point USA. Don't forget, it was Stacey Sheridan who concerned herself with Turning Point raising money.
It would literally be insane to not question the background of someone taking over an organization of whose owner was
Who
assassinated.
filmed Charlie in the Casket. It is Stacey Sheridan who traveled with ERIKA. She's
Hey,
the
dummy,
one who's
it's his
holding
wife.
ERIKA,
Man, yeah, okay, so they're
holding her hand as Charlie's casket was coming off.
Yeah,
of
we got a
Air
double
Force Two.
420 today.
That was Stacey Sheridan standing next to her recording. Not her mother, not her dad, not ERIKA's sister. You just would think that somebody that you would call somebody close to you that does not exist in a corporate structure to be by your side. That is my now.
See, now that's conjecture. I don't like that. Like, I'll even say
Totally.
that kind of plays into the like how now you're just being judgmental to be kind of judgmental for no reason.
Rational perspective looking backward.
Like, God, Candace really does suck in this one where it's like, because you see what she does too, where if you tell her how something is, she won't believe you because then she starts going into, well, I just saw that there was this one building behind your house. And you know what? That's really sus. That's sus that you have this building. It's like, it's a McDonald's. You know what? I think that you must be controlled by the corporate overlords of McDonald's then. Because they had a McDonald's behind your house.
But it was Stacey Sheridan, who I have told her since day one. What? I personally warned Charlie about her. That is my personal opinion.
Am I far off? I mean, seriously, that's how crazy some of the like this sounds.
That there is no rung into hell that Stacey Sheridan will not descend upon for $1.
You, like my husband always wanted, and it would be bigger than ever. And we're going to honor him by doing that. We're going to stay humble.
In the context of
that's what we
hold on, that was
allow
weird.
you guys to watch this for 5 minutes.
Had private conversations with him. I want you all to hold on to those, and I want you all to remember those so deeply. I want you to journal about them. I want you to be able to tell your kids about them.
There's a fucking Zoom call.
I want you to put those in your heart as why you're
and she's playing the full 5 minutes of this shit.
Still here with the Turning Point USA family.
She's burning it all down. Holy crap!
And like I said to our small group after
talking to all MAGA pets. Yeah,
thing on TV. How many days are still around Good Friday?
That does
I told
happen.
the team. I said
that happens.
Turning Point USA will continue, like my husband always wanted, and it'll be bigger than ever. And we're going to honor him by doing that. We're going to stay humble. We're going to work hard because that's what he would want. And we're going to just make it grow. And we're going to keep our eyes fixed on heaven. And, you know, like even Stacey said, he's going to find ways to speak to us. and he's going to speak to you in different ways. Every person's going to be different, but you'll get little moments where you're like, okay, Charlie, I see you. It might be here on campus. It might be in quiet moments of the night, but he's here and he's more alive than ever. And he is, he's going to guide us. And we just have to remain humble. But again, what I told the team was, I will fight like hell to make sure that all of you have a job here. I don't want anyone to think their job's in jeopardy, because your family, if you choose to leave, that's different. I never will, and I promise you, I will make sure that I never allow a point to where you have to leave because we cannot financially afford you. And that is a promise. I want our family to stay together the best it can. Obviously, circumstances, there's unforeseen things that might pop up here and there that we can't foresee in the future. But for right now, the way things are, I would like to remain if they are status quo. And I think that's the best thing to do. And everything else we can worry about later. But I just want to let you know that you guys are all very loved. I'm very proud of you. And Charlie would be, I think Charlie's just... I'm trying not to say that he's obviously celebrating in heaven amongst many things, but he's so proud of all of you. And he's so proud of all of you for keeping this mission alive. And he knows that you can do it. That's why you're hired. And he knows that you will be able to carry the torch. And he knows that you're going to do a great job. And you're going to be able to, even though days are going to be tough, honestly, the nights are the hardest. Mornings are pretty raw too. But just what I've noticed these past several days is if I didn't have the Turning Point USA family with me, all of you, I would be a disaster. I mean, I would be in fetal position 24/7. But the fact that we have a continued mission to look forward to, and we have our family, it's everything. And some of you, this is your chosen family. And just rely and lean on.
This is where I will be fair. Again, in therapy, especially grief, like, they kind of do say, like, when you feel like you have nowhere else to go, and like just kind of to do the things that you would usually do, put yourself into something. And a lot of people end up putting themselves, like, doubling down on work.
On each other. That's huge. Leaning on each other.
So I'm going to be a little fair there, but there's also the other side to this where I'm like, oh man, but this is a little too calculated. Again, because there's the other side to grief where it's like, it makes it really hard to do these things in a way that's like, and this was fucking days after he died. This wasn't even a full week after he got shot.
Because all of you were together prior to
Holy
this.
fuck.
And we'll be together after this. And
Yeah, I don't know, man.
And everything.
She's focusing way too hard on making sure that Turning Point turns a profit.
And I told Justin, it's going to be something where everything before September 10th, any email you were working on, any project you were working on, it's not that it's irrelevant now. It's just things have changed, obviously. And the mission has gotten deeper, and the mission will grow deeper. But I just want all of you to know, we will be wise stewards.
I'm going to say this much. This is definitely not helping the legacy.
Will be vigilant. We will be
like
humble.
I said, Candace Owens is going to be the one to bring it all down.
I just want you to know
it's all because she's just petty.
Yeah,
she's just so petty.
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh my
And
God.
we're going to make sure that
What brought down Turning Point USA? Petty mean girl bullshit.
So well at this whole world knows what his vision
Jesus, veneers are so fucking
was and will be. And
oh my God. When I see teeth that white, I always am just like, oof.
It's just, I feel so blessed and honored.
Blessed and honored.
You subscribe because I'm pretty cool for a liberal.
That is crazy work
thank
as
you.
adjectives. I
appreciate that.
I don't know. That's crazy work. That is I couldn't, blessed and honored to be the CEO and to be telling you guys that you're a family. And I want you to see this because we've spoken about this, the Moonies cult, and these people that are leaving are like, it was just like a cult. Like basically she's saying this, she's calling you a family. She promises them. That's why it's important. You have to hold this to the fire. You're not a CEO. You promised these kids
Oh man,
that if you they are going to work harder, you're in this family, your jobs are safe. Actually, that's what makes her cry. Saying your jobs are, that's when she breaks, right?
They had ties with my school.
When she says, it's so important to know your jobs are good. Like I feel emotionally attached to you guys working for me.
God.
And then you attach that.
It really is weird to think that if I was like 5, I think what is it, 5 or 6 years younger?
That's what we showed you.
I would have probably known Charlie Kirk.
Of a young woman.
It's like he was part of like the same types of Christian circles that I was.
Who, like I said, on everything.
Thank God.
We
missed that one.
She never leaked anything. She never spoke to me. Nothing. Gets fired. And for asking a simple
Already
question,
got the fucking
literally,
degree of separation with Tim Pool. Fucking A.
Why am I fired? We've been working like 25
Later, guys,
hours.
this
Get
is
out.
sad.
Get out. Get out. There's security
Later,
there. That's
hi.
it. We're moving in a different direction. That is not okay. Okay.
Literally, your name is High and you're dipping before the 420 on the program.
You're not allowed to say everybody grieves differently, so I don't have to answer any questions about that. And guys, we're going to bring in the beginning too, because I want you to watch the beginning of this so you can see the full thing, because we don't need to strip anything. Because she starts by laughing, which I find to be interesting. But
dude, okay. So what we're watching now is not like, this is not the what I would call the climax of this situation. This is going to get so much worse.
I do want to let you know that we are having some
This is
buffer
going to be
issues.
fun.
We still have major
Oh my God, Candace, you just lit a stick of dynamite and threw it into a fucking church.
Our best here. If you have some
Like, what
connectivity
the
issues,
fuck?
just know that that's the reason why. Here's the beginning of that call.
And everybody's clamoring like, ah!
Yep, there you go.
Fucking playing hot potato.
Look at all the thumbs up. Look how cute that is. Sorry, this is a little bit more informal than probably Charlie would be reacting. How sweet. I didn't know they could do that. I hate Zoom. I never like Zoom. Sorry, you guys. I just wanted to say first and foremost, my heart obviously is broken for you guys as much as it is for our family. You guys lost not
Whoa. Whoa. Why didn't you lead with that? Whoa.
a boss, but someone that you
No, dude, she is really coming across as like Patrick Bateman levels of cold. By the way,
looked
420,
up
everybody.
to, someone that
Let's
you,
celebrate.
believed.
Actually, I'm going to pause this because I don't want to miss this. Let's celebrate and then, yeah, we'll continue. Woo! Oh, my West Coasters. Happy 420. If it's not your 420, happy time zone. Ooh. Ooh. That was quite the good one.
In his mission that you also
Wow.
you loved listening to his show.
Like I said, I got a new strain.
Hearing his wisdom on
Pretty happy
things.
about
I'm
it.
sure some of you have also had very personal moments of where you sat down and
So that's the beginning, just so you have that in its full context. Now, like I said,
Well, the full context, to be fair, full context would have, excuse me, full context would have been playing that in its entirety from that point and then on.
It's definitely something.
But-
It feels to me a bit like the psychological phenomenon known as trauma bonding,
man.
right? They had just suffered a very real trauma. That's not a trauma that most
You're gonna
people
wait another hour
go
to
through
smoke?
in their entire
Cool.
lives. You sign up for a company. Charlie Kirk is the leader of that company. You sign up, majority of these people, to work for this organization because they believe in Charlie Kirk. They believe in what he is doing on college campuses. And then you watch him get live assassinated. And now management is going to try to establish your
Thank you for the raid there.
Loyalty.
Everybody from Jake Stream, I appreciate you stopping on by.
using all sorts of tactics.
What did we learn on what you can do with our pal Jake?
But essentially what they're creating here is an emotional dependence, right? We are a family. We have lived through this. This is a family. And
we're learning about the drama that's going on with Turning Point USA with Candace Owens and ERIKA Kirk. And that's a hell of a pause face.
that very may not have been Erika's intent. But hearing her
I took a chance today, or yesterday.
sound like she's about to cry when she discusses
Got 2 new strains, and you know what?
specifically them keeping their
Both of them are
jobs,
hitting.
not Charlie, but Charlie having been assassinated in front of the world, but the prospect of their
I've been liking Banana Conda, but I needed to get away from it because it was definitely getting a little,
we do not have to
I was
imagine
getting too used to it.
If she meant that sincerely, because she didn't. She did not mean that sincerely. After working them all like horses, wrapping them in this way, she's going to fire a boatload of them without cause or even conversation. That's actually traumatic. See it from the employee's viewpoint. For those of you wondering, they just must feel like they just got punched in the face. You had to watch him die. Then you get brought in on this emotional, we're a family, I never would do this. And it's like, get out, don't let the door hit you on the way back. Yeah, we raised $250 million, you're not even gonna get a bonus. Now we're gonna keep letting this play out because you are going to hear her actually be the first person to say an expression that has been used a lot. She's going to remind people that everybody grieves differently. 5.5 days after Charlie was announced dead at the hospital. Take a listen.
And we will do our best to continue to make Turning Point USA the behemoth that he wanted it to be, this massive thing. And it is, and that's why we have to stay humble. But I just want you guys to stay in prayer. And if you guys do need anything, please reach out to whoever you know to reach out to. And pray with one another, be there with one another, be soft with one another. Everyone grieves differently. So if someone's acting weird, don't read into that. Weddings and funerals
Nice.
bring out the weirdest side.
Actually, that was my when I did my last grow. That's what I had.
Anyone who's been married knows
Mr.
that.
Hermit.
So don't read into that. Just love on each other. And if there's anything or anyone who tries to divide your team or you, or that's just the enemy, and just rebuke it and know that there's a bigger mission at hand. And
dude,
again, you guys are all very loved, and I feel very honored, and I'm grateful for all of you. So I just wanted to take some time to hop on and share with you my condolences. I wish I could hug all of you, but again, the fact that there's a lot of them in the office on today, the fact that a lot of you guys are here in office, that's what he would. Like the mission, he doesn't want you to just be sitting on the couch alone in your room. He wants you to, obviously, we will all mourn, but he would want you to build. And so that's what we'll do. We'll have this.
No, you mourn and then you can kind of move through it.
Sword and money.
No. You're skipping an entire stage of grief, and this whole everybody grieves differently. Not necessarily. If you're skipping the main part of like actually kind of dealing with it, like it's because acceptance doesn't come till later, but accepting that he's dead and then feeling that really bad like when my mom died, I could tell you right now, like the emptiness, the absolute emptiness that I felt at that moment. I mean, it's fucking crazy that she could even like get past that. And talk about like growth. I don't know, man. I don't know, but I'm trying here. I'm trying because I'm trying to be fair too. But fuck.
Deep breaths. Usha.
You want her to stop? No, I'd actually prefer that she not even be on camera at this point, or like, dude, this wasn't even a full week.
I just wanted to share this with you all. I asked her when we were on the tarmac. I said,
and honestly, she's doing it to herself, man. Like, no, like she's putting this out there. She's the one who's making this public.
How to get through this.
So, back to work.
And she
said, bear dog.
When you're on an airplane, and some of you have kids will really relate to this. Others that don't, you've been on a plane with kids, so you can also relate to this. But she said, when you're on an airplane and you're 15 minutes before landing, and the kids are going crazy, and you have 15 minutes left on the plane, and they're throwing their toys and they're screaming, and you're thinking to yourself, am I going to make it through these next 15 minutes? And then the plane lands. And Usha said, you're going to make it through those next 15 minutes. And the next 15 minutes after. And so I just want to share that with you because it was a very private moment. But it gave me some peace to know that we can just do this 15 minutes at a time. So if that means at work when you're feeling a little bit Stop. Take those 15 minutes, and you'll be okay. We're all gonna be okay.
Yes,
I love you
that
guys.
is actually good advice, but
Um,
the way that you kind of just did that thing too, where it's like, take that 15 minutes, but I'm not going to.
have a great
Like,
meeting. Is there anything else that you need? Okay, it's good. You guys are loved. Love this little film with all the birds. It's so cute. So sweet. God bless you all.
Thank you, guys.
I mean, I don't really know what to say. I wanted to share that with you. I wanted to share that with you because I fully side with the employees, what they have lived through, everything that's happened, to have them admit that they work 20-hour days, to see how they were manipulated into doing that, and then having the carpet pulled under their feet and told goodbye. And God forbid you want to speak out about what you've lived through, then you're somehow like, it's a cult. That's a cult, to be clear. That's just a cult. You're with us or you're against us. And these people were not against them. They were loyal employees. Okay?
damn, dude, this all started because like ERIKA KIRK decided to go on a firing spree.
Were loyal employees, and they said that they felt like they were being emotionally manipulated to think that they had to just work harder, even beyond the 20-hour days they were working during the weekday. They were then asked to come in on the weekend to pack T-shirts because it's what Charlie would want. And I kept picking up on that beyond these calls. I kept saying, why does it feel like they're using the ghost of Charlie to sort of guilt people into
Did she just say that this is a cult?
doing
Yeah,
things?
this is this is wild.
Like, this is what Charlie would want.
I'm telling you guys, this is the start of like something way bigger.
He'd want your money. This is
is
what
gonna
Charlie
be
would want.
going
He
for
would
a
want
while.
your kid's college fund. This is what Charlie would want.
Oh,
He wants
this'll be
grandma's
fun.
will. This is what Charlie's dancing. He's dancing in heaven. He is. I don't want to say the word happy. Maybe he's not happy. He just got assassinated. Maybe he's not happy that he's never going to see his children again or put them to bed. But
Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be an
is
entertaining week. That's for
dancing
sure.
unhappily or something. What?
Okay, so what's all right. Who's gonna reply though? I don't think it's gonna be ERIKA.
Okay, like
Does she make a public statement? Do you think, or do you think that's like gonna be like Jack Posobiec or like one of the guys from Turning Point?
I don't know what this is. Like I said, fully side with the employees. I do believe,
Dude, I just realized how much she keeps alienating herself too.
with all of the new information
Alex Jones hates her. Fucking now Turning Point hates her.
that I'm getting,
Ben Shapiro hates her.
and it is a lot that she has been orchestrating this
Tim Pool hates her.
entire PR campaign.
Wait a
from
minute.
back and pretending that Andrew Colvett was problematic. Maybe some credit to Andrew Colvett for being enough of a gentleman to absorb all of that, to allow people to think that it was just him acting rogue when it wasn't. It factually was not. We were lied to. And I don't know what the purpose is of that lie. That's what troubles me. What is the purpose of that lie? And by the way, just going back to that end of the timeline that we have put together, it's actually stunning to consider that when they opted to have the three-way call with the doctor, okay, when they hurried and called the surgeon, because I did an episode and I was like, hey, something's really weird that you guys should know is that, the bullet didn't go through. There was no blood in the back of Charlie. And then ERIKA and Andrew got on the phone with the surgeon. That was on the day of Charlie's actual funeral mass. Like, that was a priority for them to have something to issue as a statement onto X to try to explain away why a 30-06 didn't go through. Like, that doesn't seem like the proper day for that, but that's when it happened. That's when it factually, that phone call took place. We know because Andrew said just got off the phone
And
with
that's when the Superman neck thing
surgeon.
came out.
So we don't have to imagine when that was. The day after my episode, when people were going, what do you mean there's no blood in the back? What do you mean the 30-06? Why lie about that? Why are we being lied to? And we're supposed to accept that they have enough money.
Sorry, guys. I hope none of you think that I'm sitting here like,
They
yeah,
do.
she's got some good points.
To hire crisis PR people and a bunch of accounts on X to
This
tell us
is
that it's
backcrap
ungodly
crazy,
for
and I'm
us
just
not
kind
to
of like,
sit there and be lied to.
okay.
That God's mandate means you can't question this. You can't question why kids are being treated like this. Like, this is Charlie's vision. He's dancing in heaven, watching how kids that a bunch of students that slaved for him 20-hour days to put together the memorial events are being let go for no reason other than loyalty tests that are being conducted by Marina, the COO, who's talking to Uber drivers for the tea. Hey, have you heard anything about Turning Point USA? Well, I heard that this Uber driver said that you may have said something. Bring her into the room. She may have critiqued ERIKA. Not allowed.
Candace starts a fire and wonders why the fire department shows
What
up.
is this?
I mean, honestly,
Guys.
you know where this is going. That's what I mean. Like, so there's going to be a response, and then she's going to take it out of context, like way out of context.
It's severe manipulation, and it's not okay.
I don't side with any of these D-bags, so this is just objectively funny to watch.
It's not okay at all. And what is guiding that, though? What is guiding the lies? That's what I'm interested in. I don't like when people lie to my face. I really don't like when people lie to my face. And then I don't like when they send me cease and desist because I told the truth.
Oh, that's what it was. You got C and D. So she got fucking, oh my God. She takes it to just the pettiest of petty.
Like, a personal trigger of mine. Anyway, we're going to take a brief break.
My God.
Get into some
My
more
God. Oh my
people
God,
grieving
King. Oh my
differently
God.
in the
Candace
form
Owens
of
coming in with the
former
steel chair.
Overwhelming for a lot of people. So if you are ready to give Moss, like watching what this company did to itself in the span of 1 year is incredible. It's objectively, as an interest piece, incredible. Like if I'm just a journalist going, this is fascinating, right? Jeremy Boring was the CEO when all that happened, and he kind of went away for...
Wait, Jeremy Boring. Now you're talking about...
Wait.
Wait.
He would never not be back, guys. This man loves
She's
the
moving
spotlight.
on?
Like, self in the span of 1 year is incredible. It's objectively, as an... I keep doing it. They're going to tell us who we have. And Masa is now available nationwide at your local Sprouts supermarket as well. Stop by and pick up a couple of bags. Know where this is
Why does
going
she have so many
to
ad
end.
reads?
It's sort of like we know they're lying. They're caught lying. They know that they've lost power, but they're still going to create this illusion that they haven't. They're going to keep writing articles. They're going to keep smearing people that are telling the truth, even though it's ineffectual. Like, no, we actually don't care anymore.
Oh my God, she's burning all the bridges today. This is crazy.
More what they're writing, but they're going to keep doing it. They're going to tell us who we have to like. They're going to keep pretending that these people are popular and these people are awful. When does it stop? Everything feels fake and gay and fictitious. And we're learning that people who pretended like they cared about free speech are the number one people that are trying to squash it. They're trying to squash it now. And there's no greater example of that than, of course, Daily Wire. Now, the Daily Wire CEO...
Dude, she saw the fuse and she's like, you know what? Fuck it. I forgot about that one. Hold on.
One day, it will... Daily Wire is a company in a fair world, probably not one day, and so therefore probably not.
It's like
world.
she got her lighter finally working. It was like, all right, Erika, let's get you. Oh yeah, hold on.
But if we lived in a fair world, it would be taught in psychology courses. Like watching what this company did to itself in the span of 1 year is incredible. It's objectively, as an interest piece.
No. This is incredible objectively as an interest piece to me. Because this is like tea-worthy drama. And you know what? This is like watching a Super Bowl where neither of the teams are in it. This is like this year for me. So yeah, I just
incredible. Like if
I'm going to watch the game and see what happens.
Journalists going, this is fascinating. Right? Jeremy Boring was the CEO when all that happened, and he kind of went away for, I would say, a year, and now he's back. He would never not be back, guys. This man loves the spotlight like you wouldn't believe. We're going to talk about that in a second. But he goes on to a podcast and decides to open up about me, of course, and what I did wrong, saying
next to your man, Caleb.
Essentially, things were fine until they
if we can lock down that D
weren't fine. Yeah. I'm just gonna let you hear him in.
But our defensive line's gotta get shit together.
In context, what I've done here and what he has to say about me. Take a listen.
When Candace,
we can't keep winning games in the fourth fucking quarter with like maybe 2 minutes to go.
For you, do you sometimes
too many
look
of those
back at the decision and think that wasn't a good one when she was working at the Wire?
Yeah, well, I certainly think that hiring Candace is probably the biggest mistake of my professional life so far. At the time, I had misgivings about Candace, but it wasn't a completely cynical decision. I believed that Candace could be a great force for good in the world. I still believe that. Candace is the
in a good position.
Most talented person I've ever met, not just in conservative media, but in any media.
This is the first year that we don't need to rebuild like the entire team.
You know it the moment that you meet her. Unbelievable.
Can't get over how much that guy looks like Ralph Macchio.
Unbelievable charisma. The camera absolutely loves her. She has incredibly unique gifts and skills in that area. And when she wields those gifts and skills for good, she's incredibly effective. She was during the BLM movement in America. Some of the content that we made when we first brought Candace on was focused on that topic, and I think she was as good as anybody in the world and made a really positive impact. I've said before, Candace is like nuclear energy. You know, if you harness it properly, she can power a city. If you lose control, she'll flatten the city. And I think that's what we're
It's not necessarily wrong.
seeing now. Candace, all those same gifts that she has
Oh
at
my
various
God.
times used for good, she's now using for ill.
This is hilarious. Watching her react to it too, just
And there's no one better. The problem is,
all right, guys. I know that we're in the post 420, and I definitely am feeling a little bit
if what
happier
you're
than
pursuing
normal.
is bad and you're the best at it,
This
you're
is
going to do an
wonderful.
incredible amount of damage.
And as I said,
Candace is doing an
fucking
incredible amount of damage.
So what's amazing
little
about
tiny
that
LaRusso there.
is he's not even aware of how objectively racist what he just said was. We brought Candace on because she was critiquing black people. We brought her on.
Oh my God, she's even got the little crazy laugh. They brought me on because I was criticizing black people. It's funny, right?
Because it was nice to have a black person that was willing to call out Black Lives
the
Matter.
gift that
That's
keeps
part of why
on
I brought her
giving.
on. That's why we did, and she was doing great with the documentary. And she talked about how Black Lives Matter.
Is this how most people watch her? Like, if this is what we're doing here, if this is how people watch her, I kind of get it.
Had grown into really what it was a black supremacy movement where they were no longer fighting for equality. Actually, what they wanted was special treatment.
That's crazy. Not what he
I
said.
believe that. I stand by that. I have not shifted my viewpoints on BLM.
Are you telling me that she did she hear something completely different that's like turn it into essentially a conspiracy?
And the fact that it was going to ultimately backfire on Black America like it did, burn down Black American cities. But then oh my gosh, when she then noticed that
she doing?
Israel.
I want to know what happened. It has to be Charlie's death, because this dude. She was already like a little loopy, and obviously like she had audience share, and I know that she got like caught on with that Justin Baldoni bullshit, but fucking A.
Was
like
actually
something broke in her.
Flattening cities, really bad analogy there, Jeremy. When she noticed.
When you're making Alex Jones like do a double take on like, what the fuck did she just say?
That actually the Jewish community was acting like the supremacists suddenly. And
she said, what about Bridget McCrone? Wait a minute.
Is that they were
this is my
acting exceptionally. They wanted to be treated exceptionally, and they were
God.
coming after speech. That's when I realized that this energy.
Candace is against racism now?
This energy couldn't be harnessed. That's when we realized we had a problem. Oh, it could do great damage. It could flatten a city like Bibi Netanyahu did to Gaza. That's when, she was talent when I could teach her to go after black people. But then when she sort of noticed that Jewish people were not behaving correctly and were making demands in a similar fashion and coming after people's lives and livelihood, that's when, we had to draw the line. Nuclear energy. It's very bad. It's amazing. And then he's going to correlate my show to pornography. Take a listen.
You say people tell you that they listen to Candace. I had a guy tell me recently, he said, what should I say to my wife? She keeps telling me about things that she hears Candace say, and I don't even know how to respond to them. I said, well, I would just respond by telling her fun things that you saw in some porno video that you watched. He said, whoa, what are you talking about? I said, well, the same level of shame should accompany both statements. Like, one should be ashamed to say publicly that they're watching Candace Owens now. And Candace Owens, who...
Wait, did he not know that she was going to watch this?
The widow of her purported best friend, Charlie Kirk. This is so far beyond the pale.
Is Jeremy Boring still with the Daily Wire?
People can say with a straight face,
I thought he left.
What do you make of what Candace said? What I make of it is that it is a kind of pornography.
That's weird as fuck.
It is rhetorical pornography. It does the same thing that regular pornography does. It titillates, it stimulates, it's slightly naughty. It's great for getting clicks, and it makes tons of money on the internet.
What?
And you shouldn't be able to look at it if you're under 18. Or
Now I remind you that one of the reasons I got fired is I said we should look into the history of pornography. Don't ask him that question. Don't ask him about real pornography and where it comes from. Don't do that. Don't you dare, because then you would be the kind of nuclear energy that we can't harness correctly. Now, when you talk about pornography, you should talk about real pornography. You should talk about podcasts.
What?
People are getting educated and recognizing that there are double standards.
Am I? What? I'm obviously a little lifted right now. What?
And that you cannot use.
Are you guys getting what she's saying?
Use emotional arguments like BLM did, and like we are seeing Israel do today. To go, you can't talk about the facts. George Floyd died, and we can't talk about any more facts. And this is crazy, and we're all sad.
Host
and we
brains are just slime.
Discuss things rationally. Same thing. Israel post.
As I said, I was talking about this earlier in the show. I watch more right-wing content than most fucking people who are right-wingers.
October 7th, he is arguing
it's
like a leftist.
An unfortunate
but
fact.
The moment where you really recognize that I had hoped that he checked into treatment.
This is crazy, though. I have to be honest. Like, this
zero
is nuts.
self-awareness is when Jeremy accuses me of being self-aggrandizing. Take a listen.
I wasn't prepared for a double whammy where she is just like, you know what? I'm going to burn it all down in one episode. Because she started with TPUSA and she moved on to Turning Point USA and then Daily Wire.
As I see it,
this
Candace
is
engaged in a project of self-aggrandizement.
Podcasts are kind of corn.
On two separate occasions.
I got to be honest. Yeah, I've been finding myself not listening to podcasts as much.
She told me, I believe what the people believe. I am the voice of the people.
Again, look at him.
People.
Put him in a potty bag, Johnny.
Never mind that that's a completely amoral statement. Never mind that
oh, God.
I don't know who the people are in this conversation. Never mind that the people, whoever
Professional
they are,
hate watcher Packers taught you were really
is actually saying something
Brett Favre.
Somewhat
Brett Favre.
profound. She's saying, I will say whatever gets the most reward.
You know Brett Favre made a throw?
She
Brett
might
Favre.
not even know that that's what she's saying. But she's essentially, articulating audience capture as a virtue.
This is incredible for so many reasons. So the first and foremost, that is obviously made up. It's such an obviously made up conversation. Who just comes in and goes, what do you believe?
That's, I mean, to be fair, you have been making up like conversations because like you were like, he said that I lied about this. That I was talking about black people and me. It's like he didn't say that.
Context. And then someone just replies and says, "I believe whatever the people believe." Believe regarding what? Are we talking about faith? What are we talking about? The transgender movement? We don't just ask someone. I asked her 3 times. She said, "I believe whatever the people believe because I just want clicks," which is why she took this path of going up against Black Lives Matter as a black person and putting on a Trump hat because the easy route. That was obviously the easy route to get clicks back. Back in 2016. It's completely ridiculous. But to pretend
it kind of was
that I am into myself, I have to just shout this out because
there are
Daily Wire employees. You don't understand what we lived through, you guys, and they need to hear this. And they're just somewhere they're passing away, listening to Jeremy Boring talk about somebody who likes attention. Jeremy Boring is the CEO who woke up every day. Like I'm his biggest regret. So many more regrets that I could toss out of him. I'm going to try a few. Like getting up every day, going into the office and getting your hair and your makeup done to play the role of a CEO. Making talent, people who had shows wait
I was literally just like, more tea?
Outside while you close the room, had people wash your hair, do your
We've been sipping so much tea, I'm about to turn British.
Makeup and style you. Hundreds of
Great tea there, Candace. Great tea. Jolly good. Jolly good.
Thousands of dollars on a clothing rack so you could go sit in the office and take phone calls like a CEO. That probably actually was the honest Jeremy. He's always been an aspiring actor. That's who he wanted.
Now she's attacking his acting chops. Well done.
To be. He wants to be on the stage, and he literally builds stages every time he speaks at the Daily Wire. Jeremy Boring is a person that is so obsessed with himself and thinks about nobody else that he put the company into.
You're talking shit and then say that you're going to talk more shit midway
What
through.
happened? What's the true story? What happened to the Daily Wire? Jeremy Boring was wanting to live out his boyhood theater kid.
All right, guys, I'm gonna just say it. This might be one of the greatest episodes of like her show specifically, like that she could ever do. I don't think that she can do better. Like
right.
This is
flew out virtually the entire company to Hungary to bring a book that he read in middle school to life on a budget that would make HBO blush, paying to transport bulls across the continent of Europe, and in the process, obviously plummeting a once financially healthy company into the ground. I am told last number I heard was $67 million spent on a high school dream. So much money that he had to borrow, empty his
She's talking shit about the movies.
savings account, borrow money personally from Ben Shapiro to
Yes.
make ends meet
This
because he couldn't let go
rules.
of his high school dream. That's not ranking as his number one regret, because that's the true story of what happened to the Daily Wire. Everything else is noise. Actually, the Bulwark podcast, which is no friend of mine, they hate me, they were pretty frank. If you go back and listen and honest about what happened at the Daily Wire, they spent some time investigating it. Take a listen.
Because of the Daily Wire's enormous revenues, they were in their streaming ambitions. Jeremy Boring was able to become not just like to finance this, but he is the director and the creator of it. This like incredibly ambitious operation. And so like they made these production diaries. And so I watched these videos on YouTube of them filming it. And you look at it and it's like, are they capable of doing this? I mean, we're talking about like 100 extras, like fist fighting in a marsh in Hungary, like the mist is coming in, all like enormous crews. Then they're like, well, we're flying off to Italy.
And this was on the Daily Wire's dime they were doing this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God.
And it's, we're flying to Italy to film with bulls, but they were imported from Spain, so it's all good. Like it's authentic. And you're just like
She's agreeing with people on the left while shitting on people on the right. This is a golden day, lads.
Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. And it still hasn't come out.
Well, that might explain
mighty good, mighty
some
good.
of this departure agreement where you're spending millions on a
Candace, she brought the fine tea today.
bizarre project set in Roman era Britain, but filmed in Hungary involving Italian bulls meant to be from Spain.
No biscuits needed.
That's actually what happened, and it caused Jeremy Boring to have a mental break, and we all just had to be subjected to it as people that are working up at Daily Wire. And you would think that after taking a hiatus, you would come back and realizing this failed. Nobody wanted to buy it. Nobody wanted anything to do with it. Because
By the way, guys, just so you know, I'm going to be live on this space tonight in about an hour and 20 minutes.
like always, he casts himself in every role. Jeremy Boring's razors, Jeremy Boring's hair products, Jeremy Boring's high
Not
school
going anywhere.
project,
Just
Jeremy Boring, all the time.
literally going to be moving the show from here to there.
Time build a stage because I want to fire Candace. You would think, but after taking a year to reflect,
We
he
needed
would
this.
come back and say, "That's my biggest mistake.
Yeah.
That I put
We
me
needed
at the center
this.
of everything, and I took
Indeed.
a financially healthy company and I crushed it." And you know what else was a mistake? If I'm Jeremy Boring, I would say it was a mistake not to just end things amicably with Candace, especially when she gave me the option.
She doesn't disappoint, man, because I was just like, ooh, is she going to spill a little bit more? She did, just a...
After Ben jumped up on a table and
Oh,
accused
man.
her of being a faux sophisticate because she said, oh, genocide is always wrong. Yeah. When she came to me 8.5 months pregnant,
Candace a sovereign
hands open
citizen?
and willing to discuss and fix things or agree to
Pepaganda.
amicably go our separate ways if we couldn't post October 7th.
Primetime Pepaganda.
He decided not to do that. Jeremy decided to instead maniacally convey to me that they suspected that I might have been secretly working with Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson.
I'll have it
like we're
linked.
the Three Musketeers or something.
Actually, I'll link it right now,
Rather
too.
than simply humbling himself, admitting that he was completely deluded and wrong and that I was in fact always loyal to the company that I worked for, he hatched up his next great plan. Oh, I know. I'll fix two birds with one stone. Okay, I sank the company into debt, but I can fix it. My next big plan is to do what we did to Breitbart. We'll create a fake scandal. We'll accuse Candace, who's actually hardworking, super pregnant. We'll accuse her of being anti-Semitic and gloriously fire her over having said Christ is king. We'll do this during Lent because surely that will lead to more Daily Wire signups. It worked for us once at Breitbart. You think we can do it again? The world will see it our way, right? The world will see it our way. They'll realize that we had to do the tough but the moral thing. Well, it's a psyop. Like, we just need the money. But they'll realize that we took a moral stance for Jews, because what kind of monster tweets genocide is always wrong? True story, Jeremy actually personally reviewed Andrew Klavan's episode before it went out. The first attack after we amicably departed, Jeremy proved it. He's so genius and so sure of himself. Management truly believed that they were going to get a bunch of signups to the Daily Wire in mass. The whole world was going to support them, and their debt issues would be wiped away. And it's now been 2 years. And you would think, Jeremy, I would think that you might have the courage.
I was about to say, I'm like, when's the caddy coming back? Oh, there it is.
To build a stage, to execute a corporate slave hanging,
Oh,
to
man.
go to war over with someone that would have amicably left. I think it also may have left a bad taste in a lot of employees' mouths, many of whom subsequently left and leaked to the press what had happened. Because unlike you, I actually knew those employees' names. You never bothered to learn their names. You walked by them. They were beneath you. They weren't exactly buying what their narcissistic CEO who puts his name on everything was selling when it came to me. And what you did to me came across as cruel and
Do you think
unnecessary.
the
A little extrajudicial.
Daily Wire is going to cover this?
This could have been an email.
I think they will.
If I was in your shoes, I might even rank having sent an intern on a secret mission to stalk the woman that you just fired to Dallas, to Turning Point USA, to put her on a plane, an intern.
That was weird.
I might rank that as having been a mistake, a psychotic mistake, no less, followed by a somehow even worse decision as a CEO to then author a maniacal, almost 5-page long email to the entire company admitting to the act, justifying the decision to secretly follow someone that you had gloriously fired, saying, and I quote, "It's my right. It's my right to know what she's saying." That's not why you were sending her. You were sending her to ask me a question. If you wanted to know what I was saying, Turning Point USA live streams their events, okay? We know what you were doing. Now, were I in your shoes, Jeremy, I might even rank you bizarrely telling Brett Cooper, then a very young employee of yours, just a few weeks before
Did she mention that he called himself the God King at
she
work?
was slated to get married, sitting her down and telling her that she shouldn't do that because you had big plans and you were going to turn her into a star because you're the magic. I would probably rank that at the tippity top of bad corporate decisions, among others. You maybe forgot yourself in that moment, as you always do. Maybe got a little
So he was telling Brett Cooper to not get married?
swept up in you. But conservatives,
Yeah, the brand, you know,
those pretending
that's going to hurt the brand.
maybe conservative companies certainly are not supposed to chase Hollywood fame above family. And I think personally that she made the right decision to leave. And then you made, again, the wrong decision, like the angry, repressed homosexual that you are, to not just allow a young woman, again, 21 years old, to just leave, but to, again, stalk, because that's what you do. You stalk. You pretend it's a business, but you're glorified stalkers. In this time, in the most sadistic manner possibly ever, offering an obscene amount of money to her maid of honor at that wedding that you didn't want her to have, to hurt her, replacing her with her maid of honor because you wanted Brett Cooper, a young woman, to suffer for simply wanting to change jobs, which is why you worked behind the scenes through the same demented PR orbit to try to smear her, the friendly pop culture young girl, as an anti-Semite over an Instagram like because she liked a year-end roundup of my podcast, and you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have that. You know, I'd rank that as another mistake, but I rank as one of my prouder moments and all of that.
She is really just, again,
was using
like
some of my nuclear energy to stand up for her
spilling
publicly,
all of
despite
it.
contractual restraints.
I'm
using
not
my
sure if
platform
she's
to
going
say
to
what
have like a
you
second
did to her
part to
was
this.
wrong.
What else?
And when you sued me for that, for standing up for Brett Cooper,
This is pretty much like everything that she experienced over at Daily Wire.
I want you to know that I communicated to my legal
This is better than anything Bravo can do. Actually, you know what? My wife might love this. Again, these freeze frames are...
But I would accept that. I would accept the penalty of hundreds of thousands of dollars, which you wanted to impart upon me, for me doing the right thing and standing up for someone who didn't deserve what you were putting her through. You did put me through it, and you were trying to put her through it. And I told my husband that I would gladly pay that money. I said, if the judge came back in your favor, I wouldn't lie. I would admit that I consciously stood up for somebody who didn't deserve to be smeared. I'm proud of that. In fact, I would have hung it up on a wall and showed my kids that money isn't everything. Doing the right thing is. So maybe all of that could rank somewhere as your
Every once in a while, she'll say something that's like agreeable.
ranking
It's like,
worst decisions that you've ever made. No, probably
I'll
not.
give you that one.
Probably not. because you are just a malignant narcissist. You admitted to me that you had a mental break in Hungary. They didn't sleep for days, and you never really, Jeremy, have admitted to yourself that you haven't come back from it. You really have not come back from it. You are not okay. Your plan here to redeem yourself was to try to destroy my life. You blame me for what you did. In the process, honestly, the only thing that you've been successful at is ruining your own life. So what I think that you're actually suited for, Jeremy,
He
is to return
objectively
back to
kind of did.
Texas, where you grew up, that key you wear around your neck, that bent key that you wear as a necklace every day.
She's someone's mom.
Those of you who
Oh
don't
my fucking
that
God.
key, which the company is named after, Bent Key Ventures, is a key that he's kept around his neck for 28 years from his hometown, and it unlocks a Playhouse Theater where he once performed on stage. I think that's where he should return. He's best suited to go back to Texas, to quit playing pretend in the real world.
Wow.
And to resume his Playhouse.
I didn't know that. I was wondering what the bent key was.
How's that?
I assumed it was like his first place that they opened for the Daily Wire, but
All right, you guys, very quickly.
okay. Holy fuck. All right, let's see. Does she continue this shit? I can't see her moving on to another I forgot that she has a book called Make Him a Sandwich. You just can't make this shit up. We're living in just this is such a fucking weird timeline. Okay.
And everything I'm learning from the employees right now, like she was very much involved in a lot of the PR stuff. I assumed everyone was just doing things and she was gathering herself when she was like at home in the fetal condition. Nope, she was in the office every day. And she was making informed decisions alongside Stacey Sheridan and this Marina Minas, who I need to take time to look into, who apparently, by the way, ironically, watches my show every day in the office. Turning Point USA watches this show live in the office and then fired someone
Okay,
for
so now she's back to Turning Point.
screenshotting.
Okay,
this
I was
show
about to
in
say,
the
it sounds
office.
like
I
she was
don't
talking about
even-
Erica again.
I don't comprehend that. I'm going to be honest with you.
AI wishes it could come up with the shit.
Okay, let's get into some of your comments from today's episode.
I'm telling you, Bear Dog, I have said this. The Cubs were not supposed to win the World Series.
Kiki writes, Candace,
The world went to shit after
what
that.
do you mean Erica said she was
Yeah,
watching your show
No, for real. I'm glad you agree.
in the beginning and learning? Her husband was just
I
murdered
said that
and she was
right,
waiting
like,
to tune into
right
your
with
next
Trump
episode.
one. I was like, I don't think the Cubs were supposed to win.
So she did not call and ask you for every detail. Be for real, Erica. She thinks we are dumb. Again, yes, in retrospect, I realize and have since learned that she did tell me a lot of fibs during our sit down. And the biggest one for me is just the consistent throwing Andrew Colvett under the bus and then me learning that Andrew told the truth
There we go.
from other people. I was getting played. And I will own the fact that I was not in a position emotionally to contend with her acting in that manner at all. Obviously, I knew Charlie personally, so I was not, look, this story was not objective for me. This has been a subjective story. I was genuinely in grief, and my sister was correct when she said you have suffered a trauma. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. When I went to Wyoming, I was starting to go through the phase of
Yeah, because you were in love with him. I don't think his wife was.
bargaining and hoping that Charlie really was alive, like trying to find the pocket of the internet that would tell me that he was actually secretly alive. And I realized that's not a good place to be in, and I need to take a break and to deal and get to the stage of acceptance. And I don't regret that it took me a while to even look at what other people were saying. I think I needed to believe that these were his real friends and that everything in his life was, I don't know what I needed to believe. I was going through my own process. I wasn't ready, and I am ready now because I don't like when people lie to my face, and I don't like when people use a lot of money and PR agents, and I just feel foolish, to be honest with you, and then send me a cease and desist is
MAGA love. I mean,
crazy.
I've been saying that since day one.
Yeah. Like, you don't have a right to investigate what happened to Charlie. You don't have a right to ask questions about his murder because our contract covers everybody and their mamas. Goodbye. Again, unconscionable. Something I could not have known when I signed that agreement to tour with Charlie Kirk is that he was going to be publicly assassinated, and the people at the organization that he built, okay, many nights of no sleep, were going to be colluding.
Yes, she said that Charlie Kirk is a time traveler and he went to a gifted kids school because street lights would go out when he would walk with her. So he might have been like an X-Man.
To obscure things from the public. That's a pretty strong thing that I could not have known.
There's too much. It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's fake. It's gay. It's over. We left it in 2025. Okay, the lawsuit stuff to basically say I'm allowed to be immoral because you signed a contract and didn't perceive how I could be immoral is just done. You're welcome. It's over. It's done. And the people that do this should just be called out at all times. Honor no contracts where people are trying to make it so that they can treat you immorally. Honor no contracts. There's no way a contract can be written that says I'm allowed to be a jerk, an asshole, I'm allowed to lie, and I'm allowed to abuse you because you signed a dotted line.
Why do I catch it? I got this feeling that when someone works with Candace, they have to sign a contract.
Blow them up.
I'm going out on a limb.
I'm sorry. No, this is the time where I make a statement that I did tell the priest that I would chill. And I am going to talk to him. Actually, I realize it's been probably like 7 weeks since I've spoken to him. And I'm going to get on that. Anyways, Call Shia writes, season 3, episode 4 of Everyone Grieves Differently. Oh no, you got that wrong. We're in season 8, I think, actually. 7 Sheets writes, boring makes my
I would never watch her reading comments, but god damn it.
Crawl, all the more reason we're here watching you and have been long before the tragedy of Charlie Kirk and continue to be. God bless you.
Oh man, this
I will keep dropping these and more if we can get 2-hour episodes with Candace, but I love what we get, so appreciate it. That's a tremendous donation. I really appreciate you guys. And
people are giving her donos.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
what
something did break inside of me with this whole Charlie Kirk thing, but it is the audacity of all of it.
She's married to a bill. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! This is literally America right here. Married to a billionaire, 100 times millionaire. Yeah, here, take my hard-earned money.
Bad people.
Jesus.
That's what I want you to know. They're such bad people. I have not even told you 10% of what Jeremy.
Dude, this is why Moist Critical rules. The fact that he turned off his the ability to donate to him because he makes enough money.
Boring. Put me through. And yeah, every time it was, we'll bankrupt you. We'll bankrupt you. If you tell anybody what we're doing to you, we'll bankrupt you. You're basically allowed to write contracts to abuse people because normal people, when they're signing these agreements, you don't think that it's being written so that they can abuse you. You're like, oh, we're just agreeing. Like I'm going to show up to work, do the right.
It's usually one-sided.
Right thing. Be honest with you.
That's usually how that goes.
You about what I'm going through and depart amicably.
Bitch, you ever worked in retail?
But within the world of politics, entertainment,
You're just now realizing
what they're doing.
And this shit could be one-sided.
I want to use my platform to let you guys know.
You're a wizard,
they're
Charlie.
Trying to control you, and it's very sinister. And I could not stay silent.
Oh man,
them trying to pull that move on Brett Cooper. I'm good. Okay, my kids will be proud of me one day. I'm good. Jeannie Thompson writes, ERIKA kept referring to Charlie as still directing Turning Point USA rather than acknowledging that Turning Point USA is an organization established and led by God. That is a cult.
Oh man, I almost made a joke that would have got me in trouble.
It's very something about all of it. Even keeping the mic and putting it in a cage and setting up his dinner at a fundraiser. There's something that feels like a seance to me. And we couldn't control him when he was alive, but we can.
And now he's a mutant ghost.
Control him now that he's dead, and we can control you and tell you what he would have wanted. How can you debate that? This is
I don't know.
What he would have wanted. He's dancing in heaven. How can you debate that? And if you do debate that, well, sorry guys, because now his widow is saying that. So how dare you? That there's something about that I really don't like, and that something is all of it. I like none of it, actually. Ms. Mint Juleps writes, keep it going, Team Candace. Take it to the max. I'm with you all the way. Thank you so much. Julia writes, I'll never be...
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that person was around the age of 47 to 52.
Too far right to want the truth, even if it goes against
to the max.
The narrative. Christ is king. The non-elitists are proud of you. It's crazy to go backward and to realize I tweeted Christ is king, not at anybody. And they went ahead and tried to spin that into an anti-Semitic attack, but we're not going to acknowledge these very Semitic Palestinians being mass murdered. Like, they really are trying to convince us that words hurt more than mass murder. That's just crazy. That genuinely is just so objectively crazy. And they do this without even flinching. They're like, whoa, did you see what Candace Owens said on her podcast? That's pornography.
That was just the pivots.
The sexual rituals going on in Israel.
I thought that Donald Trump was one of the most painful people on the planet to listen to, as far as the pivot and the swerve,
Israel, the people that are standing up on Knesset
I present you Candace
talking
Owens.
about how they're being raped and the politicians are all in on it. Israel blackmailing people, using sexual blackmail. The mass murder of the children, that is not pornography. No, not pornography at all. Israel, once upon a time, what was it, in 2002, taking over the television sets in Gaza and blaring out pornography to use it as a spiritual weapon against them.
What the fuck is she talking about?
That's God.
What?
That's what God mandated. That's what he wanted. Crazy. Son of a guppy writes, odd. How could you even put these sentences together after the trauma of what had just happened? Most people would still be curled up in a fetal
My brain hurts.
position, drooling and barely
No.
responsive. Yes, I totally agree with you. I agree that all of it's unusual.
I'm back.
At best. We were then told it's supernatural.
Oh my God, just play D&D.
That it's like,
right?
That is what God can do in
I mean, actually, she might be a pretty killer
your
DM.
life.
Like-
And this gets into a larger argument about why people need to be ordained as priests, and you shouldn't be listening to people.
No, what am I talking about? Because
Turn-
all of us, you're in combat, then all of us,
Biblical
she's just
proverb.
like, now you're in a field. It's like, wait, what?
Into bubble gum. It's a Snapple fact that you could just insert it anywhere. Well,
And then you've been
Bible talks about
teleported
dreaming, and so
again.
that could mean selling T-shirts.
Although that could be fun for
or
combat.
something. Christians are different. It's
Whoa.
supernatural. It's like that is literally why you should consult a priest on these matters. Not everybody can just wake up and be a pastor, because they just turn it into their own thoughts and their own opinions and the people that they like and don't like, and then throw in an
saying a lot.
occasional biblical verse and then go, can't touch this. Nah. Biblical verse, can't touch this. Nah. No. We're touching this, and we're saying
Her doing that while she's wearing shoulder pads.
what you're telling us is wild. We have spiritual intuition. It feels
Okay.
wrong because there is something that's wrong. It's very
I'm-
obvious something
this is
is wrong with
exhausting.
Turning Point USA.
Like this-
It's kind of been obvious
This
since
was a
Charlie
lot
got
to take in.
assassinated. So
We
we're
almost
going to go
done?
ahead and acknowledge
Jesus
that.
Christ.
all
Yeah, we
together.
are.
1, 2,
God.
3. Something is not right with Turning Point USA. Okay, I'm glad we did that. It feels like the first step of many. Anyways, tomorrow, speaking of Palestinian
I don't know. Tomorrow, if you're not covering more of this, wow. All right. Anybody else need like a palate cleanser? Because this was a treat. Yeah. Jesus Christ. That was a lot. That was a lot. Okay. Well, what else is on? My brain is just, oh my God, it's fucking pudding. That was so much. Norton. Edward Norton. Okay. Here we go. Status quo's live. Let's go check.
Beautiful. Was she? Who was Amanda Gorman? Oh, right. Okay. Would you?
All right. I'm likely going to be covering some of this on the space show, so I might as well just start it now.
And then I have Noor Tamimi here, who also wants to say a few words.
Hello everyone, thank you all for coming together to support our nurses, to support our community. This is what's all about. Yes, thank you. Hi everyone, thank you for all being here. My name is Noor Tamimi. I am a registered nurse at Regents Hospital. I am also an immigrant that came to America from Lebanon. I have been living in fear lately, looking over my shoulders, having to walk around with my passport.
Yeah, the Preddy Memorial.
What brought me in here today is exactly this, our community. It encouraged me to speak up. This is our time to speak up for our freedom, for our right to be as healthcare workers. We are protectors. It's within our instinct. We always get thrown into uncertain circumstances, and it's in our nature to advocate, to protect, to love, to save a life. And that's exactly what Alex was doing to his last breath. We are here grieving tonight. We are here supporting one another in a community. And as we all grieve together, we need to come together. We need to take Alex's journey and carry it in our heart.
The sound? This is
carry
really good.
his compassion within us and give from him to our patients, to our community, to our family, and to each other. This will not break us. Alex's name will never be forgotten. Alex will live among us. I take him in with me. I took him in with me to the hospital when I went to work. I drank my coffee and I remembered him. I had a piece of chocolate. I did not know Alex, but I know a lot of nurses. We all work together. We all show love. We show caring. Do no matter what comes our way. Keep doing what you're doing and carry Alex's love, Alex's journey. Go out on bike rides. Do not give up. Stand within each other. Stay strong, because this is what we are meant to be doing. And this time, we are not done yet. This is just beginning. We still have a way to go. We still need to speak up. We still need to stick together and protect one another and hold our community together, because what will it take? Who will protect us? Who is going to protect us? We protect ourselves. Who keeps us safe? We keep. Who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
Who keeps us safe?
We keep us safe.
Say his name.
Alex Preddy.
Say his name.
Alex Preddy.
Say his name.
Alex Preddy.
I like that she doesn't
Alex,
have to like.
thank you for your service.
That was kind of
for caring for all your patients, for saving so many lives.
This has brought out some of the best.
Curing and caring with compassion to your very last breath. I wish you were still here, but we will carry on your journey from here on forward. I would like to take a minute for us as a community, as we're here today on the ground where Alex took his last breath, and take a couple deep breaths together for Alex in his name. So stand wherever you are. We've been all holding into our breaths. I have been noticing that within myself as well. Breathing has been very hard. This has been very painful, and you are not alone. So stand where you are with the intention to breathe for Alex, for Renee, for all those who are suffering the grief, for their families, friends, co-workers, our healthcare system that's struggling right now with ICE being present in our hospitals. ICE out of our hospitals.
Ice out.
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 ICE out of our hospitals. ICE out. ICE out. ICE out.
Ice out.
ICE out. Out of our schools. Out of our hospitals. Out of our communities. With that being said, let's get back to our breathing. Let's breathe. Sometimes that's all we can do. That's all you can do for each other and for your coworkers.
I like her message.
When
Like,
they're
yeah.
struggling, when they're suffering, when they're
Man.
it's painful. Breathe. So stay where you
Hey, what's
are
up,
right
LT?
now and take a deep breath in. In a community, close your eyes. You can keep them open. Set the intention. Breath in and out. Let's do this again a couple more times. Breath in. Hold it. And breath out.
Hey, I like a good breathing exercise.
Breath in. Breath out.
I don't like the whole hold it. Don't hold it that much.
There is your lifetime.
Someone
It
zeroes
is
out her
with
hits.
each breath we take. Because we're never guaranteed the next moment.
Sorry, inappropriate
Keep
time for
breathing,
jokes.
Keep loving and take on Alex's journey in your nursing
I tend to do
career,
that.
in your compassion, in your love. Advocate for your patients and keep going, keep showing up. Thank you everyone for being here. Ice out! Ice out! Ice out! Ice out!
That was a really good speech.
Ice out! Ice out! Ice out! Ice out! Ice out!
Thank you so much, Nora. That was beautiful. Thank you, thank you.
Cool.
How
been a
y'all
heavy
doing
week,
out
man,
there?
so-
You frozen solid yet? You okay? I am. Okay, I just have a little something to say, and then we might close it out with the brass band, unless I meet up with other couple of people that wanted to talk, and then we can.
Be quiet, Allie. Real loud. You got it. Yep.
All right. Again, everybody, hello. My name's Allie Marcanti, and I'm a nurse at United Hospital. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Vivia. Thank you, Ashley, for helping me plan this. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Lauren. Thank all of you guys for coming here. You're all amazing.
Yeah, all right. Let's. That was good. I'm gonna cover. Which one was it? Oh, here. Here we go.
The Donald Trump Justice Department will do a whole lot to protect freedom of religion.
We are going to protect houses of worship. We're coming after you.
But they'll do even more for the memes. This is a government for the content creators, by the content creators. So when a group of protesters disrupted a church service in Minnesota with a
music this whole
prominent
time?
journalist in tow,
Hold on.
as usual, the Justice
Ah, shit. I think there is.
willfully obstructed.
Oh no, it's just the beginning. Okay. I was like, what the
The
fuck?
government couldn't perp walk Don Lemon on TV, and the Justice Department spent an
Let's
entire
hope that's not
week racing
copywritten.
from courtroom to courtroom, demanding to speak to the manager, but off the record, because they were so confident in their work, they didn't want anyone else to see it. So, what's under all those sealed filings? Let's see if we can post through it. Okay, let's
There we go.
start with exactly what happened on the morning of Sunday, January 18th. We have a pretty good idea of what went down because Don Lemon, an independent journalist familiar to most Americans from his years at CNN, live streamed the whole thing. The video begins in a snowy parking lot of a dollar store where protesters have gathered to plan what they call Operation Pull-Up.
They are ready. Yeah.
Lemon interviewed Nakima Levy Armstrong, a prominent civil rights activist, lawyer, and former head of the Minnesota chapter of the NAACP.
You know, we
shit.
protest and do
That's the third time that I hit 21.
activism in all kinds of ways. This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there. And then we disrupt business as usual. So that's what we're about to go do right now. We've had a lot of success with the times we have done Operation Pull Up.
Harmeet Dillon, the head of the Civil Rights Division at the Justice Department, says the protesters
Let's
don't
speed this up a
actually
little bit.
know what goes on in church because they're godless. In fact, Armstrong is an ordained minister. She explained that the group goes to homes of local officials and pressures them to take specific action.
I just realized what time it is,
It's an
so I want to get through this,
explicitly
and then
in-your-face form of activism, which many people criticize.
I gotta start doing show prep for my This Space show.
Distasteful.
You know,
But
I'll
it's
just do
important
that
to
now.
remember that the Constitution protects a lot of distasteful and unpleasant speech, like flag burning.
Oh God, we got this Piers Morgan thing that he had a pretty good debate today.
Just because
So
it's rude doesn't mean it's illegal. Lemon rode with the protesters and his producer to City's Church in St. Paul, a Southern Baptist
know. We'll see.
congregation whose leadership includes Pastor David Easterwood. But that is not his day job.
My name is David Easterwood. I'm the acting field office director for Enforcement and Removal Operations, ERO St. Paul.
Easterwood is one of the top officials at Department of Homeland Security in charge of coordinating the ongoing immigration dragnet in Minnesota. And the protesters argue that those two positions, ICE agent and pastor, are in conflict. They claim that you cannot claim to serve God while simultaneously rounding up children and old people and unleashing violence on protesters. Inside the church, they disrupted the service, chanting ICE out, justice for Renee Good, and arguing with members of the congregation.
This ain't God's house, it's the house of the devil.
Yep.
Lemon consistently presented himself as a journalist, interviewing parishioners, protesters, and clergy.
I'm not part of the group. I'm just here photographing. I'm a journalist.
yeah, Tim Miller, Brian Tyler Cohen, and Jonathan Fahey.
Easterwood appears to have been busy elsewhere that morning, but lead pastor Jonathan Parnell explained
Otherwise known as that cop.
that Jesus
that one,
is the only
that
way
one
out of humanity's
MAGA
conflicts.
cop
We're here
guy.
to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
Armstrong connected the protest to Easterwood, the murder
That's
of Renee
definitely
Good.
legal.
And that's why we're here, demanding justice for Renee Good and letting them know that this will not stand. They
Thanks for having me as a new sub.
cannot
Oh, hey man, thanks for
pretend
subbing.
to be a house of God while
Glad to
harboring
have you
someone
here.
who is directing ICE agents to wreak havoc upon our community.
And the widely reported incident where ICE
Glad you guys are
tear-gassed
having
a
fun.
minivan carrying 6 children home from a basketball
been a
game,
lot today.
sending the infant to the hospital. The parishioners were clearly upset and felt like the protesters had invaded their home.
A couple of the members are speaking to me. They're upset. And you can imagine. Of course they would be upset.
They left quickly, with Lemon acknowledging that it was uncomfortable and traumatic for them. Within 15 minutes, Operation Pull-Up was over. The protesters rallied outside the parking lot, with Armstrong again connecting the action to her own faith.
Which side are they on? The side of the Lord, truth, righteousness, or justice, or the side that pretends to be on the Lord while harboring someone who is helping to perpetuate evil on our community?
She compared the protest to Jesus storming the temple in Jerusalem and flipping over the money changers' tables. But a lot of people did not see it that way. The North American
I saw
Mission
it
Board
that
put
way.
out a statement accusing them of violating the sanctuary, willfully obstructing Christian worship, desecrating a sacred space, and inflicting trauma on families gathered peacefully in the house of God. They called on the DOJ's Civil Rights Division to investigate if any federal laws were broken and for local and state
Oh yeah, LT. Yeah, primetime propaganda on this space.
Minnesota to ensure that order is restored
Doing
and
a
egregious events of
the
this nature
hour
are not
that leads
permitted
into left past
to
10.
happen again. And Attorney General Pam Bondi heeded that call. Kind of. On January 20th, the Justice Department filed a criminal complaint
man.
against 8 people, including
Trying to
Armstrong,
keep it a little
Lemon,
different,
Lemon's
but-
producer, and 5 other protesters. Now, it's important to remember that a criminal complaint is not an indictment. It's a unilateral statement by the government laying out probable
Although, you know what, the Piers Morgan one would kind of fit within the format that I'm doing.
cause that someone
Because I kind of like the primetime one. I want to start doing like, a deep dive into one video
committed a crime and requesting that a magistrate judge issue
or like one
an
subject.
arrest warrant. A complaint starts
Kind of like I do on my Tuesday show, except that's, usually news
the
based.
30-day clock for the Justice Department to get in front of a grand jury and convince them to vote for an indictment. Until 2025, the Justice Department really only used criminal complaints for dangerous people who needed to be taken off the streets right away. For everyone
at
else,
least
the
10
DOJ would
minutes.
just go to a grand jury and get an indictment in the first place. But this is the like and subscribe administration, where the most important consideration is the news cycle, so they always file complaints in high-profile cases, and then they use the arrest footage for social media posts. That way they can get the content, even if the case never really gets off the ground. Remember Sean Dunn, the hoagie hero who threw a sandwich at an ICE agent in D.C.?
Yeah.
DOJ filed a complaint against him for felony
Love that
assault,
guy.
and then the Department of Homeland Security sent an entire SWAT team to arrest this dude with a camera crew in tow, of course.
They strike like snakes. And I'm there too. Watching.
Janine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for D.C., bragged about charging Dunn with felonies because everything is content for the Trump administration, and the news cycle is often the predominant factor in prosecutorial decisions.
Stick your Subway sandwich somewhere else.
But then prosecutors could not get a grand jury to indict Dunn. They got no billed at least once.
So you were
And
sticking
so
a
when the
grenade.
30 days were up, they reduced the charges to a misdemeanor, which does not require a grand jury to vote for it. And even though Dunn was on camera throwing that sandwich, the regular Pettit jury still acquitted him at trial, which is a long
Dude, he whipped that
down
motherfucker.
memory lane. But you have to appreciate what happened last week in context. After ICE and CBP
Okay.
flooded the streets of Chicago and D.C., local jurors refused to convict anyone for crimes against
Yep.
ICE. The
Yep.
only way the Trump administration knows that they will get a news cycle out of any of these prosecutions is by filing a complaint and convincing a magistrate judge to sign an arrest warrant. Then they can at least tweet the perp walk before the case falls apart. And we're in a weird moment. As a consequence of the proliferation of smartphone cameras and mandatory police body cams, tens of millions of people now watch footage of confrontations with the police as true crime entertainment on YouTube. I highly recommend checking out Lindsay Ellis's documentary, The Macabre World of Police Body Cam YouTube. It's a fascinating expose on how this
I will
wildly
check that
popular
out.
genre of true crime content is altering social attitudes about the law and policing. But the only place you can watch it is Nebula, the sponsor of this video.
Really?
Nebula is a streaming service where you can watch all
cool.
the DOJ rocks up to Magistrate Judge Douglas Micko's chambers with this complaint and supporting affidavit. Magistrate judges are highly competent lawyers who are hired by the U.S. district judges to help manage the docket. They handle most of the pre-indictment activity in criminal cases like search and arrest warrants. Judge Micko
Well, no, that's what I mean. Like, no one would convict people that were were charged with crimes against ICE. So it was the people standing up for their own.
looks at this complaint and he says no. He refuses
Yeah,
to issue
right.
arrest warrants for 5 of the people DOJ wants to charge, including Don Lemon and his producer. And Judge Micko crosses off one of the 2 charges on the warrants he does wind up signing. And I do want to talk
Yeah.
about those charges, but let's circle back to that because what happened next procedurally was so bonkers. Start with the people who did get arrested. Judge Micko signed warrants for Armstrong and 2 other protesters, Chantal Allen and William Kelly. Allen is a community organizer and school board member. She's here leading the crowd in chants. Kelly is a prolific activist who goes by the woke farmer on social media. Here he is in Lemon's footage with other veterans who were part of the demonstration.
I mean, I'll be honest, I never believed in any of the wars we fought in. I mean,
He essentially dared the DOJ to arrest him on social media, and then Bondi retweeted him with OK checkmark, because anything for clicks. And when I say anything, I mean anything. DHS tweeted out this image of Armstrong's arrest. Note that they blurred the face of the arresting officer for his safety. And then the White House tweeted out this altered image, making it appear that Armstrong was weeping and humiliated instead of strong and defiant. When called on it, White House press professionals tweeted that the memes will continue and mocked the very idea that the public should demand that the government only tweet things that are true. Look for all of that to appear in a future motion to dismiss for vindictive prosecution and or prosecutorial misconduct in the unlikely event that this case ever gets that far. Bondi tweeted out the arrests of Armstrong, Allen, and Kelly and vowed, "We do not tolerate attacks on places of worship." But behind the scenes, things were going haywire because Judge Micko refused to hold Armstrong and Allen in custody. Thanks to the Bail Reform Act of 1984, defendants can only be detained if they're charged with crimes of violence or if they're unlikely to appear in court. Neither of which applied here, so Judge Micko ordered them to be released. At which point, the DOJ demanded immediate review by a U.S. district judge. Essentially, they asked to speak to the manager, but they did it in a sealed filing because they didn't want anyone to see what they were up to. I believe the technical term here is weak shit, or as Ken White, a.k.a. Popat, put it on Blue Sky, the AUSA is advancing this argument should face
All right,
professional and
so
social
yeah, they're not-
annihilation
nothing's
appropriate to Gestapo stooges.
That's what I thought.
The motion says that Armstrong and Allen are clearly planning to flee because they and their families are staying in a hotel in Minneapolis, the city where they live, and that they have been spotted carrying luggage by the plainclothes agents who are apparently crawling all over said hotel watching them. Armstrong and Allen countered that they had to flee their homes because the DOJ plastered their images and home addresses all over social media. Judge Laura Provenzino affirmed Judge Micko's order, releasing the women on their own reconnaissance. Okay, now let's talk about Don Lemon and the other 4 people who did not get arrested because Judge Micko said there was no probable cause. On January 22nd, the government filed an emergency petition with the 8th Circuit asking the appeals court to overrule Judge Micko. And like the motion before Judge Provenzino, they were so proud of their work, they filed it under seal. Let's see if we can piece together what happened. On January 20th, approximately 5 minutes after Judge Micko refused to sign off on those 5 arrest warrants, the DOJ demanded that Judge Patrick Schiltz, the chief judge of the District of Minnesota, sign off on the warrants himself. Dylan raced to Newsmax to say that there was
Dylan,
definitely
you
a plan
son
in the
of a
works to
bitch.
overrule the magistrate.
How are you?
So that's just part of the process. There are many other steps in this process, and there are other ways to pursue charges.
But Judge Schiltz was like, wait, what? Because that's just not a thing. If the magistrate says you don't have probable cause, a normal prosecutor will either go back and beef up the case or just present it to a grand jury. So Judge Schiltz asked every judge he could get a hold of in the 8th Circuit, and no one had ever heard of a district judge being called in to second-guess a magistrate who didn't find probable cause. And so the judge said to the DOJ, look, I need to meet with my colleagues here in the District of Minnesota and decide if we're going to do this, because once we set this precedent, we're stuck with it. And since the federal marshals had closed the courthouse due to security concerns, that judicial meeting could not take place until Tuesday. But the DOJ said that wasn't good good enough because if Lemon and the others weren't arrested immediately, someone might protest at City's church again on Sunday the 25th, which they described as an issue of national security. And no,
Jesus Christ, dude. No. You understand what they're doing?
They said it, and
they are using things that are set up for like the worst of the worst. Like we're talking hostage situations. Holy crap. And they're just blatantly like, nope, we need to arrest Don Lemon because we need to set an example. And he's the biggest one that we got. People know his name.
They are the government. So Judge Schiltz said no, and then the Justice Department filed this emergency petition to the 8th Circuit asking it to order the judge to issue these arrest warrants because nothing else will protect the public safety from concrete, credible threats of criminal activity this weekend. Now, the DOJ didn't tell Judge Schiltz that they were planning to file this petition. He actually didn't know anything about it until he got an order from the clerk at 11:34 a.m., inviting him to respond by 2 o'clock to a document he'd never seen and wasn't allowed to look at because, say it with me now, the DOJ filed it under seal. But Judge Schiltz has a pretty good idea what that's about, so he responds by saying, in essence, this is all crazy. The 5 people whom the government seeks to arrest are accused of entering a church, and the worst behavior alleged about any of them is yelling horrible things at the members of the church. None committed any acts of violence. The leaders of the group have been arrested, and their arrests have received widespread publicity. There is absolutely no emergency. The government could have sought indictments from a grand jury on Tuesday, January 20th, Wednesday, January 21st, or Thursday, January 22nd, but chose not to do so. The government can still take its case to a grand jury anytime it wishes. Instead, the government is insisting that I do something that, as best I can tell, no district judge in the history of the 8th Circuit has done, and he called the government's position frivolous. It's hard to explain just how nuts this is. The government says it's vital to perp walk Don Lemon immediately, or else somebody somewhere might
it's all for the social media.
Church again, but they're not willing to go to another magistrate or a grand jury with this slam dunk case.
God, we live in one of the dumbest times.
Instead, they're asking to speak to the manager's manager because it's an emergency that can't be dealt with by, say, stationing a couple of federal agents outside the church to protect it. So weird that they don't want anyone to see this stuff, huh? Unsurprisingly, the 8th Circuit denied the DOJ's petition. The 3-judge panel was unanimous, although Judge Stephen Graz noted that he personally believes that the magistrate should have issued all 5 warrants. Of course, signing arrest warrants isn't his actual job. His job is to be an appeals court judge, despite the fact that the American Bar Association concluded that he was unqualified because of temperament issues, particularly bias and lack of open-mindedness. Then Trump, the meme maker-in-chief, posted that the 8th Circuit found evidence to charge Lemon, despite the fact that Judge Graz did not speak for the majority of the panel. In any event, the repeat protest at City's church never materialized. Instead, ICE agents murdered ICU agent Alex Preddy in the street. Okay, now, at long last, let's talk about the charges. Because the complaint says that all 8 defendants conspired to injure, oppress, threaten, and intimidate the free exercise of religion at a place of religious worship under 18 U.S. Code Sections 241 and 248A2. Section 241 is part of what was known as the Klan Acts.
Yeah, the Klan Act.
They were passed during Reconstruction to ensure that Black Americans were able to exercise their civil rights. The statute makes it a federal crime to conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States. The government's theory here is that shutting down the service was an anti-Christian action to intimidate the worshipers in the exercise of their faith, which is protected by the First Amendment. So, TLDR, the Justice Department is relying on the Klan Act to prosecute a Black reverend for a protest on Martin Luther King Day. The other charge is under Section 248 of the
Good luck with that.
Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances or FACE Act. It was passed in 1994 after a spate of bombings and murders at abortion clinics.
Man.
In a compromise with conservatives, lawmakers added language protecting religious worshipers
got their
along
work
with people
cut out
seeking
for 'em.
reproductive health care. Trump supporters do not like this law and have been trying to get it repealed for decades. In fact, one of the first things Trump did when he got sworn
they all left
second
in the middle
time
of the service.
was to pardon 24 anti-abortion activists, 21 of whom had been convicted under the FACE Act. But now the DOJ wants to use this law to prosecute anti-ICE protesters for shouting in church. That is the second count, the one that Magistrate Miko crossed out because he said there was no probable cause to support it. And I don't know exactly what his reasoning was, but I would guess that it's because the statute requires the use of force, threat of force, or physical obstruction, and there's no evidence in the record to support that.
Charlie Stein, hey.
Yelling justice for Renee Good and shaming congregants because their pastor worked.
How are you? Welcome, first-time chatter over from Twitch.
For ICE is confrontational, but it's not a threat of force, and that really gets at the problem.
Proof that I give my Twitch some love.
Here, because you do have a First Amendment right to protest in public places, but you don't have a right to protest in
You're
houses of
fine?
worship.
I'm
because
okay.
That's a private space, and when someone asks you to leave, you have to go. If you don't leave, that's trespassing or disturbing the peace or some low-level.
I feel like I had a stroke because I watched Candace Owens, and honestly, it took so many twists and turns. Yeah, it was crazy.
Or misdemeanor.
Oh, is this about ICE? It's a hot topic.
State
Yeah.
crime, and there's a long tradition of activists doing
For
just
the
that,
follow.
protesting
Appreciate
in
that.
private spaces and getting arrested and paying a fine or whatever. In 1989, protesters chained themselves to pews in St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York to protest the Catholic Church's stance on abortion, homosexuality, and AIDS. That protest was co-sponsored by the AIDS Coalition.
It was hard to follow. It was a lot.
Power, better known as ACT UP. At that time, AIDS was associated
My brain's
with gay men, and a lot of religious leaders considered it to be a punishment from God. So ACT
because you're a left winger.
UP routinely staged die-ins to raise awareness and fight bigotry. Local police would arrest them for trespassing and fine them, and everyone knew that was the deal. In fact, it was kind of the point. Protesters knew they'd be arrested and probably manhandled, and that would make the news and raise awareness of their issue. So I guess in a sense, they were also doing it for the memes. And if the Minnesota Police Department had treated the Operation Pull Up protesters like the ACT UP protesters and arrested them for trespassing, this wouldn't have blown up into a huge story. But trespassing isn't a federal crime, and it wouldn't have allowed Pam Bondi and Christine Noem to tweet
Yeah, no, the protesters are 100% in the right.
about it. So the Trump administration is trying to turn a state-level misdemeanor into a major civil rights violation with serious
It's actually a miracle that the protests have been as peaceful as they are.
jail time by co-opting
Like, as I said, there was a few broken windows at a hotel, and like the ICE vehicles getting, essentially like fucked
in
up.
the FACE Act, or I mean, I guess they're pretending to. They're certainly not in a hurry
Cry me a river over that shit.
to road test this spiffy new theory with a grand jury. They want to go on podcasts and put out press releases, and most of all, they want to post it on social. And for that, they need a perp walk of Don Lemon. They'll never convict him, but it'll be worth it for the memes.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important.
All right. Oh, God, perfect timing. Okay, so what I'm going to do here. Oh, fuck. So I want the audience to carry with me. Crap. 'Cause I need a break. I need to reset before my next show and get that all going. So let's see. How can I do this? How do I want to do this? Where are we going? We're going to be going to this space to go chill with some primetime propaganda. Rate us over to this space. God, I still need to figure out how to do this. I have it turned on. I don't know where the fucking option is in my studio. Give me a second. It says it's in my settings. Oh, wait a minute. I have to do it from over here? Yes, Matt made a PowerPoint. Yeah. I know. Here, let me get that. Bear with me, folks. Raid coordination. There we go. And here's the PowerPoint. This is how we do it. Huh. I'm not finding it. It's gone. So what do I think will happen with Minnesota? I think that ICE is going to end up leaving. They're in over their skis on this one, and public perception is already turned enough to where them sending in this new guy, Tom Homan, he's going to end up leaving. Like they've already started getting rid of the ones that are the problems. 2,000 ICE agents went with Pavino. I've been theorizing that it's because those are the new guys that have been really like trigger happy, and they're the problem. Even though they have proven that the people that have shot these protesters are actually like long-time ICE officers. So finish this risotto and pork loin. Oh, damn. Good night, Mitch. And Vito needs to be in jail. Yes, he does. He very much does. Okay, hold on. You know what? I'll just do it this way. That is... fuck? Where's that? All right, hold on, guys. I'm trying here, but redirect. There we go. Okay. Videos are subscriber channel. Wait, so that'd be Candace. Oh, hold on. That's not it. Okay, so this is... There we go. Figured it out. All right, cool. Thank you for bearing with me through that. Alrighty, so... Okay, so theoretically, when I leave here, it will just take you right to this space, if this worked. If it doesn't, I'm still going to link it in the chat. What do you think will happen if ICE doesn't leave? Listen, I'm not trying to doom her, because I know that people want to, like, they're already going to this is going to lead to the riots, which will then lead to the Insurrection Act. I don't know. I have been saying that it's obvious that Trump wants the Insurrection Act. I'm not sure if he actually does. I think that Stephen Miller wants the Insurrection Act, and Trump is kind of like, I don't know about that, because he understands that, like, no matter what, if he does that, then he has to deal with the consequences the day after and for the rest of the fucking time that he's president. So I don't think he wants to rule over that kind of, dissension, or I don't even know. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of cooked. All right, so I need to get like a cup of coffee or something before I start my stream on this space. It's now Weekend at Trump's now that he's a puppet. I mean, dude, seriously. It's everything that they were accusing Biden of doing. It's insane how all that projection turned into that. For making the switch to this space, please hit the like, share, and subscribe. Become a member of Pep Talks. Yes. Please, let's see. Where are we at tonight? Man. Damn. Okay. We're making our way. Thank you for everybody for subbing tonight. I appreciate that. And also, I appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. I always appreciate you guys hanging out. I already did that. Maybe I'll do this $1 thing. Shit themselves. No, let's not do that. Give me 1 second. All right. Yeah, I think I will load up this Piers Morgan bit for this space audience. As I said, I'm trying to do a little bit of a different show. Since I have been given the opportunity to have multiple time slots, time zones. But yeah, I'm pretty excited for that. Ravana is live on Twitch if you want to send my Twitch viewers over. Actually got Galactic Streamlord. I'll probably raid. Yeah, I'll probably do him. Yeah, I'll do Galactic Streamlord. All right. Fuck it. I should probably give myself at least 10 minutes to reset. right? Yeah. Oh boy. Burning this candle at both ends today. Oh, I'm just trying to think. What can I have for a quick snack? Oh, crap. You know what? I could probably just do a protein shake. Yeah, that'll do it. See a pep recharge. Yeah, I know, but 10 minutes should be enough. Wait, to which space are we going? This space. You're going to this space. Let me get the live link for it. There we go. Paste. Is it still on this channel? No, it's on the This Space channel. Soon it will be on this channel, though. I'll be able to broadcast while I'm there, but we're figuring that out. I had to go and make things difficult when I chose my OBS. So, you know, I had to just be a pain in the ass. Which, had I known that they were going to use StreamYards, I would have probably done that. But, whatever. Gotta hydrate, get some snackies, and a quick potty break before the next show. Yeah, I do. So, here, let me load up the outro. I appreciate you guys hanging out today. Let's see what the final tally is. I know that you guys aren't always necessarily interested in this, but, oh, damn. We're almost to 1500. We are, 1500. 15,000. 15,000. We're at 14,856. Good stream today. Alrighty. And that's as of this recording. Hopefully, it grows from there. But I'm doing my Midwest goodbye shit. You guys know what I'm doing. I love y'all. Let me set up my my outro. And all right, guys, I will catch you all tomorrow. I'm gonna be on later tomorrow, probably around 8. I just kind of thought of something. Yeah, I should be on at 8. Very worst case, I see you on Friday. But I got things planned for tomorrow's stream. So yes, quick smoke for y'all with y'all, and I will catch you on my primetime propaganda. Love you guys. I will catch you on the next one. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.